Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Los Angeles City Council. Today is Tuesday, May 16th, 2006. We are in Council Chambers, John Ferraro Council Chambers in room 340 of City Hall. We have our meetings here each Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. The first Friday of the month, we are out in Van Nuys City Hall for our 10 a.m. meeting there. We want to thank our viewers from Channel 35 who are watching us either live or on the rebroadcast in the evening. We want to also let our viewers and others know that you can watch the proceedings of the Council through our city's homepage at www.lacity.org, where we have streaming video webcasts of the proceedings. And you can also call in on Council phone, which is at 213-621-CITY, to listen to the proceedings of the full Council or any of the Council committees. We also have the ability for folks to testify during public comment or for items that have been agendized for public comment through our Van Nuys remote facility, where we are able to hear you here in Council Chambers if Van Nuys is closer to where you live. You also are invited here, of course, to give public testimony live to the City Council and to City Council members as well. We usually start the first meeting well, we should actually call the roll first, and then we will start the meeting with a salute to the flag. So, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Huizar, Labange, Padilla, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 11 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Since this is the much anticipated budget day, where we are going to be spending the money that the people of Los Angeles allocate for the services that the Council provides, I think it's probably fitting that we ask the Budget Chair to lead us in a salute to the flag. And if we can ask everybody in Council Chambers to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. President. Everyone rise, face the flag, place the hand over their heart, and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman Parks. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Huizar moves and Mr. Padilla seconds. If there's no objection, those minutes are approved unanimously.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Smith moves, Mr. Rosendahl seconds. If there's no objection, 2 is approved unanimously. Next order of business.
Mr. President, this is the time for comments from the public on items not on Council's agenda.
Okay. Now it's time for general public comment for items under our jurisdiction but not agendized today. I'd like to ask Jacqueline Richardson to come forward, to be followed by Isabel Brentner and Patty Simmons. Those will be our first 3 speakers. Please come up to the podium. You'll each have 2 minutes to address the Council, and welcome to the City Council. Good morning, please.
Good morning. I'd like to ask the City Council if they're aware that the Russian people are now in the city.
I'm sorry, ma'am, could you get a little closer to the microphone?
I'd like to ask City Council if they're aware that the Russian people are now in the city. In regard to this, I'd like to make some rhetorical questions beginning with the word if. I'd like to explain first that if can be as wide as the ocean or it can be as small as a pause between 2 words, and I don't know which one of these is true in regard to the people here, and it's not a criticism of them, it's a question. I'd like to ask first if the gas prices were to go down just a little bit, would the Russian people be coming here? Number 2, if the bus fare were to go down just a little bit, would the Russian people be here? And rhetorical question number 3 is if the budget of the war in Iraq were to go down just a little bit, would the Russian people be coming here? The war, as you know, is being fought for a noble purpose, hopefully. And it's not noble to be as mean as can be to the people who are already here in the city. Some of the Russian people are very beautiful in their spirit, so it's not a criticism, but some of them are very mean. And if the mean ones were as nice as the ones that are noble, there would be no problem. The last is a statement that I have is in some of the SRO units, the housing units, there are cameras, and the County of Los Angeles attempted to remove them, and I don't know if they were successful in doing that. Thank you for the time, and I hope I wasn't
Thank you very
too
much.
mean.
Isabel Brentner and Patty Simmons are our next two speakers. Welcome to City Council.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Isabel Brenner. Estoy aquí hoy, trabajo para LAX Hilton por 20 años.
My name is Isabel Brepner. I've been working for the Hilton LAX for 20 years.
Estamos hoy aquí para pedir el apoyo a todos ustedes porque fuimos suspendidos 75 trabajadores.
We're here to ask for your support because we've been suspended. 75 workers at the LAX Hilton have been suspended.
Y también nos está afectando a todos porque tenemos 6 días de suspensión y nos afecta a todos porque no tenemos la mitad de nuestro cheque, no lo vamos a tener.
It's affected us very negatively because we've been suspended for 6 days and we haven't received half of our paycheck now. We're going to be missing.
Nos va a hacer falta el dinero porque no tenemos para la comida de nuestros hijos por esa semana.
It's going to be very hard on us because we don't have money to feed our children for this week. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Gracias.
Good morning to everybody. My name is Patricia Simmons, and I work for the Hilton Hotel for 19 years. Everything started last week when they suspended one of our co-workers. We tried to support him, and the ending of suspension for 75 people was very unjustly. And I think, this is very hard for me. The whole support of my family. My husband is a veteran from Desert Storm who is injured, and now I'm homeless. I don't have a place to live because these people, hold on my check completely. And I wanted to tell you that, our families come with this money. I send money to my kids who goes to universities and things like that, and it's very hard for us. I think we have the right to organize for justice, and I think that we're supposed to get together, and we're not going to stop. We're going to keep fighting until we win. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, if you want to respond briefly? Brief response, Ms. Hahn?
We're in public comment. Well, we're in public comment. I want to thank you for coming down here to the City Council today. It's absolutely unbelievable that you are suspended without pay until this coming Friday. We're going to introduce something later on the City Council that's going to urge the Hilton to reinstate you immediately. It was unfair and it was unjust, and you are loyal Hilton employees, worked there 19, 20, 21, 22 years. It's unbelievable to me how you're being treated right now, and I think hopefully my colleagues will agree to send a strong message to the LA Hilton that we want you back at work immediately.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you, Mr. President. I, like my colleague, strongly believe in fairness and justice and dignity for all people. I called the general manager of the Hilton. I'm meeting with him and the owner today at 5:30 to ask him some of the questions that you've raised here today and to get a better understanding of the Hilton's policies right now. And I'll report back with my colleague to you all about how that meeting goes later today. Thank you for coming before the City Council.
Mr. Reyes?
Thank you, Council President. Yesterday, it was obvious to me that we should not be tolerating divide and conquer tactics. Yesterday, we were rallying and talking about creating that unity. We wanted to share with you that you have some very concerned council members in terms of how they're treating you. But I'm hoping the managers, the owners understand that we are aware of how they can intimidate workers, and that is not acceptable. The fact that they can pick and choose who they want, as opposed to looking at the whole issue of justice, that's what's critical. So hopefully you can hang tough. If they're going to attack one, they're going to attack all. So I also gave a call in to them. I did not get a call back, but they are aware that we are concerned. So we are with you. Hang in there. Y pues la unidad hace la fuerza. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Huizar.
Brevemente y claramente estamos con ustedes. Tenemos que perseguir la justicia. Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí hoy. Gracias.
Thank you all very much. You have many friends here, and we are watching the situation closely. We appreciate it. Mr. Wesson as well wanted to say a few words, but thank you all very much for your courage. Mr.
Yeah,
Wesson.
thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to echo the fine words of my colleagues and to say to each and every one of you that I think, as almost an entire council, we were with you in the beginning, we're with you now, and we'll be with you at the end of the day when we resolve this. So thank you all for coming down, showing this solidarity, and be assured that your concerns are on listening ears. Thank you.
Mr. Padilla.
Estamos con ustedes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Our next speakers are Rosalio Mendiola, Manuel Criollo, Carla Gonzalez, Francisca Porchas, and David Lin.
Councilmember Garcetti,
Yep.
we actually wanted to submit it for the special meeting, for the budget meeting, so
Okay, so this is not for general
Yes,
public comment.
thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. We'll keep that aside. Then Michael Carrion for general public comment.
Yes, my name is Michael Carrion, and I'm from the 14th District. And I'm here to see, I guess Mr. Rosendahl left, but if Mr. Wesson can speak to him about the parking issues. Before you continue to raise prices on the general public, let's make sure that the city employees follow the same rules that we do. Right outside your door, there's city, county, state, federal, everybody's parked in the red. A permit does not allow you to park in the red to go to work. It says emergency pass. It does not say park wherever you want because you got a pass. Abuse is abuse. You're abusing the system, and traffic congestion, just because you have an E-plate or you have a permit, does not allow you to park wherever you want to park. And this is what's happening here. Cars are being towed away. Everything's being done to the public, but the city, county, state, and federal employees are running amok of the city. It's embarrassing to be a resident of Los Angeles when you guys allow them to do this. We pay to get our cars impounded and towed and everything else, but the city entities don't. And I got one more thing for my buddy, the mayor. He states that he does the right thing. He states that when he sees wrongdoing, he steps up to the plate. He states that he bites the bullet. Well, Mr. Mayor, I tried to talk to your office for 6 months on a tree that fell. Mr. Smith didn't even want to hear about it. He just told me that I was wrong and that was it. Without any investigation, Mr. Smith. Yeah, you don't remember. It's okay, you're young, I'll forgive you this time. But anyways, beside the point, the mayor himself was a councilman for the 14th district at the time, and to me, what happens, incompetence is where I put the mayor at this moment. Incompetence. Mr. Huizar, you dismissed yourself from the board, from something because your wife was on the board. Why is the mayor after the school board? His wife's a teacher. Conflict of interest. Guess he doesn't understand that part.
Thank you very much. That was our last speakers for general public comment, so that is, public comment is considered closed. We will, did you want to speak, sir? I didn't see a card of yours, but it's fine if you just want to.
Council President, you did mention my name, but I was hoping to be able to address it during or after the budget issue.
We want to discuss the budget stuff. Okay, I'll keep your card there for the
Thank you,
budget
sir.
then, if public hearing is moved by one of the members. Okay, let's run through the agenda.
First item on the agenda, Mr. President, there's a request to continue item number 11 to tomorrow, and the new date would be May 17th.
Is there any objection to continuing item number 11? If not, that'll be ordered.
On the regular agenda, items 1 through 9 are items noticed for public hearing. I believe there is a card on item number 1.
Okay, let's go ahead and take that right now. Ms. Sylvia Hawkins, item number 1.
Mr. President? Mr. President?
Yes.
Item 11 was continued. We were
Yes.
actually trying to move forthwith on that today. Can we,
I'm sorry, it was continued
tomorrow.
till tomorrow?
till tomorrow?
Yeah, did you want to object to that?
Let me
and call
just
it
double
special?
check with the department,
Okay.
because this is on a fast track.
Okay, just let us know, we can reconsider that action. Ms. Hawkins, go ahead. You have 2 minutes on number 1.
Okay. On item number 1, all churches and schools, taxes is tithes and offering. There will be no more dividends at the end of the year. Please note on signing yearly with churches or schools, signing of new application with any bishop or principal to give to you your tax deductible form, to get your return checks. No more tithes and offering in any church. We must be aware that what they was doing is using your envelope, once you filled it out, to take overseas, to also receive taxes, refund checks again on taxes, return. As we counsel taxes, that is tithes and offering, I have never in 22 years signed it or received any tax dividend from any church. They took my envelope and received money. I've never, at the end of the year, went and got my tax deductible form from any church. So they illegally got money. That was all the time taken overseas and putting it in their pocket. We are asking our people to do the stranger gift instead of tithes and offering of 10%. No more tithes and offering in any churches or temples because of illegal people that are here in pulpits, which illegally have offices in churches, rooms of faking documents of tax filing. The paper that you're filling out is not United States of America. They have tax filing that is faking and death records on the church's floors and school floors. Thank you very much. My name is Sylvia Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hawkins. Anybody wishing to be heard on this item? Anybody wishing to call any of the items 1 through 9 special? Let's open and close for 2 through 9, the public hearings. And on all of the items, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items?
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 10, and that is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Okay, anybody wishing to call 10 special? If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next items?
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, items 12 through 19. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Okay, we do have a card on item 12, so why don't we take that up first? Ms. Hawkins, item number 12. And also item 17. If you'd like 4 minutes, we can do it together. Would you prefer that?
If I can do item 17 later.
Okay, well, we'll take 12 right now then.
Thank you. Item number 12, this is a warning to all shipments, submarines, and animal ocean control patrol. This is a new way of traveling billions of dollars from United States of America Bank and Washington Mutual Bank, from all trucks with Toys of Us robot supplies. They are microfilming fishes that was delivered to the Atlantic Ocean from the Pacific Ocean with a cordless microphone with an engine motor inside of the large fish, whether it's a whale or a shark. The shark or the whale is not alive. They're using devices that are typed on fishes and people with iron bodies that can freeze a person's body in walking, as seen on television or on commercials, which means the body of these people are microphones. These people's bodies are microphones with their leaders prime ministers, and their government, whether it is Russia, Alaska, or London, or Canada, which we must be aware that they are coming here for a war, which Japan, we can say that their military is not that exact in marching. Amen. They are microphone coming here to kill. We must be aware that their leader is on the other side, which it can go that far with cordless phone, cordless animals in the ocean. So they did get a fish in the Atlantic area that was trillions of dollars and not a dead fish to eat.
Thank you very much. That closes our public comment on item number 12. Anybody wishing to call it special? If not, let's just open the roll on this one, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. We'll call 17 special for also a card. Anybody else on items 13 through 19? Any specials? If not, let's open the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, let's take up item 17 now. A card from the public, Ms. Hawkins. Item number 17. Ms. Hawkins, item 17, would you like to be heard?
Sure, no problem. Thank you very much. On number 17, we must be aware also of school trades that are moving out of United States of America, dealing with books and the price of books and the size of books. I'm convinced that the price of books is too high, and to complete 40 chapters is too much. So we must cut the book size of our kids carrying over 5-pound books to 20 chapters from 40 chapters. In neighborhoods of the East, West is good, and we must at this time clear out the Crenshaw district area, the Watts district area of detention schools that should be used for more beds because of most of all of California, jail cells are full. I'm asking all public people to work along with President Bush as we work along together to organize bombs and missiles with Hawker 8 military attackers, whom is in ready position now. President put to bomb and neutralize in Los Angeles and also in Utah, where he have moved all his military. Because of all illegals that are not walking out, but are hiding in these areas, they are not going back to Africa. Therefore, it must be a war in the United States of America. USA versus United States of America churches. And we are aware that they are hiding in mountains, areas that are orange in color. Very similar to Palm Springs mountains that are very black in color. They're not just living in there to live large. They have military. We want Arnold Schwarzenegger to know that we are aware that you are not with USA. We're very sad that those people that died were Arnold Schwarzenegger's son of my power, Sylvia Hawkins. So Arnold Schwarzenegger, you are not with USA. My power is used for the United States of America.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hawkins.
His son is dead.
Thank you. All right, that closes our public comment on 17. Anybody wishing to call special? If not, let's open the roll on that item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next items?
Next item, Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
Let's post and refer those.
There are excuses on the desk. Councilmember Parks requests to be excused Tuesday, May 23rd for city business. A motion is required.
Okay, I'll move that, and Mr. Reyes seconds. If there's no objection, he's excused for that.
Council President Garcetti requests to be excused Tuesday, May 30th for personal business, and for city business, Friday, May 19th to leave at 11:30, and Wednesday, May 31st to leave at 11:30. A motion is required on the 19th and 31st.
Okay, Mr. Parks will move, Mr. Reyes seconds. If there's no objection, those excuses are granted as well.
And that clears the desk, Mr. President.
Mr. Parks?
I'm sorry, maybe I missed 18. We wanted to call special. We have some detectives here and also community.
Okay, we'll have to reconsider that item. If there's no objection, let's open the roll on reconsidering item 18. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that is before us now. Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask both Detective Guzman and Neese to come up. We have a reward motion. Unfortunately, in the 8th District, we had a double homicide in which very recently occurred in April of 2006. I'd like to ask the detectives to give a synopsis of what occurred. And then today, we also have Mary Price, who is related to both of the victims, along with Mrs. Lee. And we'd ask you to come up to the podium also to make some comments.
And as they're making comments, if I could just ask our sergeants at arms to assist, please. I know today is a very busy day with our budget, but if we can ask folks to either keep their conversations to a minimum or to take them into the rear of the chambers or out of the chambers, we'd appreciate it so that we can hear the business of the day. Thank you, please.
Thank you, sir. My name is Officer Joshua Ness, my partner, Detective Roger Guzman.
Speak on the mic.
We'd like to thank the City Council for the time, and especially Councilman Parks for your valuable time. On the morning of April 22nd, 2006, at approximately 3 o'clock in the morning, two young gentlemen, Mr. Patrick Hemingway and Michael Taylor, were seated inside of their vehicle at 6325 Southwestern, which is the Primo Burger restaurant. Two men that we have no further description on shot those two individuals numerous times and fled in an unknown direction. We are asking for the public's assistance with any tips, any information, no matter how small, will be fully investigated. You can contact myself, my partner, or any detective at 77th Street Homicide at 213-485-1383.
Ask Mr. Price and Ms. Lee come up and make some brief comments about your request for community support.
My name is Mary Price, and I'm just asking anyone know anything about what happened that night or any leads, please call 77th Precinct. Please. As for Michael Taylor and Patrick Hemingway, those are both my grandsons. You don't know how much it was to me to lose them to something like this. So please, anyone have anything on them, please come forward. Thank you.
My name is Leila, and yes, we're asking that the public please assist us. Please call. Please search yourself within your mind and let us know anything that would be able to help the detectives that's in charge, 77th Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate Detective Neese and Guzman being here. Again, their phone number is 213-485-1383. And the very unfortunate incident, and just found out just a minute ago that Mr. Taylor is a recent graduate of Crenshaw High School within the last 3 years. And so we ask for any public support in bringing this case to a conclusion with this reward motion.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Since the desk is cleared, we will adjourn this. Okay. If folks have adjourning motions they'd like to do now before our special meeting, we could do that if people have that. There's a Rule 23 on this one. Okay, we'll recess this meeting. We understand there might be a Rule 23 coming in as well. If we can recess this meeting, and please call the roll for the special meeting.
Cardenas, Gruel, Han, Weezer, Labange, Padilla, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 14 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay. A quorum, colleagues. We have one item before us, a very important item, which is the annual budget. I'd like to recognize the chair of our budget committee to begin. Mr. City Attorney, is there something you'd like to add?
I believe Mr. Huizar had a items.
Mr. Huizar, about the, oh yeah, we will, we're going to take up two items first that Mr. Huizar is going to recuse himself for. Mr. Parks was merely going to frame the issue. If you'd like to leave before that, though, it's up to your discretion. I don't know if the City Attorney's recommended one way or another.
Yes,
We're not going to begin voting on anything yet. It's just Mr. Parks framing the...
Okay, before we start running through the items. Okay,
I
thank
think
you,
it'd be
Mr.
appropriate for Mr. Parks just to give those introductory comments. When we start going through any of the numbers, we'll make sure we take those two first, and we'll have Mr. Huizar recused. Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the city staff and the mayor's office to come up to the table. Before I get started with my comments, there's a variety of people and a number of people I'd like to thank for getting us here today. First of all, the CAO's office, Bill and his staff with Ellen and Ray and all of the folks that put the budget report together that assist us to get to this point. Certainly the CLA's office, Jerry, Sharon, Lynn, Maria, and his staff that put this committee report together with multiple hours and over a 5-day period, and then going through those laborious hearings. The city clerk's office, Lorraine Brathwaite, certainly was here to put forth the agenda, and not only online but available during all of the hearings. I'd certainly like to thank my staff and also the staff of the 4 other committee members. And just as an aside, I'd like to say publicly happy birthday to Steve Angale, who's here today, could not miss the budget process. Also, I'd like to thank the committee members, Vice Chair Gruels, we had Mr. Smith, Mr. Rosendahl, and Huizar for their tireless hours in going forward on the committee. And Mr. President, I'd also like to thank you for your flexibility in getting our meeting schedule. And last but not least, Karen Sisson in the mayor's office and Marcus Allen, who's here today, for your contributions and participation. And what I'd like to say going into this, collectively, and I'll comment on it later, that this is a collective effort, and which we can say that clearly full support of those who worked on this budget going forward. Let me frame some of the more important issues that I think that we should be interested in. The mayor released this budget to the council on April the 20th. Beginning on the 27th, the Budget and Finance Committee began its deliberations of the proposed budget, basically hearing testimony from all city departments as well as the community. The proposal that you have today is a $6.67 billion package, $680 million more than the current fiscal year, which is about 11.5% increase over 05 and 06. From the CLA analysis of the budget, there's currently in this budget about $189 million structural deficit. The mayor filled the shortfall of $287 million by increased revenues of $263 million, $23 million from special fund revenue that offset the general fund expenses, which is primarily our solid waste fee, and about $600,000 increased in savings from efficiencies. During the CLA analysis, they acknowledged and identified several concerns and potential liabilities that we need to be cognizant of during the fiscal year. The budget spending plan can increase the deficit 1 year out to about $264 million for fiscal year 07-08. So therefore, we certainly as a committee would express caution throughout the entire fiscal year to ensure we stay within our budget plan. Also, there's a potential loss of revenue through litigation and legal issues, primarily from the cell phone user tax, which could end up being within the millions of dollars. Possible increase in costs in our planning department, and this is due to our new general manager requesting a 4 to 6 month assessment period before she came forward with other budget requests. Also, the possibility of additional costs should the council decide to place any ballot measures on the county or state elections in November '06. And then we have some potential other litigations and liabilities that deal with Fair Labor Standard litigation. And so those are some things that we must keep in mind and be aware of as we go through the '06-'07 budget year. After about 50 hours of deliberations, the Budget and Finance Committee voted largely as one voice, but made a few but very necessary changes to the proposed budget. To give you an idea of some of the changes, your committee increased the reserve fund to 4.3, roughly about $185 million of the general fund, getting us very close to the financial policy goal of 5%. This includes an increase in the emergency reserve account from 2% to 2.5. This should provide a softer landing in case of any of the potential problems that we mentioned earlier befalls the city. We maintain our financial policy goal of 1% investment in the city's infrastructure. In fact, we exceeded it and reached 1.45%. And that's primarily want to thank Mr. Rosenthal for his insistence that we concentrate on that issue. We increased funding and allocation for LAPD's. Thank you. We increased funding and allocations for LAPD to fully implement Prop 69, which is the DNA laboratory resources and cold case detectives as requested by the police chief outside of the mayor's budget. We want to thank Mr. Weiss for his ongoing effort in ensuring his interest in determining this issue. We also set aside additional funding for public safety and prevention and intervention resources to combat illegal gangs. And this certainly was pushed by Mr. Wesson as chair of Housing Economic Development and Mr. Garcetti. We amended the financial policy to establish the city's highest priority, an increase in funding for public safety, and that's thank you to Ms. Wendy Gruhl and also the CLA, CAO, and the mayor's office for the diligence in putting forth that amendment, which you'll be getting a copy of today. We also committed to funding 820 year-round shelter beds for the homeless. $1.05 million has been placed in the UB, contemplating additional negotiation with the county to provide the necessary matching funds. I want to thank Jan Perry, who led that charge. We funded $10 million in Mikola to retrofit asphalt plant number 1 due to the great insights of Mr. Robinson and our CAO. We also added about $800,000 for a comprehensive medical examination for sworn LA Fire Department personnel. We as a committee supported the fire chief on this, who also committed to seeking funding in future years from sources outside of the general fund. We also directed funding for $950,000 for a comprehensive study of our rent stabilization ordinances. To increase public input in most areas of the city, we added funding of $390,000 to expand the two-way public testimony program. This expands the pilot which Greg Smith initiated last year. Through several motions today, this committee report will be amended to correct a variety of issues that more clearly reflect the intent of the Budget and Finance Committee. Most of the recommendations we made did not only involve funding, but required us to ask several questions, perform analysis, and take combinations of actions, including placing funding in the unappropriated balance. We also directed departments to perform relevant studies, issues, RFQs, and to report findings to the council. Some of the major issues in the UB are the Homeland Security for police and fire, the emergency preparedness, the in-car video for the police, and the Learn and Earn program for the schools, which the mayor has proposed. Just want to clarify and emphasize that all UB items, including those that I mentioned earlier, will be discussed in the relevant policy committee, including your Budget and Finance Committee, before any actions are taken by the City Council. For clarity, these items have been approved by your Budget and Finance Committee, but due to a variety of reasons, they were placed in the UB. Such reasons as there's less than a full year funding, there's a need to report back to better describe the intent of the expenditure, there's a need for identification of a more accurate funding source. These are some of the reasons for the UB. Once this additional research is done, these items can be facilitated through the appropriate committees. There's approximately 6 weeks lead time before the start of the next fiscal year, and there is no rush or urgency despite the urging of department heads to move these items today from the UB back to the department budget. This is something that there's more than enough time to have them in place by July 1st if the information is available, barring funding issues. In order to implement all of the funding recommendations, it's necessary to add various specific instructions and requests to fully implement the budget. Some of the very important instructions include, in this committee report, instructions to the CAO, the CLA to monitor budgetary status for all departments, bureaus, and offices to report back in the monthly financial status report. The CAO is also to provide bi-monthly or more frequent financial status reports on revenue, expenditures, and general city fiscal soundness. All city departments are to report promptly on any deficiencies, budgetary deficiencies. We also, a new request to the city attorney that they report on the status of liability claims and outside legal counsel costs to the Budget and Finance on a bi-monthly basis. Also, a brand new request to the city attorney that all ordinances that implement fee increases in this budget are to be before council within a 30-day period of the adoption of the budget. We also requested LAWA to report back to Budget and Finance on the progress of hiring additional officers so they can relieve the LAPD on the airport overtime. We've also instructed Lacers and pensions to provide to Budget and Finance a trend analysis of pension costs and its impact on the general fund. And then also, we've asked the CAO and CLA have been given numerous studies and report backs so that the council can be given more and better information as we manage the budget throughout 06-07 fiscal year, and to give us a head start on the 07-08 budget process, and they'll comment on that later in this presentation. I want to cover two very important issues in the budget today. There is an item of increased solid waste fees. This is the city's first attempt to collect a trash fee beyond the historical trash equipment fee. This effort is consistent with the adopted council financial policies, which mandate full cost recovery for city services. During the last year's budget deliberation, actions were taken, and recently an ordinance was passed by this council which allowed for the implementation of these fees. These fees, as they are generated, will be deposited into the general fund. They are not earmarked or placed in any specific special fund or tied to a specific expenditure or for any designated allocation in this budget or in the future. And let me repeat that. These fees, as they are generated, will be deposited into the general fund. They are not earmarked or placed in any specific special fund are tied to a specific expenditure or for any designated allocation in this budget or in the future. Additionally, this new revenue, which is over $20 million, is totally allocated in the 06-07 budget. If during our budget deliberation, a majority of this body determines that the proposed solid waste fees should be reduced or eliminated, I would hope that such a recommendation would be accompanied with a corresponding listing of specific reductions in expenditures. The other issue on motions, I'd like to also request that in recommending major changes or reallocations or additional fundings or deletions or new programs during this budget hearing, that I'd recommend restraint, that rather than attempt to adjust the current budget document on the floor, that we all agree to move these motions to committee with a priority so that they can be vetted and researched properly prior to coming back to council for final approval. This process will ensure that due consideration is given to providing the most essential services to the public and consideration of our own financial policies. Finally, what you have before you today is a collective work of the Mayor's Office, the CAO, the CLA, and your Council Budget Finance Committee. None of us got all of what we wanted, but all of us concur that this is the best financial blueprint for the City of Los Angeles for the next fiscal year. The budget put us in a position to build on our priorities while being fiscally prudent. We all request restraint, flexibility, and the ability to continue to communicate during the implementation of this plan. Mr. President, I'd like to offer this budget for full deliberation, but first of all, I'd like to ask the city staff, Jerry and Bill and Karen, to speak on your issues, and then we'll open it up for deliberation.
Okay, I will be very brief.
We do have public comment cards. I think, Mr. President, Mr. President, Mr. Garcetti, we wanted to call public comment special first, correct, before you make your presentation? Okay, thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Rosalio Mendiola. Rosalia. Followed by Manuel Carrillo. Carla Gonzalez.
Buenos días, presidente, señor Garcetti y miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Rosalío Mendiola, soy miembro del Local 11 y Sindicato de Pasajeros.
Good morning, President Garcetti and members of the City Council. My name is Rosalío Mendiola, and I'm a member of Local HERE Unite 11 and the Bus Riders Union.
El señor alcalde y algunos de ustedes dijeron que el plan Carril Solo para Autobuses en Wilshire Boulevard era una idea maravillosa.
So some of you had mentioned that our plan to construct a bus-only lane on Wilshire Boulevard was a marvelous idea.
Pero no veo nada en su presupuesto que hable de carril solo para autobuses.
But I do not see anything includes in the proposal for the budget that includes funds for the bus-only lane.
Y creo que invertir en esto no es muy costoso y se implementaría en poco tiempo.
I don't think that the project for the bus-only lanes on Wilshire Boulevard would take too much time or would be too costly.
Y se beneficiarían miles y miles de trabajadores de Unión, así como maestros, jornaleros.
And it would benefit thousands of workers such as teachers, day laborers,
trabajadoras domésticas y muchos estudiantes.
and many domestic workers as well as students.
Yo soy un usuario de esta línea de Wilshire Boulevard por años y años, la más ocupada de los Estados Unidos.
I am a daily user of this line on Wilshire Boulevard, which is the most busy in the nation.
Y con un servicio más, pienso, aparte de viajar en menos tiempo,
And being able to speed up travel time on one of the busiest lines in the nation,
todos se beneficiarían. Al saber esto, más personas dejarían sus carros.
everybody would benefit from this, and the hope would be that people would step out of their cars and jump on this line.
Y aumentaría el número de usuarios de autobús.
And it would also, and so we would hope to increase ridership on buses.
En beneficio de miles de niños y ancianos
Siga.
que padecen de alergias, asma y cáncer.
And so we hope that this would improve the environment and would reduce numbers of asthma and cancer within our communities, and in particular with young people and older folks.
Ya que la ciudad de Los Ángeles es una de las más contaminadas de los Estados Unidos.
Given that Los Angeles is one of the most highly polluted cities in the nation.
If we could
Pero
ask
sí
you to
veo en
conclude.
su presupuesto 4 millones para el tren ligero de exposición, el cual no va a beneficiar a tanta gente.
If we could ask him to conclude. The 2 minutes has gone up, if you just ask him to conclude.
Sorry about that.
That's right.
Pero sí dan su presupuesto unos millones para el plan ligero de exposición. But what I do see is funds that are allocated to the exposition line in this current proposal, which would not benefit as many people. Thank you.
Thank you. Manuel Carrillo, followed by Carla Gonzalez.
Okay. My name is Francisca Porchas, and I'm with the Bus Riders Union. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the Bus Riders Union to ask you today to secure funding on the 2006-2007 city budget for a bus-only lane on Wilshire Boulevard. For almost a year now, Mayor Villaraigosa and many of you members of the City Council have all been publicly supporting the bus-only lane as an alternative to the auto and a way to improve mobility and public health. We are very surprised that given all the positive statements, there is no real proposal for secure funding for its implementation in the mayor's budget proposal. Both Los Angeles and California are suffering a health crisis that conditions will only worsen without an aggressive and bold move by all of you to reduce mobile sources, which contribute to 87% of all air pollutants in Los Angeles. Historically, we've been giving the backseat by MTA by switching priorities, funding and transit priorities of the Wilshire bus-only lane to the Exposition Light Rail. And now we're feeling as though we've been given the backseat again here, given that there's an omission of a bus-only lane in the city budget for greening the city and for transportation. And there is actual funding being given to the Exposition Light Rail instead. It's much easier to invest on a rapid bus corridor that has been a total success, has attracted 17,000 bus riders, removed 60,000 car miles off the road, and attracted car riders, removing thousands of tons of toxins out of the air. So once again, we feel like we are in an emergency mode. We do face a future in which we might face 4 to 12 inches of sea level rise, where Black children are being hospitalized at alarming rates, and Latino children as well. And so we know that it can be included in this budget. We want you to prioritize this, and we want you to not give us the backseat and make this a priority for the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if I could ask everyone in the chambers to please keep their conversations to a minimum so we can hear our speakers. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Carla Gonzalez, a member of the Clean Air, Clean Lungs, Clean Buses campaign. I'm here to ask you today to secure funding in the city budget to implement the Wilshire Boulevard bus-only lane. I'm here to ask you to please close your eyes and imagine LA on an early spring morning, right after the night of rain. Can you smell the moist earth, the sun shining, and the wind whistling in the air? And then the freeway still crowded, and a layer of pollution still creeping in the 9 a.m. morning traffic. Can you imagine what this does to our ozone layer? Can you imagine what that does to our lungs? It is estimated that LA residents spend an average of 93 hours stuck in traffic. In the United States, Black and Latino children are 3 times more likely to die from asthma attacks than white children. Can you imagine what the asthma attacks feel like? Can you imagine the lung cancer and all the other allergies that they have? Mayor Villaraigosa, in your budget, you say that you are committed to making LA the cleanest and greenest big city in America. That's why we are very surprised that in your proposed budget, there is no concrete restriction on the auto industry, knowing that 80% of the pollution comes from mobile sources. What does green and clean mean to all of you? I'll tell you what green and clean means to a working class Salvadoreña like myself that suffers from severe allergies thanks to good old LA air. Green and clean means bus-only lanes. The implementation of bus-only lanes on all major corridors in the county, starting with the Wilshire corridor, which is one of the most densest corridors in the nation. 63,000 riders on average on line 7, 20, and 20 combined. The MTA estimates $100 million at the most to build bus-only lanes, and at the least, a bucket of paint and signs. For the health of our children, a safe and viable alternative to the auto, and a green and clean city, I ask that you include bus-only lanes in this year's budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Manuel?
Good morning. My name is Manuel Criollo, lead organizer with the Bus Riders Union and Labor Community Strategy Center. We are here to state our opposition to the mayor's proposal to increase the LA Police Department by 650 new officers. We're glad that the mayor and the city wants to talk about safe, healthy, green communities and neighborhoods, but we strongly, respectfully disagree that that's going to be primarily be built by enforcing and fostering the LA Police Department. A department that has been, an agency that has had a history of institutional racism, police brutality, of corruption, mainly an agency where it has inflicted more on Black and Latino communities. We're glad that the courts yesterday extended the consent decree to protect civil rights for our communities. We are very worried of the over-reliance of police enforcement. When we talk about safe communities, we need to talk about jobs. We need to talk about more schools. We talk about more transportation. In other words, for us, how can we talk about a $50 million increase in the budget, $33 million for more police, yet we really can't say that we're giving to social programs by giving $3 million to libraries. That is not an equitable distribution of funding for this entire city. What we really need for this city is to talk about how do we get 1,000 more librarians? How do we get 1,000 more school counselors in our schools? How do we get 1,000 more parks and recreations directors? How do we get 1,000 more buses? How do we get 1,000 more parks? We hope that to work with you to talk about this real question around what is the future of the city, and let's talk about the growing rate of incarceration of our own people, of Black and Latino children who are being picked up over crimes. In other words, we should be talking about 1,000 less crimes. In the last 20 years, there have been the increase of the penal code on a lot of basic things on daily lives that people have to do. So we ask you to work with us to talk about and revise this, this budget to talk about what is an equitable budget that's built on civil rights and environmental justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker is David Lynn. David Lynn. Yes.
I'd like to talk with them on the side over there if they would. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Lynn.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is David Lynn. I'm from Chatsworth. The reason why I'm here today is concerning public safety. For over 3 years, I've been a police officer candidate for the Los Angeles Police Department. Unfortunately, up until this time, I've never been hired. I hear about the police department having its downfall in recruitment efforts and seeking to diversify the police department. Yet myself and a few others that I know of have never been given this opportunity. Quite a few other people that I know of have been disqualified for one reason or another, yet they do get picked up by other neighboring agencies. Unfortunately, as a resident, I see this as a loss for a good candidate to another agency. I know it is important to diversify our police department to reflect the residents that we're serving and protecting. That's why I wanted to be able to bring this to light to see if there's some type of address that can be made in order to focus recruitment in terms of diversity and being able to make the City of Los Angeles Police Department more diverse than it is now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Lynn, for being here, and thank you to all of our public speakers today on the budget. If we could ask staff to return to the table.
Good morning. I will be very brief.
And before you start, Jerry,
Sure.
again, we have a lot of talking in the chambers today. Very important issue. We'd like to be able to hear our staff. So if you have conversations, if you could please go to the back of the room or in the hallway to have your conversations. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks. I'm just going to make some very brief comments and then step away and have Lynn do the heavy lifting here, and as you all know, we're working with our motion factory in the back. First of all, I wanted to commend the CAO and the mayor for a very collaborative process. Bill and Ellen and Ray and their staffs just did a remarkable job this year, and we certainly appreciate it. And also Karen Sisson and Marcus. I've known Karen for probably close to 15 years, and my first thought when she was hired was that, geez, our job is going to be much more difficult in finding money. But in fact, we did. My staff did a remarkable job in identifying funding to help fund some of your priorities, as Mr. Parks indicated, and also to beef up the reserve fund and get closer to that 5% goal. So I particularly wanted to thank, of course, Sharon and Lynn and Brent's and both Maria's and Roy Morales and Donna Condor and Mark Torres and really the entire staff for a yeoman's job. So now I will turn it over to Bill for some comments and we can get into it.
Thank you very much. I'll also keep my comments as brief as possible. I only have a 10-page statement to read, but I'll try. But anyway, like Jerry, it's important that I recognize and thank. First, I have to thank the CAO staff. I know there's a number of them behind me who have spent countless hours since last November working on this budget. The collaborative effort that Jerry spoke to is something that I also need to highlight. First with the mayor's office and putting this budget together, but equally important is the relationship we have with your CLA's office. I told you last week that the importance of our two offices working together hand in hand in a very collaborative fashion is, I think, a strength that the city must maintain. The best work comes out of the joint efforts of our two offices. With respect to the budget, although I have a strong bias, this is a very good budget. This is, I've been your CLA, I'm going on my 8th year. It's the best budget that we've produced. It speaks to what I feel is important, the most important aspect of any financial plan, and that's a balanced plan. It addresses a very critical priority in improving public safety. It maintains critical services, but yet it also prepares for the future. The critical services being, I said, public safety, you're maintaining existing services like street repair and sidewalk repair, services for in our animal services department and personnel and in ITA and other critical departments is equally important. It prepares for the future through having a very, very strong reserve fund that was increased through the work of your Budget and Finance Committee. That's very important. As we go through this process, I'll be ready to speak, as Councilman Parks stated, on the summer studies that we have in place, because another strong element of this budget are the efficiency measures and the efficiency initiative identified by the mayor, but also embraced by the Budget and Finance Committee. We have a several-page list of summer studies we'll be initiating to find more efficiencies in the city. I'm also prepared to speak in detail about the structure for the solid waste fee and how we feel that that's very, very important. And it speaks to the basic premise that any service should pay for itself and that the general fund should not be subsidizing the service at the cost of other critical programs or services in the city. But overall, again, this is a good budget. It's a balanced budget, not in the context of just dollars, but in the overall context of meeting both the city's needs, but also putting us in a position we can move forward and have a very strong financial base for the future. Now I turn it to Karen.
Good morning, members. And I will buck the trend a little. I do have a statement. I want to begin by saying that it's an honor to address you today as you consider the fiscal year 2007 proposed budget. Mayor Villaraigosa has stated often that a budget is more than a spending plan, it is a statement of values. And so it comes as no surprise that the budget reflects the values of our mayor, as informed by the residents who elected him, and now the values of our City Council, as represented through the members of your Budget and Finance Committee. In short, this budget reflects our common values, a record commitment to public safety, a commitment to kids, their families, and the neighborhoods they live in, a commitment to taking on traffic congestion and providing funds for public transportation, a commitment toward moving LA toward the goal of becoming the greenest big city in America, and a commitment to improve housing options for our residents and to work jointly with the county to find solutions for homelessness. And finally, a commitment to moving these initiatives forward in a fiscally responsible manner. The 2007 proposed budget for the general fund, as amended by the Budget and Finance Committee, is over $4 billion, based on forecasts of an 11.5% increase in revenue. This growth is based on a continued strong outlook for the local economy, particularly in the area of real estate-related revenues. But conspicuous in this budget is the forecast for documentary transfer tax. The CAO is predicting a slight decrease based on a slowing number of transactions and a cooling in the real estate market. This is important because although fiscal year 2007 looks good, most local economists are predicting a slowdown in real estate-related economic activity. Why is this important? Because in addressing the city's structural imbalance between ongoing revenue and ongoing expense, we must be careful not to count on continuing growth in real estate-related revenues. Thus, while we are planning today for fiscal year 2007, we must keep fiscal year 2008 firmly in our sights, and we must be careful not to commit these real estate windfalls to ongoing programs. For that reason, the mayor is particularly gratified that in identifying $23.4 million of new revenue, the Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that $21 million be added to the city's reserve fund, moving the city significantly closer to its 5% reserve fund target. As you are well aware by now, the centerpiece of this joint financial plan and our highest priority is making good on our commitment to expand the LAPD by 1,000 new officers. The budget makes a major commitment to reinvent the city's police officer recruitment program, as well as providing the funding for the equipment these new recruits and their fellow officers on the street will need. And this commitment comes with substantial cost. That is why this budget also proposes that we reduce the ongoing general fund subsidy for trash collection to recover more of the costs the city incurs by disposing of its solid waste. By reducing the general fund subsidy for trash disposal, we can really allocate those general fund monies to more important programmatic priorities and create a predictable revenue stream to pay for increasing the ranks of the LAPD. On behalf of the mayor, I want to again thank the Budget and Finance Committee for joining him in his commitment to hire 1,000 new police officers, and by strengthening that commitment through a proposed amendment to the city's financial policies. Through this amendment, the residents of Los Angeles can be sure that all of us will keep our commitment to hire 1,000 new officers and that the resources will be there to pay for them over the next 5 years. The mayor is also pleased that the Budget and Finance Committee has maintained funding for expanding library hours at 24 community branch libraries, funding operational traffic improvements like the Gridlock Tiger Team and the hiring of 15 new traffic officers, maintaining the city's financial commitment to completion of the exposition line, and keeping $2 million in the unappropriated balance for gang intervention programs. The budget that has been reported out of Budget and Finance also increases the commitment to reducing traffic congestion by providing additional funding for traffic signal installation and left-hand turn lanes. It also provides funding for a public information officer to spearhead the communication of traffic information, street closures, and detours. Over the last 2 weeks, the Budget and Finance Committee of the City Council has taken a thorough, incisive, and deliberative approach to its review of the proposed budget over many days, and I might add, many nights. On behalf of Mayor Villaraigosa, I want to thank them for their hard work and diligence, and I want to thank them for making this an even better budget. Through the efforts of the Chief Legislative Analyst's staff, the Budget and Finance Committee was able to recognize additional revenue to restore funding to some programs and to fund new ones that will improve the quality of life for all the residents of Los Angeles. For example, the Budget and Finance Committee report provides additional dollars to increase the number of homeless beds to 820, additional funding for child care initiatives, restoration of funding to the Aging Department, funding to extend the pilot wellness program for Los Angeles firefighters, and funding for additional neighborhood prosecutors to improve safety around schools. The Budget and Finance Committee's report also authorizes 15 scientific analysis positions and 6 detectives in the LAPD to address Prop 69 implementation. And the Budget and Finance Committee has taken a big step forward in keeping this budget fiscally responsible by increasing the level of the city's reserve fund. This action will send a strong signal to financial markets that we are all serious about reducing our structural deficit. I began by noting that the budget is a statement of values. I want to close with a few comments about our now common values. First, this budget is about more than spending. It's about transformation. It's a next step, an incremental one, in transformation to a new culture of teamwork and accountability. Teamwork, because as we have learned over the last 2 weeks, no mayor or city council or group of city departments can accomplish transformation alone. Accountability, because at the end of the day, all of us need to know who is accountable for what decisions so that errors can be corrected, successes duplicated, that risks can be shared, and the entire city can get better and smarter at delivering services to its residents. Second, on behalf of the mayor, I want to echo the comments of Councilman Parks and to thank the members of the Budget and Finance Committee for working through differences in priorities in a spirit of teamwork and collegiality. We realized in the beginning of this process that there may be areas of policy disagreement in this budget, that one person's efficiency might be another person's draconian cut. However, in working together in a spirit of cooperation, we have produced a strong budget for the residents of Los Angeles, one that makes good our shared commitment to increase the ranks of the LAPD and provides core city services and does so in a fiscally responsible and prudent manner. Finally, I want to acknowledge the hard work of the City Administrative Officer, Bill Fujioka, and his staff, particularly Ellen Sant, Ray Serrana, and CAO Group 1. The hard work of the Chief Legislative Analyst, Jerry Miller, and his staff, particularly Lynn Ozawa and Sharon So, and the hard work of the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, particularly the Chair, Councilmember Bernard Parks, and the Vice Chair, Councilmember Wendy Gruhl, and the members of their staff. Honorable members, this is, as Bill has said, a good budget. The mayor supports the Budget and Finance Committee report and looks forward to receiving the City Council's final action. Thank you.
Before we get started, there's a couple of real quick things. I want to pass on a memo and not go over in detail, but it speaks to the governor's May revise. And very briefly, I think you know that the state has received some significant additional revenue. But I'd caution you in thinking that, for any of you to think that it's money that's going to flow down to local governments, because most of it's coming in the form of additional income tax through some capital gains. There are some changes that could affect local governments. There's $21.3 million in COPS money. There's Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act dollars, another $21.3 million. There's some money in state mandated programs reimbursement. There's quite a few other small items, like $7 million for the State Public Library Foundation that may impact this. There's some money from flood control subvention dollars for local flood control projects. But we'll pass out this memo right now for you to look at. Know that I'll be working with your CLA to identify, and then other city departments to identify what money will actually come to our city and what we can use to augment our existing programs. Then Councilman Parks also wanted me to talk about the summer studies, and we'll be passing out a list of the summer studies that we'll be going through to identify additional efficiencies. Real briefly, when it comes to aging, we're going to help them put together a strategic plan on delivery of services to our seniors, particularly in the areas of transportation, infrastructure, and other critical programs. With animal services, we'll be looking at a 10-year history of the city, of the department's programs. We'll be looking at grants and how we can maximize our receipt of grants from both the state and the federal government. With the city attorney, we'll be looking at the possibility of creating a Bureau of Investigation to take over some investigative functions from LAPD. We'll be looking at an enhanced neighborhood prosecutor pilot program. We'll be looking at expanding outside counsel oversight that would be reimbursed totally by the proprietary departments. For the city's retirement system, I think you know this year we saw an almost $200 million increase in our contributions to 2 retirement systems. We're going to look at a 7-year smoothing plan rather than a 5-year plan. We'll be looking at CCYF and then Commission on Status of Women to see how we can enhance those programs. Status of Women we'll have particular focus on the human trafficking issue. There'll be programs or studies done with CDD and Cultural Affairs to look at all the services that they provide. There's an issue on the public arts fee and how that money's distributed. We're looking at that particular request of Councilman Smith. Emergency Preparedness has a very aggressive plan to restructure, reorganize their services. That would be a study we'll initiate very, very quickly. Fire, as you know, the city controller has completed several audits in our fire department. First and foremost for us is a comprehensive review of the department's entire budget. We'll be looking at that from almost a zero-based budgeting perspective. We'll look at ambulance transports and billings, the potential civilianization of critical positions in the fire department that we feel could be done by civilians, and on a safety basis, the need for video cameras in LA Fire Department vehicles, but also other large city vehicles as a safety measure. Going on, I won't read all of this, but let me just shoot to police department. The possibility of using jailers to transport detainees, civilianization of sworn positions. We'll be looking at the Homeland Security Enhancement Package to determine the net impact on both Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the department's Homeland Security plans. We're going to look at overtime and how it's used and how it can be better utilized because costs are escalating in that particular area. Street services, we're going to look at street sweeping program. We'll also work with the department on how we can maximize the use of both special and general fund dollars to increase the number of streets we repair. In Rec and Parks, we're going to look at the need to regularize as-needed employees who meet the criteria for part-time status. That was an agreement we had with one of our unions representing those employees, and we need to honor that commitment. Transportation will be looking at the structural deficit in Prop A dollars and how we can address that deficit, but at the same time expand Dash bus services. In the utility users tax, we talked to you about our challenges on the litigation side in the telecommunications area. That's an ongoing program that is being addressed through a task force established by the mayor. There are other studies on this particular list. I'm sure it's being passed out again, but it's something that we will initiate immediately this summer. It's going to be a very busy summer. It's important that we work together. We'll be coming back to you with some decisions that will represent both easy but also very difficult choices. but identifying efficiencies will result in savings that will allow us to fund other more critical services. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Parks?
President, I think we've covered all of the information, and we could just ask on the format if we've done in the past, used the committee report and go page by page where we can call items special or approve the page in total. And so we can go through that process. I think it'd be easier to follow.
Mr. Parks, I think what we will do, we will continue that format from before. What we're going to do, colleagues, is recess this meeting in order to take up a Rule 23 special having to do with the hotel workers. I know there's folks that are here that otherwise would probably have to wait quite a few hours, so we'll get that taken care of. Then we'll come back. Mr. Cardenas wanted to give some general comments on the budget process. So if there's any general comments, not on the budget itself, but kind of on process, we'll take that before. And then we'll run through the agenda based on the committee report. Attachment 1 is what we'll be working from, colleagues. So with that, if we can recess this meeting and if we can reconstitute our regular meeting, and I believe that'll allow us to be able to now bring the Rule 23 motion. If we can have that distributed from the clerk?
Yeah, I believe it has been distributed.
Okay, great. On the findings, Ms. Hahn, did you want to say anything, or you want to just vote on the findings?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Colleagues, I would like to Rule 23 this today. What we're doing here is I'm hoping if we can agree that it is urgent, that we just found out about this before our council agenda. Bill Rosendahl and I are co-presenting a resolution that will be urging LAX Hilton to try to resolve this current issue which is happening with the 75 workers being suspended. I will talk on the validity of the resolution, but I believe that it's urgent. Every day without pay is causing extreme hardship on these employees, and if we did this by a regular meeting, it wouldn't be till Friday, and then it would be beyond the point. So I think it's important that we act today to send a strong message to LAX Hilton. So I hope you'll agree with me to suspend the rules so we can hear this.
Okay. Mr. Rosendahl on the findings?
Second, the urgency of this Rule 23. Timing is everything, and the timing for us to act is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to be heard on the findings? If not, let's open the roll on the findings, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Pursuant to Rule 23, that is now before us. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, colleagues. What we have before us today, I think you heard, we have many of the hotel workers who have been working at the LAX Hilton for 19, 20, 21, 22 years. These are the employees that keep the rooms clean, keep the bathrooms clean, are there to serve room service early in the morning, are there in the cafeterias, are there really being, in my opinion, the face of hospitality for the city of Los Angeles. We have millions of people who come into LAX annually, who stop at these hotels along the Century Corridor, and that is the first impression they get of the city of Los Angeles. And we have held hearings in our Commerce, Trade, and Tourism Committee that talks about their working conditions, talks about the economic benefit that these hotels have for the city of Los Angeles, but also we're talking about their lack of health care, the working conditions that sometimes make it very difficult for them to raise their families. Many of these people have sometimes 3 jobs in 3 different hotels just to make ends meet. And last Friday, I was there personally to witness what I felt was very unfair, very rude, very insulting treatment of these hotel workers. Again, these are workers who were so loyal to the Hilton that they have been there for 20 years. They told me stories, colleagues, of people who come and stay at this hotel, not necessarily or definitely not because of the management of that hotel, but because of the workers. People, international visitors, know them by name. International visitors stay at this hotel because of the excellent care and the excellent level of service that these employees give them. That's the kind of face of hospitality I want in the city of Los Angeles. I want visitors coming to Los Angeles because of the kind of service they get from our hotel workers. And how they were treated was unfair and unjust. And for them to be suspended with no real cause or reason without pay for a week is just, it's cruel and unusual punishment in my opinion. And what I want us to do today, I want us to take a stand, and this says that we will resolve, as the City of Los Angeles, that we urge the LAX Hilton to work together with its employees to resolve this situation in a fair and equitable manner to all parties in order to allow these employees to return to work as soon as possible and to avoid future conflict by improving working conditions and strengthening the vitality of the city's tourism industry. I hope you will support me in sending this message in support of our workers. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Rosendahl will be our next speaker. Mr. Rosendahl?
Thank you, Mr. President. I did co-sign, co-present this with my colleague Janice Hahn. I have not participated in any of the demonstrations or picket lines so far because I've been wanting to be the honest broker between management and the workers. I can say that I'm meeting with the owner of the hotel at 5:30 this evening, and I want to present him this motion taken by our great city that says you can't treat people this way. You need to work with them and come up with a solution that works for all. So, colleagues, I urge you to vote with us on this, and let me carry this to the owner of that hotel today and say you must sit down with your workers and come up with a plan that protects their dignity and enhances their wages. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Ms. Gruhl is our next speaker, to be followed by Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and a special thank you to Ms. Hahn and Mr. Rosendahl for their leadership on this. And I think, you know, Ms. Hahn, who went out there to be supportive and got roughed up a bit there by the security guards. And we take, you know, very seriously our council colleagues and members who go out there and are supporting the workers who deserve, I think, as you said, Mr. Rosendahl, the dignity, and that we are asking as a city council for this hotel to recognize that these people work hard every single day, and that it's worth fighting for. And I think that's what Ms. Hahn and Mr. Rosendahl are saying today. It is worth fighting for, and it's worth this council going on record, supporting the workers, and sending a very clear statement that we are united. And we are united with the workers here today. So I look forward to a unanimous vote today in supporting the workers that are here today. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes. Sure.
Thank you, Council President. I also rise to support those who are struggling to maintain their household, their living. I believe they're at $9 an hour at this time. From a bigger picture point of view, folks, this is one environment where most of the employees walk to work or take the bus to work. You talk about job housing balance. We're talking about folks who help us ease congestion. We're also saying to the owners of the Hilton that this is not how you treat an industry. When we know we invest our tax dollars to improve their streetways, their landscaping, make their buildings look pretty, make the location desirable, it's our tax dollars at work fixing those streets. But we're also sending a message. It's not only about brick and mortar and asphalt and cement, it's about people. It's the reason why we invest in our city, and it's the reason why we should be taking a hard stand, and we should let Hilton know that they are going to receive a black eye in their image for allowing this kind of treatment by their managers and the way they're treating people on this issue. So stay strong, you're not alone. The whole world is watching, Hilton. Let's make some change. Thank you very much.
Mr. Reyes, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleagues, Ms. Hahn and Mr. Rosendahl, for doing this. We announced while you were gone, Ms. Hahn, the other council meeting, because you were there with the workers, that this was going on. And we also mentioned what had happened. And if Hilton Hotels think they can push around a council member. Think about what they think they can do to their own employees. They are unafraid to use whatever tactics to intimidate the people who provide the services that make their profits. And for all of us that are here, we say, not only because of what happened to Ms. Hahn, but I had a staff member who was there yesterday as well, frontline. The last time I spent the night in jail was because HERE, at the time it was just HERE, Local 11, was fighting for the rights of where I was working at USC as a professor. And the dining hall workers, too, were being maltreated. And we said that enough is enough. And I don't speak on behalf of the city, though I'm sure many of my colleagues feel the same way. But I'm going to tell anybody I know coming to Los Angeles not to stay at a hotel that will treat its employees that way, and get Hilton to resolve this in the way that Americans do, by sitting down and talking and resolving issues and giving people the respect and that basic constitutional right to assembly and that right to come together however you decide, whether it's in a union, whether it's an association. That is a given right from the Constitution of the United States of America, and Hilton Hotels can't take that away. Nobody can take that away. And I want to thank Ms. Hahn. I know Mr. Rosendahl speaking to the owner and the management of that hotel. We will not let this go by without us watching, and we will not let this continue to happen until we have resolution, because our tourism industry is too important, but more important, the people of Los Angeles are too important. We are with you. Thank you, Ms. Hahn, Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Colleagues, and Madam Clerk, that item is now before us. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
That items have been approved.
Thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. That will be the last bit item. Again, do we need to keep that agenda open for any reason? Can we do adjourning motions in the special meeting?
There is an item, I believe there was still a question on item number 11 that was
Okay, let's hold that then.
continued to
We'll hold
tomorrow,
that.
but
If we can reconvene the special meeting now. With that, we had Mr. Cardenas on the queue to say a few things in general about the process of the budget before we get to moving through the attachment 1 and the specific pieces. And at the beginning of that, as soon as we begin attachment 1, Mr. Huizar will make sure that we get your recusal as we begin that, and we'll take up those first two items. Mr. Cardenas? Oh, okay. Well, why don't we go ahead and begin then with our attachment 1. Colleagues, I'd like to recognize Mr. Huizar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand we're going to take up items 28 and 29 first, and I appreciate my colleagues doing that out of order. I wanted to recuse myself from these items and all items related to the Commission for Children, Youth, and Their Families. My wife works for the Commission as the Assistant Executive Director. The City Attorney has advised me that there is no legal conflict. However, in the abundance of caution and to avoid an appearance of a conflict, I am recusing myself from items 28, 29, and all matters concerning the Commission for Children, Youth, and Their Families. Thank you.
No problem. While Mr. Huizar recuses himself, we will take up those two items and return to Mr. Cardenas for those procedural comments. Colleagues, we have items 28 and 29. Does anybody wish to call either of those two items special? 28 and 29 are on pages 6 and 7 of attachment 1. And I'll go real slow through all of these as we do them, just to make sure that folks can look at them. Item 28 and 29, both the Children, Youth, and Their Families Commission issues. Does anybody wish to call those special? If not, let's open the roll on those suggestions, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, those two are approved.
Mr. President, just for a second.
Yes.
There's double numbers on this briefing paper that I had here. You said 6 and 7?
Sorry, it's pages 6 and 7. It was items number 28 and 29. We'll make sure it's this attachment
So here
1.
it is. Here's 1 through 29. It was stapled together. Will you give me just a moment?
Sure, no problem. Take a look at that. And if necessary, reconsider. Otherwise, that has been voted on. Mr. Padilla?
We already went through item 20?
No, we just did. We just should take these two early for Mr. Weezar's recusal.
Got it.
We're-
We hit 30? What did you say? What numbers did you say? 28, 29.
We okay,
I'm good.
Mr. Lunch?
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. President.
No problem. If we can get Mr. Weezar back in the room. We will now just be calling specials, colleagues, so we're going to run through them 7 at a time. We're not going to be taking up each one individual right now. We're going to call the items that people would like to have special first. So items 1 through 7, again, colleagues, this is items 1 through 7, which are all found on the first page of attachment 1. These are revenue changes, and the headings are reversions, forfeited assets, and licenses, permits, fees, and fines. The first 5 of the licenses, permits, fees, and fines. Items 1 through 7, are there any specials? If there are not, let's open the roll on those, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay? We'll take up the next set of items, which is page 2. So we have items 8 through 16. On attachment 1, again, this is the continuation of licenses, permits, fees, and fines, and the parking fines as well. So 8 through 16, any specials, colleagues? If there are no special items, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. We will now turn to page 3, colleagues. That begins with solid waste fee, item number 17, and continues through item number 21, having to do with financial policies compliance under the heading expenditure changes. So we have 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. Number 20, Mr. Padilla. Other special items, colleagues? Going once? Going twice? Okay. On the balance, let's prepare the roll
It's not going to do it.
and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. We turn the page to page 4, colleagues. We have 3 more items here, or 2.5 actually. Item 22, 23, and 24, that's A through D. We'll take all of it, actually, so that actually goes, excuse me, that, we'll take all 3 of those items, so it goes on to page 5 a little bit. But if, number 22, capital and infrastructure funding policy, 23 is fees for services, and 24, reserve fund item. Now, I'll call 24A special. Any other specials, colleagues, in there? If not, we will vote on 22, 23, and the balance of 24, or should we just call 24 all special? Do we have the capacity? Let's just call 24 all special. I don't think we can, I don't think our software allows us to subdivide by subsection. So 22 and 23, open the roll, please. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. On page 5, item number 25, colleagues, anybody wishing to call that special? This is policy issues and new programs requiring further discussion, UB. Okay? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Item 25 is approved. We are now on page 6 of 21 in attachment 1. Aging Capital Finance Administration Fund, We've already voted on the children, youth, and families, so this is 26 and 27. Anybody wishing to call a special? 26, Mr. Rosendahl? Mr. Labange?
26 too.
All right, a double call, Rosendahl, Labange. Anybody wishing to call 27 special? Seeing no one, let's open the roll on 27, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That is approved. Next, we'll go to page 7, items 30, 31, 32, and 33, and 34. Mr. Labange.
30, the city attorney.
30, City Attorney Labange. 31 through 34. Anybody wishing to call any of those special? If not, let's open the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Next page is page 8, colleagues, beginning with Cultural Affairs, El Pueblo, Environmental Affairs, and Ethics Commission. 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39. Anybody wishing to call any of those special?
35.
35, Mr. Labange. Any others, colleagues, 36 through 39? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Turning to page 9, we are now starting with the heading Fire, includes general city purposes and general services. These are items 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, and 46, colleagues. Anybody wishing to call any of those special? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Next is page 10, colleagues, beginning with item 47, which was still under the heading of General Services, includes ITA, Planning, Public Works, Sanitation, Rec and Parks, and Transportation. Anybody wishing to call those items special?
Question.
Yes, sir.
There's a question I have about this. Is this the only shot I got at the planning department budget on number 49?
I believe Planning is also on 67, and it may be also in 105 and 106. So there are a few
Okay.
chances.
Thank you.
You okay with this
look
one?
for the latter.
Okay. Anybody wishing to call 47 through 53? Any of those items special?
Not up there.
53, Mr. Cardenas and Ms. Hahn?
48.
Ms. Hahn, 48. Anybody else? None? Okay, let's open, oh, yes, 52, Ms. Gruhl? So we have 47, 49, 50, and 51 left. If nobody wishes to call those special, let's open the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote. On the balance, we tabulated?
14 eyes.
Thank you, those are approved. Next, we have page 11, colleagues. We have items 54 through 60, continuing the transportation, treasurer, the UB, and then beginning the larger heading of other changes, building and safety, capital improvement expenditure program, and city attorney. 54, Mr. Cardenas. I'll call 58. Anybody else wishing to call any of those special? Seeing none, let's open the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
Thank you, Murder.
Those are approved.
14 eyes.
Okay. Page 12 now, colleagues. That begins continuing the city attorney items, 61 and 62, GCP, housing, and personnel. Anybody wishing to call items 61 through 66 special? Going once, going twice. So please prepare the roll on those items and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. We will do all items forthwith, don't you worry. Now we have page number 13, colleagues. That is 67 through 74. This is your second crack at planning, Mr. Labange.
Planning a question, so 67.
Okay.
And 69, I'd like to ask the bulky item department.
The bulky
Sanitation.
item department. All right. Mr. Labange, Ms. Han?
71.
Okay, 71, Ms. Han. Mr. Padilla, did you have any? Yeah, no. Okay. Any other specials, colleagues? Seeing, sorry, 70, Mr. Labange? I'm sorry, Mr. Labange, I couldn't hear you. Is that number 70?
70,
Okay.
70.
Got you. So on 68 and then 72 through 74, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Turning to page 14, colleagues. We now have 75 through 79. Ms. Han.
77.
77 from Ms. Han. Any other specials? Okay. No specials from the remainder. Let's open the roll on the balance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote. Everything but 77.
14 eyes.
Okay. Those are approved. Turning to page 15, colleagues. That's continuing the general instructions, number 80, then airports, animal services, capital finance, capital improvement, and city attorney. Any special items there?
I
Mr.
want to talk
Labange?
about animal services, so that number, please.
Okay. Item 82, Mr. Labange. Any other special items, colleagues? Seeing none, let's prepare the roll on 80, 81, 83, 84, and 85, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Turning the page to item 16, beginning with City Employees Retirement System. We have that, Controller, Cultural Affairs, Efficiency Projects, and Fire. Anybody wishing to call those special? Any special items? Mr. Cardenas?
89.
89 from Mr. Cardenas. Any other specials, colleagues? Seeing none on 86, 87, 88, and then 90 through 95. Let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Turning to page 17, colleagues, general city purposes and general services, ITA, library, and neighborhood empowerment. Let's call 96 special, please. Any other specials, colleagues? Seeing none, let's open the roll on 97 through 102. Tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Turn the page to page 18 now, beginning with pensions, city employees retirement system, personnel planning, police, and Proposition C. The Ps, any specials?
105 and 106.
105 and 106. Mr. Reyes? Nobody wishes to call other items special. On the balance, that's 103, 104, and then 107 through 110. Please prepare the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Page 19, colleagues, beginning with Public Works Contract Administration, going through transportation. Ms. Gruhl? Which one, I'm sorry?
112.
112, Ms. Gruhl. Other specials, colleagues, 111 through 118. Okay, 116, Mr. Labange. No others. Let's open the roll on the balance. That would be 111, 113, 114, 115.
And 113.
Okay, hold on. We will go back. 111, 114, 115, 117, and 118. We got to reset the software for 1 second, Mr. Labange. We have 11, 14, 15, 17, and 18. Okay, we're good. Please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Those are approved. Turning the page to 20, we now have 119, a continuation of the transportation items, transportation and public works, street services, and unappropriated balance. Mr.
119,
Labange?
and I'll take 35 off the board that I called special.
Okay, we'll get back to 35 in a second. Trading 35, 119 for 35. Any other specials, colleagues? 120, 121, 122, 123, 124. I'll call 125 special. And 126 is left as well. Seeing none, if we can take the balance and tabulate the votes, please. Sorry, I'll go over it again for the clerk. We have 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, and 126. Okay? Clear the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. If we take up 35, anybody else wishing to call 35 special? If not, let's take that up and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. And then our final page is page 21, colleagues. That is, we are going to call all of those special. That is the enabling action of the entire budget, so we will call each of those special as well. Okay. We will now return to those items that were called special. We're going to...
I'll remove 49. I got my question answered on 49, but I will talk about planning when...
we didn't have 49 called
10
special. I think it wound up being a different... You talking about the planning one? I think it wound up being a different number, 67.
Okay, good. All right, good. So whatever, I'll follow Mr. Reyes.
You want to withdraw 67 then? That was-
Withdraw 67, because you have another planning.
Okay.
I could consolidate my questions at the same time after you.
Great. Let's take up item 67 then. And if nobody wishes to be heard on item 67, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. That takes us back to the items called special, colleagues. And the first one is item 20, and that was called special by Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla? Nope? Thank you.
Just a quick
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry, before that, I made a mistake. Excuse me, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Cardenas had comments of a general nature on the procedure. Mr. Cardenas, recognize you first.
Thank you, Council President Garcetti. These questions are mainly for Mr. Bill Fujioka, our CAO. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions. This room is filled with people who've been following the budget and people who actually are reading the budget and specializing in certain parts of the budget. But I just wanted to go through a little dialogue with you for the edification of the people who pay for the budget, the taxpayers. Now, how much of this money, we're talking about the money for the budget year 06-07, which is basically from this summer through the beginning of next summer, for those 12 months. How much of this money is actually sitting in a vault or a bank account?
There's actually very little sitting in a vault or a bank account right now. There's money that will roll over from this year into next year of about, round figures, about $250 million.
And how much is the budget we're talking about today, roughly?
It's about a $4.3 billion budget. And
Okay.
so there will be some money that be left in a reserve fund, but also that will then roll over into next year into next year's budget.
So that being the case, if I'm a taxpayer and I'm watching television and watching us go through a $4.3 billion budget, I'm probably going to sit there and say, well, how can they actually spend money that they don't have? So that being the case, can you please explain to us how we actually budget? And not just the city of Los Angeles, every government, city governments, county governments, state governments, and even the federal government. But the federal government's a little different because they just can print more money and do it that way. So let's not talk about the federal government, but basically all the governments that have to work within a budget.
Well, it's similar to establishing a budget for a person's household. And so what we do is we anticipate the receipt of revenue. It'd be like the receipt of, for most households, your paycheck. So we look at our revenue projections, that's in our revenue outlook book. We identify or we project what money will be brought in for each revenue category, from property tax and documentary transfer tax to our TOT, utility users tax, departmental receipts, and we project a total amount that will be available for to support our programs and services for next year. In this instance, we projected about $4.3 billion. And then from there, we then develop a program or a plan, or in this instance, a budget to expend those dollars to support city services. But it's in anticipation of money coming into the department from our various revenue sources.
So basically, we're looking at a $4.3 billion budget, and what you've been able to do, the staff for the city of Los Angeles, is put together a plan and an expectation as to how much money, say, the state government's going to give us, right? Because there's resources that come from the state, correct?
It's from state, it's from the feds, it's from something like a parking fine, from traffic fines, photo red light. We have several hundred, if not, well, actually, they're in the thousands of individual revenue categories. And the most difficult part, and it becomes a scientific part, is projecting how much money we'll have for next year's budget to carry us through June 30th of 2007, and making that prediction as of March of 2006. But historically, we've been within 1%. We've been
So
very
historically,
close.
you've been within 1%, but that leads me to my next question. Now, historically, you've been within 1%, but can you give me 2 or 3 examples of what could happen, decisions that could be made, be it the courts or in Sacramento or Washington, that might affect us, would throw us off beyond 1%?
Well, here's one that we're watching very carefully, and it's a lawsuit from one of the cell phone companies that challenges our right to collect a utility user's tax for that particular service. If we should lose that money, if we should lose in court, if we don't take the necessary steps to create a legislative, I'll call it a legislative fix, we could lose up to $170 million.
How much did you say?
$170 million.
So at any given time in the next few months, what could happen is a judge could hit his gavel and make a statement and say that we no longer can collect that money, and it could actually impact us by about $160 million?
Now that's the worst case scenario.
But
It
wait
probably
a
won't
minute,
be-
what
if-
I want to...
If the worst case scenario happened, that could occur. We
Okay.
could also see a significant downturn in our, let me take us back to what happened with the tragedy of 9/11. The tragedy of 9/11 hit at the same time the stock market collapsed. At the same time, the state was having many, many different challenges.
Silicon Valley was going downward as well at the same time.
Yes. And so as a consequence, the state started taking money from us to balance their budget. That came in the tune of about $45 million.
Wait a minute, Mr. Fujioka, you're confusing me. So the state has the right to come into our bank account and take money that we already have? Or what do you mean they took money from us?
They have a right to withhold money or not to transfer as much. In this instance, it was the vehicle license fee, and there's also some sales tax dollars. They have the right to withhold some of that money to meet some of their needs, and that's what occurred. But thankfully, the Prop 1A was voted in about a year and a half ago that restricts their right to withhold money to local governments. But with the tragedy of 9/11, the people stopped traveling, and our TOT, our transit occupancy tax, the hotel tax, essentially went down significantly. We also saw in '94 a drop in our documentary transfer tax as a consequence of less home sales, real estate transactions, because the documentary transfer tax is a transactional fee tied directly to the sale of real property. And so that could also happen. And we saw a huge drop in documentary transfer tax in '94. And in fact, when we were looking at this particular budget, we had some concerns because of property sales starting to slow in the LA area. Although the assessed values are higher, the number of actual sales have slowed down, and so we're concerned that there will be a drop in documentary transfer tax.
But also, Mr. Fujioka, it's really important for us to point out that when it comes to documentary transfer tax, that's potential revenue to the city of Los Angeles. Yet at the same time, just because a sale takes place doesn't mean that that person's going to pay their taxes on time, or that person might even stop paying their taxes. Because it's my understanding that somebody can stop paying their property taxes for up to 5 years before the government comes in and says, look, we're going to have to take your property back because you're delinquent.
That's an excellent point. Some folks have said, even though sales have slowed down, and although we may receive less documentary transfer tax, because of property values going up so high, our assessed values for properties have also gone up. So we should be getting more property tax. But although we've seen an increase in assessed values, we're seeing a decrease in actual collections. We've gone from the high 90s, from the 97, 98 percentile, down to the 92, 93 percentile. Because there are some folks, for a host of reasons, who are not paying their property tax now. And so that has impacted us, and it's impacting every single city in the state of California.
So it's important for people to understand that just because we have the right to receive a certain amount of revenue from somebody or someplace doesn't mean that they're paying it. And if they don't pay it, we don't get it.
That's true.
Okay, so your projection is based on what they should be paying, but your projection doesn't guarantee that they're actually going to give it to us and we're going to actually collect it.
That's true.
Correct?
Good point.
I think that's very important for us to understand, especially in this process. Can you please give me the top 3 departments when it comes to actual expenditures, what we're actually investing in, our 3 top biggest departments?
Of course, public safety is, represents our largest investment, with police, fire, and even animal services, and then city attorney represents probably 60% of all of our expenditures.
Wow. Over half of our budget is just to those 4 departments.
Absolutely. And then you have, if you look at our public works department, starting with sanitation, street services, and to some degree, the smaller ones like street lighting, and then we have Con Ed that's relatively small, but between sanitation and street services, that represents another probably 10 to 15%.
So basically, over half of our budget doesn't even include street services, it doesn't include libraries, it doesn't include parks. It basically, when you look at our police department and our fire department, those are our number 1 and number 2 expenditures, right?
Yes.
And I don't disagree that we should make sure that we invest that money in those departments. I don't want anybody to get the impression that I just wanted to make sure that people understand where the money's going and for them to understand that those are very expensive things that we're going to do and we are doing. My last question is this. Can you explain the difference between an ongoing expenditure and an ongoing expenditure and one-time expenditure, and also on the flip side of that, what an ongoing revenue is and what a one-time revenue is?
A good example for ongoing versus one-time would be the money needed to support employee salaries for programs that are not short-term in duration, but a long-term program, such as a police officer or
Is hiring
firefighter.
100 police officers, is that an ongoing expenditure year to year?
That's an
or is
absolute
that one time?
ongoing expenditure. If it was a program that was time-limited, where we started a program for, say we were going to have, I'll take us back a couple of years again, we had the Democratic National Convention here in LA, and we hired some additional staff specific to that particular event. And when the event was over, we no longer needed the staff. But normally, staff expenditures represent an ongoing obligation, whereas equipment for...
like flashlights for officers, that would be more of a one-time expenditure,
It'd be more
right?
of a one-time expenditure would be equipment.
The majority of it is one-time.
Yeah, the majority. Some represents reoccurring because for police officers, we buy the black and white cars. And although it represents a one-time expenditure for that set of cars, the cars wear out because we use them so much. And so we have a budget in place to replace those cars on a set cycle. When it comes to revenue, ongoing revenue, we feel that in some instances, property tax would represent an ongoing revenue. Whereas if we sell a piece of surplus property, that's a classic one-time infusion of money into our city budget.
I'm glad you brought that up about selling a property, because on the state level, there's been some talk about balancing the budget and things of that nature. And then I hear them say that they're going to sell all their surplus property and then they're going to get $172 million for the surplus property. And people shouldn't get too excited, because you're not going to pay for CHP officers with that. You're not going to pay for those kinds of things. And it's really important that you gave the examples that you did. They were actually perfect examples. And I want to thank you and the staff and everyone involved for bringing it to this point. point so that we, as the policymakers, could finalize this budget and then move on, and hopefully we'll have made some good decisions. And I just want to point out to the people of Los Angeles, we have some of the best minds in the country here, and you've been doing a wonderful job for many years, and hopefully we'll see us hit the mark within 1% year after year after year, and hopefully people like Judges or Sacramento won't tear away at $50 million here, $100 million there, because when they do that, it really makes it hard for us to keep our promises of making sure we have police officers, firefighters, our parks are in order, we have people to greet the children at our parks and make sure that they have adult supervision. Those are the kinds of things that the cities do, and nobody else does. The state doesn't, the federal government doesn't, we're the ones that do that stuff, the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Labange?
I just want to let you, colleagues, I was able to get my questions answered on 69 and 70. So if that's okay, we could take them off the special board.
69 and 70? Okay.
69 and 70.
Let's take those two up.
That's okay.
Let's open the roll.
Sanitation and recreation.
Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
Thank you.
14 ayes.
Thank you.
Okay, those two are approved. Let's skip 24 for a second, and next we'll go to 26. Oh, we didn't vote on 20. Excuse me.
20.
That was general. Excuse me, Mr. Padilla. Number 20, Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just had a couple quick questions on item 20. If in 30 seconds your last staff can articulate what item 20 is, and then my question.
Item number 20 is additional revenue from the DWP transfer that was estimated after the budget was closed and printed. It's based on the latest information available that was not available when the CAO finished doing their the budget revenue estimates.
Okay, so this is just the incremental, this is the increase from the original projection.
Exactly.
What's the overall figure?
What is it? What? 185 million.
Okay, and now my real question, the big question here is that 185 million, how does that reflect at all the proposed water rate increase, if at all? Does it assume that it's approved? Does it assume that it's not approved?
Yeah. See, this is the transfer amount, well, the 185, based on prior year's income. So it doesn't incorporate any rate increase at this particular point in time.
Hold on a second.
And
My memo here says recognize additional 2006, 2007 receipts. That's next fiscal year, not the fiscal year that we're in. If the number you're giving us is 06, 07, I just want to know, and it's okay if the assumption is that the water rate increase does not pass. If it does pass, I just want to know.
Go ahead, just jump in.
Sorry, just to clarify, the way the power transfer is calculated is that it's calculated based on the 05-06 revenue that DWP generates, but we don't actually receive that revenue till 06-07. So that may be where it's always like a year delayed. And so the dollar figure that the CLA is quoting is the projection of what we'll receive in 06-07 based on what we think DWP will generate through June 30th of this year.
Okay. I only want to recognize that we still have yet to come that discussion debate
Yes.
on the water rate increase.
Yes, that is yet to
So
come.
that won't affect the city's general fund via the transfer until the fiscal
Till
year.
07-08, or whatever year after, if there is a rate increase.
Okay. Thank you very much. My question's answered.
Thank you. Mr. Labange.
Just clarification, a lot of the transfer is the property tax that Water and Power would pay if it was Edison, correct?
Yes.
Correct, so thank you.
Franchise fees, property
Yes.
tax.
Property tax, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's open the roll then on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved.
Item number 24, special.
And that was by Councilmember Garcetti.
Thank you, Mr. President. On item 24 here, and I know our chair of our ad hoc committee on homelessness, Ms. Perry, worked very hard on this, and I want to thank Budget Chair and CLA and CAO. I know Mr. Rosendahl, our fellow member of the committee, felt very strongly about this. This has to do with our emergency shelter beds program in the city. This body made a change, a historical change, a few years ago in taking what used to be wet weather and cold weather shelters beds and making them year-round. We've also tried to expand the number of beds that are in the city to deal with homeless individuals who are otherwise in the streets, and I think we've done a very good job with that. though each year we've kind of plugged the holes as we've expanded that, and we haven't really budgeted ahead of time for that. This year, we would be able to add some additional dollars that the council put in during its deliberations, but we didn't go all the way up to the full amount of maintaining, is it it's 820 beds, is that the number we're at? But that we are hoping that in order to get that the county would match the amount of money that we have allocated in there. Could you just walk us through what our additional amount is, what the shortfall would be that we're hoping the county would fill in order to be able to maintain those 820 beds?
In order to maintain the 820 beds year-round, the shortfall would be $2.1 million. The Budget and Finance Committee is recommending that $1,050,000 be placed in the unappropriated balance until we have had an opportunity to talk to Los Angeles County about coming up with the difference. As you may recall, in late February of this year, Los Angeles County came in and funded half of the gap that we had for the current year's shelter bed funding. So we'd like to have the opportunity to go to talk to the county about gap funding that they may be able to provide. It was your committee's feeling that no matter what the outcome is with the county, if the county comes in with additional funding, that we would try to leverage that money into more than the 820 beds. So there's a commitment that whatever happens, the 820 beds would be funded for the entire year.
And it's our understanding that the capacity could be as many as 1,064 beds in the county right now with existing facilities?
Yes, that's what LASA reported when they came to committee.
Ms. Perry went up to the County Board of Supervisors a couple of years ago asking that the county match some of the efforts that we were doing by taking new general fund dollars and got a very positive response. The county did step up when that pressure was there, and they've really embraced it. We've had a very good partnership. So I want to call this special to really call on the county to continue that partnership. We know that they feel as strongly as we do. We serve the same people. It is a joint responsibility as set forth in the joint authority of LASA as well. So we hope that they will not only be able to step up to the 1.05 million, but let's really have that conversation of how we might be able to get to full capacity of 1,064 beds. We encourage them to, in the meantime, step forward so we can get that 2.1 shortfall taken care of so we don't have to do that plugging that we do each year. And in the meantime, we will look at how we can expand that. Thank you.
Ms. Perry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to just quickly comment on the increased funding for the beds, the emergency beds, and I'm appreciative of the mayor and the work of the committee, and I hope that the county is able to view this as we have offered this as our serious commitment to leveraging our funds, and hopefully they will take it as such. Also our commitment to work closely with the county on redefining LASA and its structure. And it's my hope that this will be an indicator that we can very quickly, since we have this window of opportunity, to push the bed capacity to just over 1,000 beds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Rosendahl?
Yeah, I just want to ditto both my colleagues on that one. When we were on the Budget Committee, we had a very healthy discussion about all of this, and to bring it up to 1,064 beds is what we need to do. We're going to go to the county, get them to up the money. We're working well with the county, and we're really starting to make some real headway in dealing with the homeless issue, so I just want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Ms. Gruhl?
I'll say ditto too to Mr. Rosendahl, but want to acknowledge Ms. Perry, because Ms. Perry brought a letter to the Budget Committee asking for this to happen and really explaining the importance of not just providing what we did last year in the foundation, but giving some certainty to those providers as well that serve our homeless population instead of waiting till it becomes a crisis situation where we have to find money to tell them they can go month to month. Ms. Perry was looking long-term and making sure that we did that. And I think the other message that we talked about in the Budget Committee was the importance as well as getting the county on board and to ensure that they paid their fair share as that aspect of it. And I think I know from the CAO and CLA and from the Mayor's office, Ms. Perry, all of us will go up when and where appropriate to the County Board of Supervisors, asking them to fulfill a commitment that they did last year, this year as well, to be able to provide those beds. But I wanted to stand up and acknowledge Ms. Perry for having that as part of the Budget Committee. It was important to do that then, to make some of those changes, and her leadership on this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Next item, please.
Mr. President, there is a vote on that one. That's 24A through D.
Open the roll. Close the roll.
14 eyes.
Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item 26, and that was called special by Councilmember Rosendahl.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, I'd like to keep it on the desk until the Department of Aging show up. They're on their way.
Very good. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Item number 30, and that was called special by Councilmember Labange. Do you want to hold that on the desk?
Yeah, hold it on the desk.
Item 48 by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn.
Where am I? Just a moment.
We have item 48 right now, which is for the two-way public testimony from Van Nuys City Hall. I know that's also a concern in San Pedro as well.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is to, this just wants to expand our two-way public testimony to include 2 additional yet-to-be-determined sites. I would like to amend that to say the harbor area as one of those. And I think my colleagues will agree with me that one of those should be the harbor area. I would like that in writing. Did you hear me, Mr. Fujioka?
Oh, absolutely. We can add that.
Thank you.
So
That's all.
it'd just be a quick amendment that expands it to...
Instead of saying just
Van Nuys.
2 yet to be determined, I'd like for you to say the harbor area would be one of those.
That makes perfect...
Number 1.
That makes perfect sense to me.
It does make perfect sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
I just want to comment that I think that was ITA's recommendation when they proposed looking at off-sites. The harbor was going to be right after the first 2, so
I
it's
want
right
it in writing.
Well, let's write it. Let's put it in writing.
I said it makes perfect sense.
Okay.
It's better in writing. All right. Let's open the roll on that item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item, please.
Next item is item number, do you wish to go back to the other items that were being held? That was item 30, that was called special by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange, you want to take up item 30 now? That is...
If I could be quick, if that's okay with you,
City
Mr.
Attorney,
President. I'll
yep.
be very quick on this
Okay.
here. Mr. Reyes, in your committee is the neighborhood prosecutors to looking at zoning and land use issues. This is the issue for the schools. The city attorney's office says they support this effort to try to get neighborhood prosecutors for land use issues. So I got that question answered, so I'm okay to move ahead. This helps the schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Mr. Cardenas.
18 seconds.
Thank you very much. This is item 30 regarding the neighborhood prosecutors. And I just wanted to know, how will the sites be selected? How do we figure out where to put those bodies, those resources, in what parts of the city, and under what criteria?
Mr. Cardenas, one of the reasons that the committee recommended that this be placed in the unappropriated balance is that the committee did not have the details, including how the sites would be selected and so on and so forth.
Okay. So when can we expect us to get that resolved, or that clarity?
Councilmember Rich Llewellyn from the City Attorney's Office. Ultimately, we proposed a larger program that would have been 1 per council district. The proposal from the CLA was a small pilot with 3, you're
going to be here a while. Sit down.
Thank you. I'm here also with Jeff Isaacs, who heads up our criminal and special litigation branch. The CLA has proposed a small pilot project of 3 school safety prosecutors, and we would be working with, in fact, you, the members of the City Council, to help designate where to put those. We actually don't have a plan yet for only 3. because that was not our
So you
initiative.
had a
We asked
plan-
for a bigger pot.
You had a plan for 15.
Yes, sir.
So we complicated it by bringing it down to 3.
But, sir, if you want to move 3 from the UV into the budget, we'll find a way to use 3 well.
But how long will it take, do you anticipate, at least from your end, to work with the CAO and the CLA to try to figure out how we arrive at that formula?
We have been talking, we will do it as quickly as possible.
So that means hopefully in the next
And our
couple of
hope
months?
is to do it, we're hoping to, we have 2 items in the unappropriated balance that we would hopefully like to get out as soon as possible. We're working on it right now.
Okay, so again, as soon as possible is very subjective. Is it anticipated in a matter of weeks or in a matter of couple of months? I mean, how optimistic are you about that progress?
Our goal is this week.
Oh, this week?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Well, sorry to pull you away from your negotiation. I think you were probably busy talking about it right now. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And the reason why I ask that is because I do in fact agree that we need these kinds of resources, because the neighborhood prosecutor program, the way it's working right now in my district, is very, very good. It's increased communication on all levels between the community and the police department and the city attorney's office, and it's also created a tremendous amount of awareness across the board about what the ordinances are, what the laws are, the things that people should follow, so that we have less crime, less occurrence, and less arrests. So this is something that I do in fact support. Hopefully we can do it well with this pilot and then prove that by enhancing it perhaps in the next year to the full 15 would in fact be in order. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Huizar, to be followed by Mr. Reyes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me stand up and give my full support to what this item is. When I was on the school board, the city attorney actually approached us to find ways to make our schools safer around our schools. And what we did is we created the safe school zone so that we have enhanced penalties for those individuals who obstruct a child's ability to learn. It's a very broad language that's used in the state penal code. But once we did that, the school district put in money to put in signs all around the schools. And you may have noticed those signs all around a lot of our new school, all the schools, saying that we're going to prosecute anyone who violates this state law. However, we don't have the enforcement mechanism. What I believe this will do, if we have neighborhood prosecutors focused on this item to make sure that we do have someone who's paying attention to enforcing the enhanced penalties for those individuals obstructing a child's ability to learn, we'll have that mechanism that's missing from this program. When we established this, it was around the time when we had a lot of disturbances around our high schools. I do believe this would go a long way to helping around our schools. Actually, our schools are safer inside the schools. It's the going to and from schools that our children need support in. And this, I believe, will go a long way to having somebody do the enforcement piece. We're missing the enforcement piece, and we all know how good of a program the Neighborhood Prosecutors Program is, and if we lay that over into this, it's going to help us to go a long way. I look forward to getting this out as soon as possible, because it's going to help us out quite a bit in making sure our children are safe.
Thank you, Mr. Huizar. Before Mr. Reyes, if I could just ask folks again, just to remind folks, if we can keep our conversations down as much as possible so we can hear what the deliberations are. Just do a shh. Thank you. And with that, Mr. Reyes will be our next speaker. And colleagues there, we will work through lunch, so if folks would like to have something to eat behind council chambers, there's food available.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to ask the staff who was involved with this program, what other departments or agencies are you coordinating with? And are there any products that you're using to build up your goals or your, what products are you trying to achieve here? Can you clarify that?
Sure, Councilmember. As Councilmember Reyes, as Councilmember Huizar pointed out, there are specific laws, including recent enhancements, that make crimes within 1,000 feet of school enhanced penalties. We are trying to target those areas. One program we have, which you're maybe familiar with, is called LA Saves, which got some press last week, which does sweeps of probation and parole residents who are within roughly 1,000 feet. We work beyond that of a school district, and probation and parole do sweeps of their clients to see if anybody's violating their probation and their parole. What we do is we work with LAPD and the school site principally, but probation and parole and other agencies to target the areas immediately around the school, such things as safe passages, our LA Saves program, to enhance the prosecution efforts and to ensure that people who are in fact arrested for violating within the school safety zones, that those cases are handled as serious cases and they don't get lost in the mix.
So the issues of, we have a high number of schools being built, let's say, just west of the Harbor Freeway. We have a preponderance of gangs there. We have certain apartments that are not being properly managed. We have some infestation there, drug dealing and prostitution. How do you see this working with the council offices of the respective city, different council offices?
Councilmember, this program, we believe our neighborhood prosecutor program, as many of you know, we've tried to work very closely with the council members in targeting and identifying problems within their district. And we certainly believe that we feel like it's been a very successful partnership where we've gotten problems directly from residents, from the law enforcement agencies, from the council offices, and from our staff, all four working together, including to make priorities of where to focus. And we're quite confident that this program would be a similarly strong partnership with the council in trying to identify. In general, we believe that as we roll out resources, we would assign them to the highest crime areas. Ultimately, we'd like to have them all over the city. But within those high crime areas, we certainly would work with the council office to identify school problems they have. And we believe that this would be a very successful partnership with the council offices about what schools need attention.
I look forward to that briefing so that we can be in a place where the left hand knows what the right hand is doing. So I look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to be heard? This item? If not, let us open the roll. I don't believe there's a second for Mr. Llewellyn's motion. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right, that is approved. Next item, please.
Item 52 was called special by Councilmember Grewal.
I think we are waiting for the arrival of the general manager from the Department of Transportation, so let's skip 52, 53, and 54. I know I called 58 special, so why don't we skip that for a second? That would take us to the next one. This is item 71,
and that was called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Okay, why don't we hold that as well? And 77 too. Let's go up to 82, which Mr. Labange has called special, and number 82, Mr. Labange, is Animal Services. And we'll see if there's any...
General Manager of Animal Services here?
Do we have the General Manager of Animal Services? If like to come forward, Mr. Boakes?
Hi. Mr. CEO, I just wanted to clarify in our budget here that we have proposed.
If we can ask everybody, please, to keep their conversations to a minimum, again, or take them outside. Thank you.
You should be all proud of the steps that are taken. I know we had a conversation yesterday with the general manager, a formation of a friends group to provide opportunity for raising money for animal services, a foundation, if you will. But one of the questions this citizen asked me would concern the fact that we have 6 shelters, is that right?
Currently, yes, correct.
But we only have 4 vet staff, or how many vet staff do we have there?
Currently, we have 4, and we have 2 in the queue.
2 in the queue, which queue?
Which means that we are looking to bring on board.
Okay, you're going to hire them.
Right.
Okay, good, because I wanted to make a point that we'll make sure we have a vet at every shelter. We're in that process.
Our ultimate goal is to have 2 vets at every shelter.
Because in the communication I got from the activist, who was very concerned, she spoke of the issue that we didn't have them there, but we're going to have them there, probably in 60 days or so?
We're hoping to have 2 additional vets on board within the next couple of weeks.
Recently, and the personnel department's working closely under the direction of
Yes, we are.
Ms. Whalen.
We are recruiting far and wide.
Good, I'm satisfied. Thank you very much. And again, appreciate the work Animal Services does. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Anybody else wishing to be heard? Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boakes. One more question, Mr. Boakes. What I meant was thank you very much for being here so I can ask you some questions.
I'm sorry, you're very welcome.
So when it comes to the curator education person or position or responsibility, who's been handling that task or that job so far?
Well, so far, nobody. This is a new position that we're in the process of creating, and I want to thank the Personnel Department, and the CAO, and the Mayor's Office, and the City Council for the vision of allowing us to, the authority to create a curator of education level position. This is a position that I believe, in concert with the opening of our new shelters, will really and truly set Animal Services apart as a premier animal welfare organization and allow us to develop the kind of community-based programs that typically your multi-million-dollar SPCAs and animal welfare and humane societies can develop because they have the funding, but they don't have the animals, and they don't have the space, and they don't have the wherewithal to make those programs integrated throughout the community. And these will be programs that will work with at-risk kids of a variety of areas, children with learning disabilities, our senior citizens, and a number of outreach programs in truly enhancing the human-animal bond through a variety of networks in the community.
Okay. Well, you certainly have outlined the need for this position, and I'll get back to the actually who's filling that void right now. But first, could you clarify for me, Mr. Fujioka, is this an exempt position or?
Right now, it's targeted to be a civil service position.
Okay.
That does not preclude the possibility of it becoming an exempt position. It can be, given the skill sets. Ed may feel that he has to find someone outside the city, within the city structure to fill this position.
So as of this time, we'll be looking within the city workforce to see if somebody has the qualifications and the skills to fill this position, since it's not exempt, correct?
Yes, it will be off a civil service list, and yes,
which is would always be the first step.
Yes.
And if
yes.
nobody comes out of there with the proper qualifications, then we go beyond that.
Yes.
Outside. Now, that being the case, can you describe to me the main aspects of what qualifications the person has to bring to the table in order to fill this spot?
Well, this is a position, as I said, that would be needed to work with psychologists, sociologists, educators, and doctors of different sorts in helping us develop meaningful programs to work with the children of our constituents in
So this person wouldn't necessarily need to have like a degree like a veterinarian. This person wouldn't necessarily need a particular degree for this position. You're really talking about whether or not they're well-rounded enough to deal with all the aspects and interactions of representing the department and the city with a lot of not-for-profits, directly with the general public, and dealing with and working with other professionals in the field, such as veterinarians or their industry folk or what have you, or organizations?
Somebody who could hold their own with that level of people and expertise in the design, development, and implementation of high-level quality programs.
So it's not like there's a specific degree out there that you can get to have this job. It sounds to me it's much more far beyond any particular curriculum.
What I would say is this is probably, it's consistent with other positions of this nature where their experience is much more important than the educational background. Because a person with a kind of a general degree could, if he or she has, I would think a minimum of 5 years, but hopefully 10 years experience in this particular field, dealing with this service population from the nonprofit, well, especially the nonprofit animal community, would be absolutely qualified to walk in and fulfill the duties and responsibilities for this position. But this experience is more important than the education.
Okay. Two quick questions. What is the expected range of salary of this position?
Yeah. Maggie Whalen, Personnel Department. I believe that the salary is at about $75,000.
Okay.
and then up, because there are 2 pay grades. I came up because I wanted to let you know that this is not a brand-new classification.
Okay.
This is a job classification that we also use at the Los Angeles Zoo. So what we're really looking for is someone with some specific knowledge of what they're going to be educating people on, but we're looking, it's not a PR position, but it is a position where we want to make sure that the public is as informed to the specific program as it can be.
Okay. And again, Mr. Boakes, can you tell me, so the answer to my earlier question is this activity is really melded into just what organizations and the city or what have you are able to do. So for the first time, we're going to formalize this within the city?
This is a position that will help us develop brand-new programs and help us coordinate programs that may be in existence.
My point is that there's a lot going on out there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of caring for animals, there's a lot of not-for-profits, and the city tries to do what they can, and sometimes the lines are a little blurred where we'll go ahead and assist not-for-profits on a specialized basis. But what I'm saying is this position will help formalize an increased amount of care for domestic animals in the city of Los Angeles.
The program is not specifically designed for the care of animals. It's to help enhance an understanding in the community of the human-animal bond and the benefits that come from pet ownership and from animals in our lives.
So as a result of that, better living conditions for domestic animals in the city of Los Angeles.
Right, an
Okay.
enhancement of life for all Angelinos, pets included.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. There are no further speakers in the queue at this time. So, Madam Clerk, would you open the roll? Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item.
Madam President, I believe council was going to go to item number 71, and that was called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn?
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, I need some clarification.
Okay.
If we're talking about public safety being our priority, if we're talking about being committed to money in the general fund being appropriated to getting more police officers, I need us to be honest with each other. I want us to be honest with the public. I want us to be honest with neighborhood councils. And I wanted us to be honest in this book, because this book on page 337 talks about the proposed staffing of LAPD to be 10,378. Just for comparison, you know, the 2005-2006, we were budgeted for 10,245, yet we know we never got close to that number. This is the book that we looked at, that our staffs looked at, that the neighborhood councils looked at. I would like to know, and Bill, you could tell me that if this number is the actual number that we ought to be telling people that we're going to be hiring this year, or is it probably more closer to back to 93, 9,500? I think it's disingenuous. I think we need to be more honest in this blue book, and it's problematic to me, and I think it's problematic to neighborhood councils when they are assuming that we're going to have 10,376 police officers hired. We're not going to get to that number. There's no way we're going to get to that number. So give me this is my first question. Give me a more accurate number of what we are budgeting. How many police officers are we actually going to have on our police force?
650.
Hold my time. I'm going to have a few more.
The difference is the 9,350 represent what's currently on board as of June 30th of this year. The intent is to recruit 650 officers next year. And then with attrition, we know there's going to be a net of 135 additional officers next year for a total of 9485. It
So
was a council,
9485 is a better number.
yes, it was a council's decision to have the hiring authority, and the difference between the ability to hire versus the number of people currently on board, but the hiring authority up to 10,245. That was a decision. But the difference is, we have a lot of departments who have the hiring authority to bring in positions, but the dollars to only fund a different number of positions.
Well, on that note, colleagues, I hope you will agree with me that we ought to change that number. It really ought to not be about our authority. It ought to be what we're actually budgeting to hire police officers. And I'm glad that our trash fee wasn't going to promise people that we were going to hire a certain amount of officers, because I think that's fuzzy math, and I think that's disingenuous on our part. So if I could get the council to agree with me that we ought to change that number in this year's budget to reflect the fact that we're going to only be up to, what was the number?
The one thing I would caution, one, changing is fine, because it has been in place a long time, but I'd caution changing it too much, because our attrition projection is an estimate only. And what we try to look at is,
How many, just tell me what you think we're going to lose through attrition. What's the number?
well, we're looking at as much as 415 positions that we can lose through attrition in the next year.
And
But
that's
that's only a
Is
projection.
that based on history? Is that, I mean, it's a pretty good,
Well,
you're not exactly guessing.
It's history plus the effects of drop, or deferred retirement option plan.
So
And
you're saying
it's the
attrition
first year.
and drop. How many
Yes.
are we going to lose through drop?
We know we have to lose 150.
This is not guessing, right?
Okay, we know that 150 have to go by May of 2007. And then we have about 17 or so on average that leave just through normal attrition that are on drop. And then we have a normal attrition in addition of resignations and regular retirements of about 350.
I mean, if you're uncomfortable changing this because we've always done it this way, then I would suggest that we at least have some column in this blue book that better reflects what we are actually budgeting for in terms of hiring police officers in the city of Los Angeles. Otherwise, I just think it's disingenuous, and every year we're never going to make 10,000 officers. It's going to take us a while to even get to that amount.
And I think that's a good suggestion. It's a reasonable suggestion, but let me add one other thing, because if you look at this 10,245 that's in the budget, that's an aggregate number, but it represents positions not only at the police officer rank, but at every single rank in the department and every pay grade in the department. And for example,
Well, whatever it represents, we didn't get there.
well, no, but I
Whatever it
understand.
represents, we budgeted for 10,245, and we're not even close.
No, it's not just bodies, because, for example.
I know, but whatever that number is, we didn't get there, and I think it's disingenuous to the public, and it's disingenuous to neighborhood councils who study these budget books. There's a lot of neighborhood councils out there that actually look at this, and that's part of how they weigh in on how we appropriate dollars. And I
Understand.
just think that number is not honest.
What we need to do is to help the neighborhood councils understand this, because
I think we
there's
need
a
to help
balance
the
between
council understand that.
listing the positions, but also having the flexibility, because I want to give you an example, and I want to somewhat make up this number. Say there's 800 sergeants here. There may only be 700 filled. You need the additional authority to give you the flexibility to fill these positions when you have the dollars or when the programs are ready, or to move people up the promotional ranks. That flexibility is equally important. You'll find in many departments, every city
So
department.
what are you saying? Are you saying that we can't have a column that better reflects?
Oh, I'm absolutely agreeing with you. We can have a column with that. We'd be happy to do that. We can do that.
I think we should do. I
Either
think we should do
revision
that.
here, but, what we're saying on an absolute basis, as we go forward the next year's budget, we'll have that column. But I am saying that what you see here, also reflects the flexibility and additional positions for the higher ranks, the promotional ranks. So you can't have a one-for-one situation. Once you do, and then each time the department comes back and wants to promote staff to higher positions, they'd have to come to council every single time to get a new position authorized, and your agenda would be full of these individual positions.
That's fine. If you want to keep the authorization in there, that's fine. But I think we need a better number of what we're actually budgeting to hire in terms of police officer and what number we're going to get to each year. I think that's important for all of us that are trying to hire more cops. I think it's important for neighborhood councils who've said public safety is their #1 priority. They want to see more cops. We need to be more realistic on what that number actually is every year. Colleagues, we need to know how many officers are we actually hiring every year. And on that, and I know I'm over, Maggie, maybe you could talk to my next group of questions, which is about recruitment. I mean, how are we going to hire more police officers? How many applications do we need, to even get 60 in a class? What are you doing to recruit more officers? I mean, there's a lot of people, myself included, that's wondering, are we really going to be able to hire the number of police officers we're talking about? We're going to have more money in our general fund because of an increase of a trash fee. It's not going to directly go to hire more cops, but we are going to have more money in the general fund. Can we hire these cops? Is it just signs? I've seen signs hanging on buildings, LAPD hiring now. Is that the best we can do? How are we really going to hire the amount of police officers that I think we all feel is necessary to police the city the size of Los Angeles?
Councilmember, we have done a number of actions, or taken a number of actions to improve our recruitment. We have started a college recruitment program. Our numbers are way up, and I am delighted to say that we're going to meet our hiring goals this year. Our hiring goals this year are only 43 different from the hiring goal next year. So there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that we will manage to meet the hiring plan.
How many do you plan to hire this year?
This year, our hiring goal is 607. And we have a class that just started.
But even with 607, what does that translate to net officers?
Okay, that translates to 173 additional officers. And if we continue the hiring plan as it's stated, we will next year add 135 new officers. The following year, 2007, 2008, 220 new officers. 08, 09, 220, and then 09, 10, 305.
And that's with just keeping the same kind of recruiting going? You're not changing your recruiting? You're not going to do anything different? Or
our recruiting,
I still think we need, obviously, to recruit a lot more.
Our recruiting changes depending upon the market that we're recruiting in. The way that we recruit with college graduates is different from how we would recruit from among community colleges or people who just people who attend our job fairs. But last weekend at a job fair, we had 150 people take the test, and we had 65 pass. So we are really making progress, and one of the things that I think has really been helpful is we've been getting a very positive message out there, as opposed to the message that we can't meet this. We are talking about we are being very successful in our hiring, and we're working very closely with the LAPD and the mayor's office, and I think that I am very, very confident that we're going to meet the hiring goals.
Ms. Hahn, if you could press your button again. Your time's expired. Thank you. Ms. Gruhl, you're our next speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. I'll follow a little bit in the direction that Ms. Hahn was going in. But colleagues, if you could, the item, as it says in item number 71, it talks about the priorities. If you look at that on page, hold on a second. On page 13, it says, instruct the CIO and CLA to prepare a policy that sets police hiring as the city's highest funding priority, following funding for obligatory expenditures. Motion number 1 that's been handed out to you specifies that language that we wanted to make sure was actually in and adopted, not to come back, and it's part of our financial policy, and I want to thank Bernard Parks in his efforts in creating that initial financial policy. But for a moment, I want to just go back to some of Ms. Hahn's questions, because they're right, Ms. Hanley, when you see we're hiring 650, but the numbers actually are what we're able to hire is different because of attrition and all of that. And I think it is good to have a separate column that says how many new officers per year will that get us to our ultimate goal. But I'd like to ask Maggie. Maggie, one of the things that I know is different in this year's budget, and maybe the mayor's office can, is a separation a little bit of what you're responsible for and I saw Chief Papa here as well, and what the LAPD is responsible for, different than it has been in years past, and the accountability as an aspect of that. And hold my time, please. Hold my time. Hold my time. Oh, you got it? Okay, sorry.
Did you want me?
Yes, please, I would like you to answer that question.
One of the things that has been decided is that the Personnel Department will be responsible for all aspects of recruitment. The Police Department will be responsible for the mentoring process. And what that does is that very well defines who's doing what. So instead of having two different departments recruiting and not necessarily having a strategic plan, we believe that that interfered with our progress. We absolutely are convinced that the role of the LAPD with the potential recruit is essential to any kind of progress. We believe that one of the reasons that our numbers have increased so much over the last couple of months is because of that agreement. So now we set the strategy as it relates to recruitment, and the police department, once the people come into the process, then they are actively mentoring them to make sure that they have a clear understanding of what the role is of a police officer, that they have an expectation as to what the process includes, because it is a very lengthy process. So based on that agreement and that well-defined set of responsibilities, we really believe that we are doing a great job. I think a good example is in January we tested 331 people, and in May we tested 500. So you can see it has been gradually increasing, and that's one of the reasons that our number of appointments are up.
Do you want to add anything before I ask my next question?
I just wanted to add that in terms of the accountability Councilmember Gruhl was referring to, the mayor's office is now actively meeting with both the Personnel Department and LAPD every other week to make sure the program is working and to help them make any adjustments they may need to make along the way. There are very firm targets set for number of applications and also targets set for the number of applicants that eventually make it through the academy. And we're working very closely with both personnel and LAPD to make sure those targets are met, and if they're not met, how we can improve to meet them in following months.
And one comment, Maggie, I think you made earlier to me as well, is that in the last couple of years, because we haven't been able to hire as many officers as we would like, there were lapses in our ability to do some of the recruitment and the training, correct?
Yeah, we went almost a full year, half of the fiscal year, and then the first part of the next fiscal year where we weren't hiring. And that really, really killed us as far as our momentum. And because prior to that happening, we were really doing well. We were hiring on a regular basis, and we were having classes of 50 and 60 people, sometimes even up to 70. So, I believe that we've got our momentum, and I predict that we will be very successful.
Great, and thank you. And I know I have mentioned this, and all my colleagues, I've been at events where we all talk about the importance of recruitment, and we make announcements. I think it was Tony and Alex and I were at an event in Sun Valley where we said the officers that were present, they'd get $1,000 if they got some recruits there. And so we were, again, kind of laughing about it, but in all seriousness, it is the importance of talking to people, being out there and thinking outside the box, using some of the internet capabilities and so forth. We're beginning and going to those colleges, going to some of the community colleges. We did a special kind of effort a couple weeks ago. Colleagues, so the second part of it is actually the document you have before you in the financial policies indicates, and I think the number, it says 10,000, I think the number in this discussion has been helpful. should be 10,350, not the 10,000 number, because that's the number that is actually in the goal in the mayor's budget. So we would just amend our motion that would say 10,350. And again, when you look at the financial policies that we have drafted and adopted in the past, it has the 1% for infrastructure, it has the 5% for the reserve fund. It clearly delineates, it is an ordinance that we have before us. And I used a quote last week about hungry, hungry hippos, and a lot of people, either they laughed if they knew, and others, so my staff brought it for me today to have a visual, but you know, sometimes in the use of general fund, we all have our interests and issues, and everyone is trying to grab as quickly as they can, possibly for an interest they have. And what we're saying is, we don't want it to be like that. What we want to be very clear in this budget and in our financial policies is that the hiring of police officers and the support of those officers and being able to have it is critically important. And so that's what item motion number 1 is. And I think Mr. Garcetti and I spoke about that this would actually be together, correct? That we would do 71 and 1 at the same time as well. So I would ask for your aye vote to send a clear message that we want to hire those additional 1,000 officers and get us to the 10,350 number before us today. And ask for an aye vote on that.
Thank you very
Ms.
much,
Perry.
Ms. Gruhl. Next speaker is Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you, Madam President. I always thought it was more like chutes and ladders myself around here, but the point that Ms. Hahn brought up is an excellent one, and one in which, when it was explained to me earlier, I was, I think, leaning towards what you were talking about as well, Ms. Hahn, about like making those numbers the same. I didn't get the nuance of the promotions piece, and I wanted to just yield a little of my time to you, Ms. Gruhl, because the change up to 10,350, to me, that's not necessarily the mayor's plan to get up to 10,350. It's more, that's a promotional need. So could you just explain a little bit of the thinking you had?
Based on, again, looking at the mayor's budget book, so they can maybe give me another, which is, what we're saying is we
You're
have...
trying to do truth in advertising, essentially? Is that...
Yeah, I think I just want it to be an accurate number. If it's 10,200, I think we talked about in Budget Committee, Greg, remind me, I'm not sure where we got the 10,000 number, but what we're clearly saying is that in our budget, in our financial policies, it will state that this is our goal to get to that number. Those 1,000 additional officers is the number we've used, and that it is the highest priority, and that as we compare everything to the financial policies, this, again, will be held to that same standard as we do at infrastructure and reserve fund, et cetera. So if it's a different number and we've gotten the wrong number, whatever it's supposed to be, we just want it consistent, and I think that's where Ms. Hahn was going to, is the consistency of the numbers.
And I got you. I appreciate that. I think I understand two different things. One is a goal that not just the mayor, but this council holds of police hires, a program over 3 or 4 years to get, well, to 10,000, 2010-11, by that fiscal year, to get up to, as I've heard it articulated by the mayor, as we may choose to articulate, it's 10,000 officers. There's a second number which has to do with higher authorization so that we can do promotions within the department. Is that correct? So those two may be two separate things. So I don't know if we want to necessarily conflate that. We may want to keep the policy at 10,000 if that's what we agree is a good goal for us all to be pushing for, not just the mayor, but that we all say. And as I think Ms. Hahn and I have talked about, a bunch of us have talked about, we want those hires to happen, but if it doesn't, there's other ways of getting the equivalent policing, and we can't back ourselves in the corner that it's only bodies in the force. We want boots in the neighborhoods, not how many bodies are in the force. I don't care if 10% boost happens in my neighborhood because we have 10% more cops, or if we have because it's 10% more time from officers serving overtime. This gives us that ability. What we're saying is that we have a trust with the public that this money is going towards policing in one form or another. Now, I don't want that to be anything to back off those numbers. I want the mayor's office to continue to push. I want us council to push. But it gives us at least the ability to look our constituents square in the eyes and say, look, we can boost policing in your area by X%, whether it's new bodies or old, well-trained bodies. And it's fitting that I'm here in Mr. Zine's seat, speaking of old, well-trained bodies in the police department. But it is something that we need to have that sort of flexibility. So I appreciate what you're saying, Ms. Hahn, before. I think that my understanding is that you don't necessarily want to see the authorization and the and the allocation one be the same, because we both understand, I guess, this promotions piece. But we should try to winnow that number down to as good a number as possible. If that reflects the best number, great, but I'm not convinced. I know Ms. Hahn's necessarily convinced that it's more just a reflection of what we've done historically, that we've always given ourselves, 1,000 extra to allow that. But I'd love to see if that's still the most accurate number so that we can communicate that. But one great thing that's come out of this is I think the public understands now that it isn't, that authorization is not the same as allocation, and we need to authorize more than we can actually hire to allow people to promote up without having to come back each time to us.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Just thing I want to say, members, we all talk about 1,000 police officers, et cetera, et cetera. Sure, we need more police officers, no question, but we've been talking about that for almost 20 years. Hal Burtson was the first. Is that right, Mr. Smith, when he came up with that plan in the late 80s, and et cetera, 1,000. I just want to remind everyone that what we try to do is get more than 6 cars a night in some of our night watches that are so depleted because of lack of staffing. Just build the numbers up so you can get police officers in the community, the men and women who do the job that's so necessary. Ms. Whalen, just a question, because I know we've talked about this. Have we been able to meet with Rocky Young from the Community College District yet?
I don't believe we have.
Okay, that's okay. I know I was going to try to organize that. I see Chief Papa here. He's the head of the Community College District. We have a great community college district, and not just for the police department, but for all the other departments, including water and power, where they're having to hire out of state sometimes because they don't have enough people who are linemen and line women. Please, if you could, Rocky Young, and I'll get you his number, and just sit down and meet with him. And let's tie right in with the community colleges, because you do an excellent job at 700 East Temple, but I want to see you do a greater job with the support of the community colleges, because the jobs are so important, and working for the city is an honor, and if you want to work hard, this is the place to be and serve the public. Other question, is there any money in there, Mr. CAO, for student workers in the police budget, if we're near that?
Yes, we have a plan to hire about 150 community policing aides, is what we call them, this coming fiscal year.
And there's like student workers? I mean,
They are. They will be full-time, but they can also go to college and be part-time also.
Good. And
that program is designed to be a bridge for some of our the high school students who are completing the it's somewhat of a police curriculum.
Right.
So it's a bridge between when they're age 18 to when they qualify to take the exam for police officers. It's a great bridge.
Right, I just think the student worker program is a great bridge, so I'm glad you're looking at it. Leonard Cross, anybody know Leonard Cross? He's a lieutenant, LAPD Hollywood area. Works this morning. We reminisced. 30 years ago, he was a parking attendant in this garage, parking. First job with the city, and then took an opportunity to be with the LAPD, and he's one of our fine lieutenants working in Hollywood area. So those opportunities open up for people. But I just want to remind members, just like I say all the time, the transfer from DWP is really property tax. Don't look at it any other way. That's what it is. The same thing's true with trying to beef up the LAPD, to get more cars on the various shifts, to try to break up West LA Division, to get 2 divisions out there, and get more community-based policing going. Long ways to do, support the plan, but I wanted to lay that on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to comment on as far as Ms. Hahn's statement on the issue of these numbers. I think in understanding a little bit that you have that flexibility, and that it's important, I think, for most people that are managing those budgets not to be so exact that you can't have the fluidness of hiring people at different ranks. But I think the only thing I would think would be disingenuous if we put a figure there and then didn't fund it. And then that way we're saying, we're telling the world we're going to fund so many positions or we're going to hire them, but we don't put the money in. But I think the flexibility is absolutely essential, because there are times, and there's so many competing interests, there are times in which list expires for promotions and you're obligated to fill the vacancies. So you may be hiring a bunch of sergeants at the same time that you may not be getting people out of the academy. On the other hand, the city in the past has made decisions, because recruitment was going well, is to hire more people than we had planned, because otherwise you just let them die on the list. And so these are the flexibilities we need to manage the department, but we do need those positions above what's expected in the sense of what's allocated. for that flexibility. We may need to create another figure that says specifically, are we going to hire how many net increase over in a certain year? But on the other hand, even that gets fuzzy, because if your attrition doesn't come up as high as you think, then your net increase could drop, because you could have, we've seen years in where we've lost several hundred people in one year, and we never got to the net increase. We were barely able to fill the attrition. So that flexibility is important, but also I think the budget policy that Mrs. Gruhl worked on is so important that we put it in the same light of, we didn't think a year or so ago that we were going to put 1% in our infrastructure. We met it the first year, now we're at 1.45. We didn't think we were going to get to 5% on our reserve fund. Within 2 years, we're at 4.3. When the books closed July 1st, we could be even higher. So these are things I think are important to give us guidance in the sense of how we put our money and what priorities, but that, again, it's something in which I think is important for us as a body to say what our priorities are. The community sees them, and we're never going to be exact on any given number. Each year is going to fluctuate, it's going to move around, it's a moving target, and the best thing I think we can hope for is that at the end of the day, we've done the best we can to reach as close as we can, and there are times sometimes we'll exceed it, sometimes we'll be below it. And so I would say that in keeping those numbers, that if we have to create two lines to clarify, that's important, but we never lose the flexibility of having that allocated number.
Ms. Hahn is our next speaker, to be followed by Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you. And it sounds like, again, there's a lot of numbers being thrown, and I think Sharon, I don't know where Sharon is, but Sharon could articulate what she thought was a good way that we could handle this separate, my request for sort of a separate column. Hold my time.
Councilwoman, you can actually, with regard to the funded level, you could actually amend the budget to just indicate what the funded level of the police department budget is. Indeed, the CAO supporting documents actually has an exhibit that indicates what the funded level is of the department. With regard to the number of police officers, we were looking at, the mayor was proposing on adding 1,000 officers on top of where we started in 05-06. We started at 9,181. If you add 1,000, the correct level should be 10,181.
So is it appropriate to put two columns so that
yes, you can
people
actually
reading this budget will know
yes.
what we're authorized for versus what we're actually...
Yeah. There was two issues, I think, that were being discussed, so you can actually footnote it.
I think that's a good idea. Also, colleagues, I'm uncomfortable, and I understand there's a motion going around to clarify, but I'm uncomfortable saying for this item that we have a policy that sets police hiring as our highest funding priority. And like I said, I think there's a motion going around to sort of change that. But for me, the highest priority is getting 10,000 police officers. And not sure that's just about hiring. I would like for us to come back and give us a policy that talks more about retention, maybe expanding the drop program. I mean, there's a lot of things we can do to get up to that 10,000 level. As we can see, hiring is not necessarily just going to get us there. I mean, a lot of things can happen, and I'm uncomfortable with saying that hiring is our highest priority. I mean, public safety is my highest priority. And to me, there's a lot of ways to get public safety in a community. For me, it's about, gang prevention and gang intervention programs. And, I want to make sure we're keeping the officers we have. I want to make sure that we're paying our officers what we should pay them. I would like you to come back and tell me, are there other ways that we can talk about, not losing so many officers every month? I mean, that's what's important to me. So I think just specifically saying, police hiring is our highest priority, I'm not comfortable with supporting that.
Ms. Gruhl?
And Ms. Hahn, in the financial policy, because that was an issue that people had brought up, and so the language in the budget document was for them to go back and come here today with the actual language. In the language in the financial policy, and they've handed out all of the motions, it's motion number 1. It says the highest funding priority shall be providing sufficient resources in direct support of expanding the sworn LAPD policing to the level of 10,000 officers. And now it is, Sharon, you say it's 10,000?
181.
181, okay. 10,181. It also talks about all other budget priorities receive funding consideration in context of the need to provide sufficient resources to meet the annual costs, again, of police staffing, and looking at that. And the idea is that we would look at both the issue of some of the prevention programs, as well as, I think, as Mr. Garcetti has talked about, the overtime. You know, that in some instances where we may not be able to hire enough officers, can we utilize overtime in that area? But this is actually a policy. It's a financial policy. Some of the implementation aspects of that will again come back as we go forward with the both personnel and LAPD's efforts in hiring and the recruitment and looking at the drop program and retention and all of that that has come up in some of our EERC meetings and others. So what's before you is the actual financial policy. Implementation is part of what comes back in the future through their police staffing, through the following budgets as well. But this is sending the message that, and I think we tried to respond to what your concern would be, Ms. Hahn, which was in that item 1, which says the highest funding priority shall be providing sufficient resources and direct support of expanding the sworn LAPD policing to the level of 10,181. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garcetti.
Okay, colleagues, the clerk has brought to my attention we don't specifically have that motion before us as well. I know it's been circulated, and usually we take up the motions afterwards. So we can have this discussion right now because it's relevant. We'll vote on that separately, but I hope that we can have the debate now is the main point I'm making, as opposed to having to have the debate again when we take up the motions. So we'll procedurally go through the motion later on the vote on that specific part. Okay? Ms. Hahn, do you want to say?
So let me get a clarification on that. So item 71 has been, Bill, you're going to come back with a policy that reflects some of the issues I just talked about.
There's a motion that will be discussed, I believe it's motion number 1, that will be discussed later today that speaks to the changes just presented by Councilwoman
Because
Grill.
yeah, okay.
That changes it from hiring to something that's more consistent with what you mentioned, but was described by Councilwoman Grill.
So what's...
So
But
when we come
71
back with the
before us.
motions, after we finish the rest of the specials, we'll come back with a motion that will speak to your concern. It'll be motion number 1.
So because I'm not comfortable voting yes on 71. Can we hold this? Can
Okay,
we hold
why don't we
71 on the table?
rename motion
Thank you.
1 as 71A, and we'll hold them both on the table.
Thank you.
That sound okay?
That makes me more comfortable.
All right, great, and we'll work on that, and we'll come back to it. If there's no objection to renaming item 1 as 71A, we will do that. Okay? Yes.
16, I believe 116.
Okay.
The DOT matter, so I'm okay with it.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Let's take up item 116 then.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, just as clarification, you're
Yes.
holding 71 on the
Yes,
desk then?
please, let's hold
Oh, okay,
71 on the
great.
table.
Thank you.
With 71A as well. And let's open the roll on 116, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
We now have that is approved. We have 2 general managers who have joined us. Item 26, called special by both Rosendahl and Labange, but Rosendahl first, so I will defer to him on Department of Aging, and then we'll take up the 3 transportation items following that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Aging. We all hope to get older than we are now. And I'm in that 61 bracket, and a lot of the people in this city, besides the young people, which we spend a lot of energy and a lot of time and a lot of support for, and rightly so, we need to do it on the other end of the spectrum, which is those of us who are starting to get into the 60s and 70s and 80s. I know in my district I have a good number of seniors, And if we can provide services for seniors and tie it into services for kids, we've really made a huge difference. So in the budget process, and again, my hat's off to Bernard Park. You did a great job, Bernard. In the whole process we went through, it was a great learning experience for me and the city staff and all of its dimensions, from the mayor's staff to the CLA and the CAO, was fantastic. I've asked you to come before us and tell us, since we were able to pull 300 grand together to get something going in aging, what you'll do with that money and what kind of a report you'll come back with to us in 90 days.
Well, good afternoon, council members. Laura Trejo, General Manager of the Department of Aging. It's really a great pleasure to be with you to talk about this item. The department's management staff have been working on this idea for a couple of years. Our hope is to develop a civic engagement unit within the department to really begin to tap the retirement dividend, as we call it, which is the tremendous energy, skills, and gifts that older adults bring to our community, and their ability really to, I believe, to transform and really add to the quality of life of the residents of the city of Los Angeles. We believe that through the use of a systematic approach of recruiting, training, and placing volunteers, we can really begin to tap some of those gifts in our community. To begin that process, our department actually has begun to restructure its Council on Aging, which is volunteers from the community. Most of them are senior citizens themselves, and we have begun to take the challenge of what are some of the top issues that older adults want to be involved with. And I am pleased to tell you that many of the issues that they have highlighted are related to the needs of the young and the opportunity that older people really have to serve. They have been discussing things like the importance of teaching parenting to young parents who don't have role models and how older people could do that. They have been looking at ways that they can expand, for example, transportation services that can be very challenging in our community to older persons who are frail, and looking at ways that older adults who drive and have the inclination to assist their fellows could actually help transport them to essential appointments like doctors and others. Our department has historically made use of volunteers. Unfortunately, that use has been very fragmented. We believe that a civic engagement division and a program that helps the older persons of this community to really galvanize and begin to identify and tackle not only the needs of older people, but also the needs of the quality of life of our community are truly possible. So much so that we have actually engaged the California Department of Aging, which is our major funder, and they believe in our idea as well, and they have actually committed to allow us to use one-time only dollars, up to $300,000, to help habilitate any kind of space that we would be able to receive from your motion today. So we're very excited that our partners at the state level also are believing in the opportunities that older people have to make a difference at the local community level. For example, one of the areas we really want to tap is the ability to visit the homebound. Throughout our city, we provide home-delivered meals to over 4,500 seniors every day. The majority of those meals are provided by volunteers who receive very little support and very little training about what they're doing. They are really good people and oftentimes feel overwhelmed at what they see when they come into the home of a senior. Our hope through the Civic Engagement Division is going to be to provide them orientation, training, and ongoing support so that they know how to manage the situations that they encounter on a day-to-day basis, to provide skills training. For example, we've been able to cobble together a small amount of resources to buy some portable computers where we're teaching seniors how to use the internet so that they can find resources to help themselves and their families. We're also trying to help seniors who are interested in getting jobs, paying jobs. We're teaching them how to use computers because that's one of the major skills that if you don't have right now, you're almost unemployable. And so we've been very small approaches trying to build the infrastructure within our capacity of the department. I believe that the funds that are being proposed today will really allow us to go to the next step. Upon the report back in 90 days, we will provide to you a work plan that I think will be very developed, will be very consistent with the strategic plans of the department, and will really articulate the direct services as well as the capacity building that we believe can be garnered on behalf of the city.
Well, I want to thank you very much, Laura, for explaining it all to us here. You're coming to my Empowerment Congress this Saturday at LMU at 10 o'clock, where I'll have almost 200 people, many of them seniors, who want to jump in and help you create the plan. You know, Meals on Wheels has to be extended and further improved for the homebound. So all of what you're saying is terrific, and I applaud you for coming before us. And colleagues, I think this is moving us with the same kind of energy we've done for youth, we obviously need to do for our seniors. So I obviously recommend approval of this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Also, this was called special by Mr. Labange. Did you want to?
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, where did Meals on Wheels start?
You tell me, Tom.
In England. And who started it here? Sister Alice Marie at St. Vincent's Hospital in Mr. Garcetti's district.
Thank you.
There. And they serve over 1 million meals this year.
Great.
But very special program. Members, the other day up at the Hollywood Bowl, they had their wonderful recognition for the Area Aging Committee and all the senior centers around. And one thing I thought of, Ms. Perry had a representative there. I know all of us have busy, but I want to really ask us to stand up and support the Department of Aging and sending representatives to their events. Like, I hate to say it, like the old days, Laura, when each staff had a deputy to handle issues related especially to senior citizens. I just wanted to thank you. There's more that we need to do. There's more cross-pollination that we could do with the Department of Recreation and Parks, the Library Department, and all the opportunities that are there. Seniors are some of the greatest volunteers, and engaging them is very important. So, Laura, I just want to thank you and your staff for your work, and let us know what you need, and we will try to help you with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Thank you very much. We'll now take up items 52, 53, and 54, which have to do with transportation, called by Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Cardenas, and Mr. Cardenas. We'll take up 52 first. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, and thank you, Gloria, for being here, our new General Manager of Transportation. Gloria, and I just called item 52 special because, as you know, and I had talked to the Mayor's Office of including it in the original budget, did not get included, the importance of having a public information officer, because it has been, I don't remember the last time if they've ever had a public information officer in the Department of Transportation. But my intent, the reason for including this was the importance of having transportation communicate with the public about what's happening, whether it be through a event that is occurring, whether it also be through an emergency that has occurred, and to educate them about alternative routes, educate them about where there's going to be closures of streets. And your staff's done a great job in this without having a public information officer, but think of how much better we could do if it was at that level, as well as the public being able to communicate to the Department of Transportation about problems. We see this position taking on that role. Could you just elaborate on how you think this PIO is going to be useful to the department in its efforts?
Well, first of all, thank you, Council Member, for being the champion on this particular position for us. Indeed, our ability to get information to the public is critical for us being able to better inform and candidly get at this whole issue of how do we reduce congestion in this area. This is a great opportunity for us to inform the public. You've already hit on all of the critical points. And again, we appreciate the support that you've given us. We appreciate the support of the council in recognizing the importance of getting information out. And candidly, is part of our effort to be more transparent, to be more responsive to the citizens and businesses of Los Angeles. We need an information officer that can get those requests, work with our staff, respond to them. Indeed, the staff at LADOT has done a great job without this leadership, but candidly, we can do better, and here's our opportunity to do better.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. And then Mr.
Hi,
Reyes and Mr.
thank you, Ms. Gruhl, on this. Just wanted to ask that you collate it with, and I know we're relatively new, see Mr. Fisher here, maybe he could join you. When you collate it with Caltrans across the way, on this issue here. They have a communication center there, is that correct?
I'm not sure.
I know, we're going to find out. I know you're most recent.
Yes, indeed, Caltrans does have a communications center in the building that we share. It's going to be relocated to Glendale sometime in the next
No,
year.
that's
but-
in Los Angeles. It's next to Glendale. It's actually in Los Angeles.
Well,
So don't let them fool you.
I stand corrected.
Okay.
By the Glendale Freeway.
Right, by the Glendale Freeway. In your district, you know that? They're building a new building there. But I wanted to ask you, they're moving, this is a good idea for the public information that's there, but to work with the other agencies is real important on this issue here. And that's, I also wanted to ask the CAO and the mayor's representative, who is probably hearing me. Is the mayor's representative nearby? Come by just to make a point. There's the mayor's representative. Make sure that the PIOs all meet sometime. No, I'm looking at the financial man. Marcus, I'm looking at you. This is the guy who drives the big car. Okay. All righty. I worked with him, so I lay it on him a little bit. So, no. But I'd like to see an organization where all the PIOs kind of meet together. Have we ever done that before? Is that rough? No, I'm sorry. Jaime, if I was too rough on you, I've known you for a long time, so.
Jaime De La Vega, Deputy Mayor. Our office will work with MTA, DOT, and Caltrans to make sure that the PIOs work together.
And all the other, and LAPD and everybody just coordinate. It's real important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. When we speak to the Public Information Director, are we looking at diversity in terms of our language, communication, and ability to interact with the different communities? How are we factoring that in?
Absolutely. This is a position that has to serve all of Los Angeles with its multiple ethnicities and neighborhoods. So we clearly anticipate continuing our practice of having multi-language communications and having the ability to have our communications officer be able to communicate in multiple ways.
In this public information, there's different levels of information we can actually dive into and how we share that. Could we contemplate perhaps having we have a call for projects every year with the MTA, and in the past years it's been frozen because of state budget cuts. Do we know if the call for projects is going to be back on, or when do we see that happening?
There is a possibility of a call for projects this go-round. There is a remaining uncertainty about whether or not they will actually complete it because of the current cost increases in the projects that are in the current, that have been previously approved in call for projects. MTA is proposing to move forward. They are making no commitments that they will actually fund anything that is proposed because of the cost overruns and how they deal with that and their own structural deficits.
So we're in a wait-and-see mode?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, one of the strategies I was going to share is one in which we've used in the past few years along the goal line, where we actually have, we call linkages studies,
Yes.
where we actually bring together the stakeholders, the communities, and define the pathways for pedestrian to actually heighten the safety with lighting and landscaping, looking how we improve the sidewalks, making them wider, and actually competing in a way in which we have these stakeholders documented in such a way where their input rises to the surface, and we actually have very competitive projects for these funds. But if we can't go that route, maybe we can start looking at other sources to enhance these rail station sites and intersections. We have multiple bus lines in order to increase our ability to get folks out of their cars. And is there any thought in terms of looking at this fund as a way to contemplate, at least look at that strategy as a...
Clearly, all of those strategies are important. We've talked about as an approach one where, one, public input is essential to determining what, when, and how. Secondly, the whole question of looking at congestion relief and how we get people to make different choices. We expect them to continue to own automobiles. What we want to do is to get them to make different trips in their automobile than they're currently doing, and the whole question of elegant density, the question of walkable communities are very much a part of what we, in combination with our colleagues at City Planning, are looking at as we move forward in looking at potential projects in the upcoming fiscal year and beyond.
Just for the last comment is that I'm advocating for us to be proactive in that realm. As a new director, I mean, you have all this in front of you and in all different levels and all the complexities. But it'd be great if we were able to be proactive in establishing these centers in such a way where we have that ability to leverage these kinds of resources. Because typically we're left either to a call for project type condition or when a developer comes in and wants to make change improvements and we're able to work with them to see how we can mitigate their impacts on our communities. But beyond that, there's not much else we have been doing. So I appreciate everything we can do and look forward to meeting with you as well on that.
We will be proactive, council member.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Rosendahl.
Just a quick second, Gloria Jeff. God bless you for coming to our great city and taking on the leadership role in DOT. This particular job will let the public understand better what's going on and what we're doing. We're going to be flipping a switch in my district for that left-hand turn signal at Pico and Bundy. The people are saying hurrah, and we're going to have more left-hand turn signals plus a more organic transportation plan for the city with your leadership. And I thank you for coming this Saturday to the Empowerment Congress, where people in my community will be meeting with you and getting a better appreciation of your vision as to how we're going to solve our gridlock on the west side. Just want to acknowledge you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Nobody else wishes to be heard on item 52. Let's open the roll on 52, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Next, we'll take up item 53, called special by Mr. Cardenas. After 54, colleagues, we will take up 119, which is also a transportation item called special by Mr. Labange. But Mr. Cardenas, item 53.
Thank you, President Garcetti. The question that I have is regarding these 25 left turn signals. Aside from these, what is in the budget? How many signals are in the budget aside from these 25?
We already have 20 projects programmed prior to this additional 25. We'd have a total of 45, as well as some additional backlog projects that we would anticipate doing.
What's the potential magnitude of left turn signals that would have to be addressed in the city? Is it in the dozens or hundreds or?
We are anticipating 50 during the upcoming fiscal year.
And then that would satisfy the city of Los Angeles forever, or that just would be a component of?
That would be a component of an ongoing initiative to look at where we need additional left turn signals.
So potentially, we have hundreds of left turn signals that, as we investigate and look at it and prioritize, potentially there could be hundreds ongoing into the coming years.
I would not call for hundreds. I would, rather than speculate on a number, prefer to come back and say, here's the number that we anticipate over the next 2 to 3 years and share with you a coherent plan to address left turn signals.
Okay. That being the case, how did you come up with these 25?
The additional 25 were requested by the members of the council. In addition to the 20 that we already had proposed, they provided the additional funding. We have identified additional traffic signals, again, looking at when the requests came in, their ability to meet the technical requirements associated with it, and candidly, requests from our citizens and businesses for those additional signals.
What factors are considered in the selection process to make a list such as this 25?
For left turn signals, it has to do with, one, did we receive a request from businesses or citizens in that area? When did we receive a request? What's the volume of traffic attempting to make a left turn? Is it peculiar to a time of day? Does it occur throughout the day? Those are the kinds of factors that we look at in making that determination.
So each one of these 25 intersections have been studied, and then as a result of that, then they made the list?
That is correct.
Okay, so conceivably there were more than 25 requests throughout the city?
That is correct.
Okay. So do we anticipate having another round of implemented left turn signals after this 25?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so that means that we have in fact categorized various left signal opportunities. We've had many more requests.
We've had a number of requests. Some of them are in various stages where we're in the process of doing the engineering analysis. In other instances, we are looking at whether or not that is the appropriate solution to the problem at hand. In some instances, it may be modifications to the signal itself and changing the cycle time associated with that.
Okay. Is there any factor taken into account if, for example, a certain particular region or a particular corridor happens to get a lot of requests on various left turn signal lanes? Or how do you feel about the balance of this 25? Is it spread throughout the city, or is it concentrated more in one area than another?
We've attempted to look at where the greatest need is. For example, in your district, we know that we have a number of requests and we'll be responding to those. What we're attempting to do is to look at high volume congested corridors. We're attempting to look at where we're getting requests, and we're also attempting to look at where we can have the best impact.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you. And just, I think this happened before you came on board, Gloria. We did have a report that came to council. I'm not sure you saw that, Mr. Cardenas, but was the listing of all the left-hand turn signals that had been requested, when they'd been requested, to kind of have a policy, because I think Mr. Cardenas' questions are good ones as to how do we make the decision as to which ones go first, and what part of the city, what the issues are. And I know maybe it would be helpful as well to send to us the kind of criteria as how we determine those signals. I know from our discussion a few months ago, it was also based on public safety issues, where we found those kind of jump to the forefront when there is a problem, but also where they combine with synchronization occurring. That if you go out to an intersection once and can do not only left-hand signals, but synchronization or whatever other needs may be at that particular location, it is definitely a much better cost in doing both of those at the same time than it is going separate times out to the location, some of the engineering and the other issues there. And so we had hoped, as why we included this in the Budget Committee, to do more than the Mayor's office had indicated, to see where we could, when we found some additional money, to say this is a top priority for the city to have left-hand turn signals. And so, as you can see, Gloria, there's very much an interest in this council on left-hand turn signals for not only both safety reasons, but also for the flow of traffic. And so maybe we can provide again to all of the council offices the list of those that we have of the left-hand signals that have been requested, as well as the criteria you use to do those. And we'll continue to look for more funding to implement some of those left-hand turn signals.
We will provide those very quickly to the members of the council. We will also work hard to look at them in the context of the other matters that you suggested, which is not only is there a need, but is there proposed work of other nature at that particular intersection, so that we're in there once and out.
Right. And to understand that oftentimes we get asked by our constituents, we want this left turn signal, and we give the okay. It seems they've gone out and said, yes, that's a place, but then they have to do the design and the engineering, and it takes a period of time. And so that's also, I think, helpful information to say, kind of from start to finish, how long does it take, usually when there's a green light, so to speak. Okay.
One of the things we hope to do with the public information officer that you have so well championed for us is to update our tips, our LADO tips, which explains the process to the citizens into a much more succinct and much more handy version for you as members of the council to be able to utilize in explaining, yes, you're going to get it, but here's the process they have to go through.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. And following Ms. Gruhl, Mr. Cardenas, I think if you go back to committee, it would be helpful, because I would love to say, this is only 25, right?
We will be doing a total of 45. You
45. This is only 45. How many intersections
25?
are there in this city, Sharon DeLucich? How many intersections are there in the city? Oh, yeah, thousands. So the point I want to make, Bill, with this, and I think we should give the guidance, Mr. Cardenas, if we picked and said, let's all in the Valley, as Valley representatives, let's do Victory Boulevard all the way from the city limits into the east end of the Valley, or let's do Roscoe, or pick one where we have a major impact across it all, with the exception of some intersections that have high hazard accidents. So then we make one street perfect, because we're never going to get it done unless we pick one street. Pick Century Boulevard, work with Inglewood and the County of Los Angeles as an offset to the 105, or whatever the case may be. So are you going to have that come back to, some part of it come back to committee?
Yes, Mr. Labange, we did have the report on the left-hand turn signals that came to council as the locations, but I think it would be helpful to also know, because you're right, and just like synchronization, you really
Right.
need to do all the lights on synchronization, not just a few blocks, to be able to demonstrate where there are left-hand turn signals, and that may have been in the report that we'd had before, if my recollection is correct, where there are existing left-hand turn signals
Right.
that exist, because we have many in the city of Los Angeles, and to come back with. So we'll get an update. I think what we had asked for, this is obviously approving the amount, but ask the department to come back to committee with an update on the where we are with left-hand turn signals.
We have mapping that we will be able to show electronically to the members of the council to show where we have synchronization, where we have left turn signals, where we have LED installation.
Do you have student workers in your department?
Yes, we do.
How many? Do we know? How many are budgeted for?
I don't, Selwyn?
Mr. Fisher? I hope we push the student worker program, Mr. CEO. We need engineers, and I think an early opportunity where an opportunity to work would be very important. Also, lastly, I want to say, if you go to the intersection of Los Feliz and Riverside, Madam City Clerk, it's one of the most skilled intersection with its loops. As you talked about synchronization, Ms. Gruhl, it works. And if no one's in the left turn pocket, the left turn arrow doesn't trip. So you try to keep it flowing. Now, it's probably a grade F intersection because of the traffic impact between Los Feliz and the 5 and Hollywood, but it has the maximum, I guess, class top signalization there as possible. That's the grade I think that we should work for. We should also have a grade whether it's, we grade it whether it's A, B, C, D, or F. We should also have a grade of how good we are with the signalization. Does it have all its signalization, all its loops for synchronization, etc.? But we'll talk more on that. Thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
see the red light.
Thank you. Ms. Gruhl for a second time? Oh, you had your questions answered? Okay. All right, let's open the roll then on this item. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Item 54, called special by Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. Item 54, another transportation issue. I have a lot of meetings in my district, in my community, and one of the most common things that are asked for in any neighborhood is a particular light signal, whether it be near a school, whether it be a request from a senior center because they have to walk way too far to get to the other light signal so they can have safe passage just across the street in front of them. Here we are looking at 10 traffic signal installations, and which would double what's in the budget, which is 10, which is good because, once again, just like the previous discussion, we probably have dozens, if not hundreds, on any given year that if we had all the money in the world, we probably would figure out some way to address. But in this particular case, I wanted to get a better understanding as to what this funding is for. It says $1.418 million, $1,418,000 for 3 resolution authorities for design and construction. So when it says design and construction, so that leads me to believe that the average intersection signal would probably cost us about $140,000 from design to installation, or that's...
It's design, it's installation, it's purchase. There's a very large piece of equipment that has to be included. The other thing to recognize is both on the previous item and this one is what we are talking about is a very small portion of our total signal activity. We, in addition to the left turn signals and those associated with new signal installation, are also doing LED upgrades as well as signal synchronization. And so we have an extensive amount of signal work going on, not just the items previously discussed in the 10 in this one.
Yes, you have a very involved and very busy department. But on this particular point, the average intersection of these 10 is a cost of about $140,000 or so? From the infrastructure required to put them up, to design them, and actually have them installed?
The personnel, the time and the equipment, yes, that is approximately correct.
The reason why I ask you that question is because we could have this conversation and much more in depth or what have you, and we could sit down for 20 minutes in my office or your office. But the reason why I'm asking you this question is because this is one of the common things that Angelenos ask for of all of us. and I wanted to get to the point of roughly a general magnitude of what it costs whenever someone requests of their council member or of your department, can we get this done? And we'd send the studies out there. We still have to figure out how to pay for it. That's even after the justification that it does belong there and we should install it.
That is
because
correct.
a lot of times people might think, well, what's a light cost? You know, well, they might be thinking in their head, well, what's 10 grand? What's $10,000? Big deal. No, it's not $10,000 because it's not just about putting up some poles and some lights. It's about having the proper engineering. It's about having the proper design and about making sure that it's safe, correct? Just because you want to put a light signal up there doesn't mean that it's the safest place to put it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Good. I wanted to clarify that because a lot of times constituents kind of roll their eyes when they ask us that, kind of like, well, it's a no-brainer, just do it. And the thing is, I'm not that kind of engineer, and the thing is, we have specialists who will actually do the studies and prepare us for the proper installation. And not every request is going to result in an installation because it might be inappropriate to actually put one there. My last question is this. Again, like I asked on the previous item, how do you determine which sections and in what order to put them up?
In the context of the traffic signals, after they have gone through the evaluation process and the decision is made that they need to be done, at that point, we will look at when they've been requested, what their crash characteristics are. In other words, how often do they have crashes or injuries at that location, what the volume of traffic is in that particular...
And the
Speed is
well?
part of the crash information as well. And we try and look at all of those and then make a decision. We can provide more detail. Again, we have some of it in our tips that we provide as a general information item on our website as well as to the council members' offices. I believe every council office has a copy of the tips. We will provide more to help you inform your constituents about the details.
Is pedestrian flow a factor in all of this?
Again, all of those have to do with what happens in terms of crashes. Crashes can be vehicle to vehicle or they can involve pedestrians and vehicles.
Thank you.
Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas, for calling this special, and yes, your engineering degree comes in handy on these kinds of things and asking the questions about, about putting in a traffic light, because we do have confusion by some of our constituents who think it is a very easy and inexpensive opportunity, and don't understand its implications for the rest, potentially, of that street or that neighborhood, and I know you remember, Mr. Cardenas, near Tierra del Sol, the light that both of us talked a lot about. And my funny story was when I had asked for a light and they said, no, we don't have the money. And then we did a look, I think I can't remember the name of it, but it was a strobe light kind of thing. And the day we announced it, almost two of the DOT officers or staff almost got hit that day. And soon after that, we were able to actually convince them that we needed a traffic light. And I teased that we shouldn't have to have our officers or our staff go out there to happen that. And I know, Ms. Jeff, that's not where you go in your direction. You're looking at it from a different perspective and appreciate that as well. And I joke about it with the staff in your department. But this is, and I want to thank the CLA because we came into committee and budget committee and said we need to put more money into traffic, and we were a little behind the eight ball because both in planning and transportation, because the general managers came in after the budgets had been proposed and adopted without having their own imprint. And so this was our effort to provide some additional resources, both in the left-hand turn signals and also here in the traffic lights. It's a drop in the bucket, we realize that, but look forward to you coming back and saying, here's where we could, not only these 10, but if you gave me X amount, we can leverage that and do more, not only lights, but left-hand turn signals. And so we look forward to your leadership on that, Gloria, as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this item? Not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Thank you. Let's take up item 119, called special by Mr. Labange. Mr. Labange, we have item 119, which is also a transportation issue that you called special, and that is on page 20, having to do with the Wilshire Boulevard reconstruction project.
Yeah, Gloria, you've been on Wilshire Boulevard, Miss?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen how horrible the curb gutter area is? And I know Mr. Robertson is here from Street Services. What are we planning to do with this very challenged part of Wilshire between Western? Mr. Jaime de la Vega, Deputy Mayor, you're familiar with this. A fine Deputy Mayor for the mayor.
Maybe I can speak to this very quickly. Several years ago, there was a plan proposed in the budget to swap out our ANC money with MTA to...
But I think it was last year, not several years ago.
It was for...
Was it several years ago, Sharon? Last year,
Oh,
okay.
I'm sorry,
good.
it was last year, to swap out our ANC money to reconstruct the Wilshire Boulevard.
Right.
With, I guess, with the heavy cement due to the number of buses that travel
4,000 buses a day.
along Wilshire Boulevard. But what was not factored into that estimate were the intersections. As a consequence, the price tag for this project went up another $50 million. We approached MTA, and MTA said they didn't have the funds to address the intersections on Wilshire Boulevard. So if we want to continue with the project, the city would have to come up with another $50 million to finish this project.
What if we just stop the buses where the streets are deplorable condition? I mean, it's unrealistic. I'm very disappointed because I was on the MTA board. I worked to get this in here, and it was supposed to move in last year's budget. I'm just finding this to my attention. And Mr. Wesson, we share this part of Wilshire Boulevard. You know, it looks like a picture of Mars on some of the curb and gutter there. What is happening with this idea of trying to fix Wilshire Boulevard in this area? Is it dead? Officially?
It's not dead. We are in the process of we have not been successful in getting MTA to step up and do the swap out and provide the additional funding. So we are working with Bill and his staff to see if we can identify potential funding sources to come back to City Council.
And others should probably lobby the MTA, do you think, Mr. De La Vega?
Yeah, let me...
You could hold my 38 seconds. I ran it all this time.
Be happy to.
Interest of my 14 colleagues.
Let me first say that our office concurs with the council recommendation to have DOT report back in 90 days. And in fact, this whole conversation should be had within the context of the projected long-term deficits in Prop A and Prop C. So I don't know if the council's going to be able to address this issue as a standalone. We need to look at the broader budgetary context of the city.
Well, I think we've got to look at the failure of the MTA, which has destroyed the street because of the heavy load of buses, and their failure to step up and say, we're going to fix it, we're going to be a partner with the city of Los Angeles. I don't know of any other street in the city that has the buses that flow that get hit as often as this. Is this an item, a line item over at MTA?
Yes, Councilman, we are looking for additional funding at MTA as well for this project.
Could you, at another time, notify me so we could be involved and go over as a team effort, get the community involved, and I'm sure others who are involved have Wilshire, because it makes no sense having these nice new buses on Wilshire when they can't use the curb lane. Mr. Rosendahl feels the same way too. So we'll schedule that meeting there and put more pressure, because I'm a nice guy, and I was a nice guy to the MTA, but a nice guy finishes last on this case, and it didn't get fixed. It was in the budget. It should have been moved on, the $10 million, whether or not they could only do 10 intersections or 10 bus pads. So I'm a little disappointed, and I want to make the correction because it's a failed street. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Labange, for your insight in making this thing special. I just want to bring both to the mayor's office and to the department's head that, you know, this bus-only lane that I have on Wilshire, which is 1 mile in my district, I want to suspend that 1 mile, and I've threatened to suspend it, basically because 1 mile doesn't do anybody any good. It's obviously got to be a 15-mile bus-only lane from the beach to downtown, or at least 4 miles, or 5 miles, or 6 miles. 1 mile only has caused a huge disruption in my district. People are furious. So as we talk about Wilshire and the various aspects of Wilshire, I want to remind the mayor's office especially that I want to suspend that 1 mile, or say I got to have a timetable for the rest of it. So I look forward to leadership from you again, Gloria, on how do we extend the bus-only lane on Wilshire Boulevard, or what do we do about the 1 mile I have in my district? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Okay, we have this item before us. Anybody else wishing to be heard? Let us open the roll on this, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That is approved. Next one is item 58. Thank you very much, Ms. Chen. We have building and safety here. We're going to ask them to come to the table. Colleagues, if you just indulge me from the table real quick, from the chair. On item 58, Mr. Lara, didn't want to make any changes to this, but just wanted to get on the record our conversations about one of the new positions being available to be used for expedited, or I think you had a different phrase for it, but essentially expedited plan check for green building in the city of Los Angeles. Is this one of the positions can be used for?
Yes, actually, we have our program which will be starting in about a month. We will be training not just all the new positions, but all existing positions in green building. And so, therefore, we will move forward on that agenda. But at this time, we do have that training which is ready to go in 1 month.
And so we will have an individual that will be overseeing that, or how is it?
Yes, actually, we're going to be, we have our in-house training staff, but we will be consulting with other people who are experts in that field as well. So.
Okay. We just want to ensure with the new position that we'll have that covered, and we thank you for putting that on the record, and wanting to let folks out there, the general public, know that if you are doing environmentally sensitive construction, that you will be able to have expedited plan check and possibly reduction of fees as well. So we appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Okay. You can please open the roll on 58. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is item number 77, and that was called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Okay. Ms. Hahn, we have item 77 for us. No problem.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure.
Colleagues, I would just like to amend this 77D to also exclude the Warner Grand Theater.
Okay. That's on D?
That's on 77D. We're
Okay.
excluding El Pueblo, the Convention Center.
Okay.
Is there
and
a
I'd
second?
also like to
I'll second
exclude
that.
Warner Grand.
I'll second that. Okay. Anybody else wishing to be heard on 77? If not, let's open the roll as amended.
They like those views.
Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That is approved. Yes, two folks, Mr. Labange, Mr. Weezar.
I have a question on this 77.
Yes,
business
sir.
There was so fast, I was trying to get
I'm
up to
sorry?
the microphone. Could I ask a question, or did we already pass
Absolutely.
it?
Let's reconsider 77. If we can open the roll, reconsideration, close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That's back
And
before us.
This issue
Mr. Labange.
is, Madam Clerk? No, we're back considering it.
This item is, item number is 77, and it's on page 14, and it's adopt recommendations contained in Exhibit H with the following changes, and Councilmember Hahn just amended that to, on 77D, to exclude the Warner Theater in addition to El Pueblo, LA Convention Center, and Department of Rec and Park facilities from filming permit waivers in the proposed budget.
Just a question on that. I do support filming. The issues related to the Los Angeles Zoo, is there a fee waiver for the Los Angeles Zoo on here? Do we know? Does anybody know this? This is the fee waiver to encourage filming, correct? Right? So is the Los Angeles Zoo included totally in this? I don't want to take away the right of the zoo director to make what's healthy for the zoo and the zoo patrons.
No, it's not.
Okay, and is the observatory included in this?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President, for
So
letting me.
it's okay as is?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
gonna let it go.
great. So as amended by Ms. Hahn and seconded by myself, let's reopen the roll on that. Let's close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay, that is approved again. Next item,
Item 86,
I think it's 89. I have on my record, it's called
sorry,
special by Mr.
89, called
Cardenas.
special by Councilman Cardenas.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas, item 89. Okay, we'll hold that on the table. And then 96 is our next one. And I just wanted to make a verbal amendment to item 96, which was to ensure that DART, the domestic abuse response teams, would qualify as part of the 15% policy that we have in Section 125 of crime prevention dollars. Just make sure that that also covers our policy to do crime intervention and prevention programs at a level of 15% of our police hiring. It does not have any financial impact on that. Okay? $96 is before us right now. Okay? Does anybody else wish to be heard on 96? Okay, if not, let's open the roll on 96, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay? Next item, let's take up 105 and 106. Mr. Reyes, the planning issues. 105 is the council motion initiated projects, and 106 is the list of neighborhood council generated workload.
Thank you, Council President. I call these special in that we know we're working, and we're very, very lucky to have a planning director with a lot of energy, a sense of vision in terms of how we should evolve as a city, given all these competing needs. I just want to make sure I call this special to ensure that these items come to committee. As the new director, there's a lot of, I believe over 150 to 200 new motions that are asking for some type of work from the planning department. What I want to make sure is that as we go through these council motion initiated projects and 106, begin the reports, to have a clear understanding of how these reports will come through committee. I want to make sure they go to planning and land use management.
And I'm sorry, that's on both items, 105 and 106?
106.
Oh, only 106?
105 and 106.
Okay. Mr. Labange, I know, had planning issues as well. Mr. Labange? If not, let's vote on these now. This will be to be referred back to committee. If there's...
Just the reports that are instructed to come back to committee, is that correct?
Yes, we want the actions.
Okay, the reports would come back. Mr. Labange, on the planning?
Just on planning, members, as we working with Mr. Reyes, I want to see us develop a senior lead planner like the senior lead police officer, so there's somebody out in the community who is knowledgeable on the zones and the neighborhoods and could articulate that in a public way. We've talked with the Director of Planning and her staff, and I know it's going to come back, but I hope one day, as we complement this Department of Planning and energize it more, that they develop individual people who have the skills and knowledge, who don't just know the planning issues as it relates to a map or an ordinance, but actually the block, the street, the trees, the curbs, the neighborhoods, as we should. That was my only point of adding to this, Ed, and I know you're going to discuss it in your committee, and I see Ms. Goldberg is here. Good to see you. I yield my time to the fine Chair of Planning.
Thank you, Councilor Labange. I just wanted to thank Ms. Goldberg for joining us. When she did emerge and join us in Plum Committee, I did ask the question, and rather bluntly, if we were prepared as a department to engage neighborhood councils and the other community organizations to essentially respond in a manner which I believe the senior lead officer would with the police and the planning department, and your response was?
I think that we are absolutely prepared to work out, to sit with the neighborhood councils, to work out a relationship with them, to work out expectations between the two of them. I think that it is exactly the right time as we're starting 6 new community plan updates next year. I think that this is exactly the critical time to do it. I have made that commitment in public to many of the neighborhood councils, and I would expect as we put together our strategic plan for the department that we are going to make certain that we have the capacity within the department to have that ongoing relationship with them and to help them be a part of the planning process.
But my understanding is also that within 6 months, we'll have a re-evaluation of where our budget is at. Technically, and from a personnel point of view, we're not prepared to do that now.
Exactly.
Because we're not structured to respond in the manner that would reflect your level of quality.
Exactly. We need to reorganize the department in order to create the capacity to really do effective long-range planning, and we're working on that right now. I believe that we're going to need a reorganization in order to effectively do the casework. I think, as I have told anyone who would listen, we have a huge backlog of cases, and I will tell you that today the strike team met for the first time. These are former employees, these are consultants that we have hired, and people willing to work overtime, and they have begun today to address the backlog.
And understanding that there are 15 districts, all with priorities, a mayor who has also a set of priorities, that we will work together with Plum Committee to try to establish some kind of pattern, some kind of rhythm that gets us to a point where we are actually moving on these motions.
Right.
But there's a lot of groundwork to be done
Right.
in terms of how the organization can move.
And let me tell you that what we are doing right this minute with the list of council directives is that we are going through that list as a management team and assigning to each of the tasks either the status that we have begun it and how long it's going to take us to finish it, or if we have not begun, we have added what the staff requirements would be and how long it will take, because I think that will be helpful to the council members as they evaluate the list.
I just want to take a moment to thank you, Ms. Goldberg, for your spirit, your can-do attitude, and your coming out to the communities. Appreciate you coming out to the conversion meeting regarding the condos and apartments, and look forward to working with you as we produce more for the city so we can have a healthier city. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. We next have Mr. Smith, and then Ms. Perry, and then Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, if I could just clarify, did you say you wanted only go to Plum on 106? Both. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Ms. Perry?
Goldberger, just a quick question. Do you have a timeline set up yet for getting out to council offices so that we can help you prioritize the projects?
Yes, I actually have visited a few, and we have made calls to set up appointments with all of them, and so I think you will be sitting with me very quickly.
Okay, and what do you project in terms of a timing within months or so that you'd be able to hit all of them?
I think that I've already visited about 4 of them, and I would hope that within the next 3 weeks we can get the rest of them. It's important for me to know what their priorities are, your priorities are, before we begin to set up a work program and a strategic plan for the department.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
It's music to my ears when you talk about a work plan, a strategic plan, and moving forward with it. We're looking forward to you coming Saturday to our Empowerment Congress. And what I enjoy the most is you do see transportation and planning joined at the hip. And they must be joined at the hip, because if we don't have the transportation infrastructure, we can't do the planning, can't do the building. So the combination of that, and we're looking forward to showing you our district, which I know you know already, and looking forward to working with you. Congratulations for doing it. And most importantly, when we went through the budget process in the committee meeting, you said, I need more time to analyze what I got going here, where we are and where we need to go. And I thought that was the prudent, conservative, and the right thing to do. So I applaud you for that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Anybody else wishing to speak? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved, and those will be referred to the committee as well. Next item, please.
Mr. President, next item is item number 112, and that was called special by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl, number 112. Let's hold that on the desk. Yes, Mr. Parks, do you want to take a stab at that?
A reconsideration on 67, we want to change some dollar figures.
Okay, let's do that first. If we can take 67 and reconsider that. Please open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Mr. Parks?
Okay. Initially, it's reflected that 2.4 million was for direct costs. The numbers should be changed. The total amount does not change. The direct cost should be $2,131,978. Indirect cost is $540,670.
All right, with that amendment, let's reopen the roll on that, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Let's go with number 112, Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Do we have Bill? Thanks. Colleagues, this item, I just wanted to call it special because we had quite a bit of discussion in council recently when we had an update on the 50/50, and we also had quite a bit of discussion in the budget committee, because this is a little bit different than what was in the mayor's budget. And if I could just have Bill explain what we're doing here, and the we're giving you 27 additional positions, and this will restore us to our current fiscal year, correct?
That's correct.
I'll let you go ahead and explain and hold my time.
The difference between the two programs was that this current fiscal year, we have two 26-mile modules of general fund sidewalk for a total of 52 miles. We also had an additional $1.4 million that was allocated to do a citywide pilot for the 50/50 program. Part of that budget package allowed us to hire 23 additional people to do the pilot program. The difference this year is that the mayor's office has recommended that we go ahead and fully fund one of those 26-mile modules for the 50/50, which means we would have a minimum of 52 miles that we would be doing. Then if, dependent on the buy-in that we get from the residents, we have the same potential that we had this year to get an additional 26 miles for a total of 78 miles. The difference was between the mayor's proposal and what went through Budget and Finance was the fact that they were cutting the positions that were allocated to us with this year's program, which means I would certainly have the money to do it, but I wouldn't have the positions in order to get that same amount of work done. And what we agreed to do is only hire those positions as we move through the program. If we see the program is going well and we need additional resources, we would hire at that time and bring those people on board.
Great, and I just wanted to make sure that everyone was clear that we had a base of 52 distributed amongst the council offices, council districts, and that in addition to that would be the 50/50 sidewalk program. I have a number of people who are signed up. I saw someone on Mother's Day who said they were so excited and then had to be put on a waiting list, and I'm hoping that they're still on the list. In Mr. Smith's district I was in, so they're anxious to have their sidewalk repaired. But this is going to, again, allow us to continue the citywide 50/50 sidewalk program and increase the number of sidewalks we're going to be able to repair in the city. So we look forward, Bill, to your other ideas and suggestions as to how we can do more with less, which you seem to be good at. So I appreciate that and your efforts on this program.
Thank you for your
Mr. President.
support.
Mr. Padilla is our next speaker, to be followed by Mr. Rosendahl and Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I truly wanted to speak on this item, not so much because I have issues pertaining to the recommendation before us, but more specifically to call to your attention a motion that I'm introducing as we come back to the regular council meeting for today related to this item that's before us. When it comes to sidewalk maintenance and repair and the 50/50 program, colleagues, as you all know, the state legislature and the governor have an agreement to put a series of infrastructure bonds on the November ballot. One of the bonds, the transportation bond specifically, includes $1 billion statewide for local road improvements. The City of Los Angeles, if those bonds are approved by the voters in November, stands to receive approximately, $127 million in change or so. So I'm bringing in a motion that asks us to develop a policy for how we would spend those dollars should it be approved by the voters. Similar to a discussion we had earlier in the budget meeting and in committee as to how our new monies could be used when we raise the sanitation fees. When we get these dollars, assuming it's passed in November, I think it's important to develop a policy to direct how that local road improvement money will be used. Should it just be used for streets? Do we have the latitude for using it for sidewalks too? I'd like to know, because we need some more sidewalk money. Is it just for maintenance and repair? Can we use some of those monies for new construction, something that I've been asking for a couple of years now? I'd like us to know, and if we have that latitude, have a policy that reflects that. The big question, should we just divide this money by 15 and send it to each council district equally? Or should we follow a roadmap that's more based on need, based on the recommendations of the department? For me, that's a particular concern because districts like the 7th, like the 6th, like the 2nd, and others will never catch up to the rest of the city if all we do is continue to divide by 15. So these are some of the questions that I've asked. Probably the most important question that I'm asking is, this is how it ties back to the budget. Will the new monies coming from the statewide bond be used only to supplement what we commit to through this budget? Or are we going to allow ourselves to substitute monies from the general fund with monies that come from the bond? I think not. I think we should commit ourselves, how formally and how structurally we can debate, but somehow commit ourselves to a maintenance of effort clause so that the levels of funding that we commit to sidewalk improvements, street improvements through the budget be maintained, and have anticipated bond funds come to be above and beyond those commitments. So I'd ask for your support when this policy comes back around.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rosendahl, then Mr. Labange.
I appreciate what Mr. Padilla said. That was very good, and it's insightful, too. Bill, a couple of quick questions. Look, probably the number one constituent issue I always have is potholes, tree trimming, sidewalk fixing. If we honored the list of people right now in this great city that are on that list that should have their sidewalks or trees trimmed or potholes fixed, how long would it take to do it under the existing budget?
With the current budget allocation, 83 years to get their sidewalk repaired.
83 years
83
from
years.
today, just to do what's on the list.
That's correct, and about 9 years to get their tree trimmed, and then about 80 years to get their street resurfaced.
80 years for the street, 9 years for the trees, and 83 years for the sidewalks. So what the public needs to know is it's just a small number we're dealing with every year in our budget. And if we had our way, we would obviously have a lot more money to do what we should be doing, which is really constituent services.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll have a bond measure passed, there's some talk about it, and we can actually get the job done. The 50-50 program, my district took advantage of it more than any other district. Why did they, and what is the 50-50 program, real quickly?
Basically, the program is designed for those individuals that want to get their sidewalk repair and don't want to wait that 83-year period or get on that list and wait that period of time. They partner with the city, they pay 50% of the cost, and they go to the top of the list for that fiscal year's sidewalk reconstruction funded by the 50-50 side of the sidewalk program.
So in other words, the baseline for the city is such, and this is in addition to, so nobody can say, well, it's those rich people again.
That's correct. It's first come, first serve. The average cost is running between $1,300 and $1,400 per property frontage. It's very affordable and includes not only the sidewalk repair, but whether there's tree trimming involved, root pruning involved, tree removal, planting a new tree. So it's a full package for the resident.
Great. Well, thank you for your leadership. Appreciate it.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Bill. Thank you and all your crews. Cooperation is necessary. Yesterday, there's a crew in the valley working in my district in Toluca Lake, and unfortunately, there was a car that had not been able to be moved, and it slowed the crew down, but I know DOT came out as soon as they were notified. But I know this coordination is so important. I just want to know if there could be a 50-50 by 60-day program. Is it anything realistic? Meaning, if I hear I could fix my sidewalk and I put up $50, not $50, 50% of the cost, but I'd like to see it get done within 60 days. I mean, is there a way we could try to do that or at least encourage it? Because I talked to someone Saturday night, I believe, at the Getty Foundation dinner, and they wanted to get their sidewalks fixed, but they seemed like they have a long line to get in that. So if you could explain.
Yep. Basically, right now, the citywide pilot that we conducted this year, as I mentioned, we were allocated 23 additional positions to do that work. Unfortunately, because of the 3 years of hiring freezes, we had difficulty in hiring those 23 people. I actually had to cut the program short 6 months because I realized with the buy-in that I had, the fact that I didn't have the resources available, I wouldn't have finished as promised the program in the fiscal year. The change this year, which is going to improve the program, is by moving one of our modules to the 50-50. I already have those folks on board. Once the budget is approved, we'll open up the program, start taking information from the residents that may want to buy in and be ready to start July 1st with actual reconstruction
What
of
if
the
somebody wants to go
sidewalk.
to 100%? Like they say, forget 50/50, I want my sidewalk fixed, I'll pay for the whole thing. Do you do that, or do you go B permit?
Well, we can done that. We have done that in the past. We need controller's instructions to allow us to accept the money. We've done that with many community groups, businesses, where we have done alley resurfacing, for example, in commercial areas. So we have that ability to do that type of work. But naturally, our first priority is always our budgeted program, and those types of jobs are scheduled on weekends, on overtime.
And I believe, and if you could hold my time because I'm running out of it, I believe, is there a motion, and I think Mr. Parks made it, when you close escrow on a property, that you, if your sidewalk's not repaired, you have to repair it? Is that, it's in committee, in Mr. Rosendal's committee, to look at that particular issue. So you could roll my time on that there. So with that in mind, I just wanted to continue to work there. Thank you, Ms. Gruhl and Ms. Hahn, because I think Ms. Hahn brought the most graphic display of that woman who walked out of her hair salon on what would have been a beautiful experience and hit a sidewalk. Question, do we check with our Department of Disability to see what zip code the most people who are physically challenged live in as far as sidewalk repair?
I believe the Office on Disabilities would have that information. I know that we have.
Check that, because I would hope we go whatever council district it is. If a high number of people live in 9000 or whatever, that they get the attention first, because there's nothing worse than a trip and fall on a sidewalk.
Yes.
Thank you and your crews, and keep hiring from the hall to supplement your regular city forces to keep the overhead down so we can do more work. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mr. Parks and Mr. Reyes next. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Robinson, I just want to ask you one question that we dealt with in Claims Board all the time. We have instances where we pay sometimes significant amount of money on liability, somebody trips and falls, and often it comes down to whether we have, quote, constructive notice. And that could be because we did work in the immediate area, or we may even have repaired that particular spot. What I'm wondering is how we might develop a system that when it comes to our attention and we actually pay a liability suit, how we can move that particular damaged sidewalk to the level to ensure that it gets repaired, as opposed, not repaired, gets reconstructed and not repaired with the asphalt.
Right.
And so I'm wondering, have we given that any thought? Or
Yes, matter of fact, we have. And one of the key things that we're doing now is when we get the monthly report telling us from risk management on where we've had our trip and falls, those now become priorities for the Bureau to repair those locations. We immediately do the interim repair, which is the asphalt, but then it goes to the top of the list to be scheduled for the permanent replacement of the sidewalk or whatever case, whether it's a curb or a pothole. It would then go right to the top of that list.
is that part of the concerned council district's allocation, or is that above and beyond?
Right now, it is part of the allocation for each council district, and we make that council district aware of this priority, and 9 out of 10 cases, that is a priority for them as well.
Okay. The one thing that came up yesterday in the Claims Board was that we had one, and we were, agreeing to expend this money on the litigation, but the representative from your office did not quite know when it would get repaired. They knew that there was going to be asphalt on it on the repair. We said, well, is it scheduled for reconstruction? And they said they weren't aware. And we said, well, I thought there was a move to move some of these high priority so that we wouldn't revisit them in another few months because asphalt's there and we've not reconstructed. So if we can clarify that amongst the staff, it would help us on those reports that we are providing funds on litigation. If we know when your representative comes in that this is when it's going to be reconstructed, it would be very helpful in solving or settling that lawsuit.
We'd be glad to do that for you.
Mr. Reyes.
So, sir, first, I want to say thank you, Mr. Robinson, for your hard work. I believe your department, your team does a great job in responding. But I wanted to ask you, on the 50/50 program, which districts use it the least and which districts use it the most?
Well, I think that what we've found as we've got into the program.
Please hold my time.
naturally, outreach is a key element, but as we found in your district, for one, where you have a high percentage of renters as opposed to property owners, it's much more difficult to reach the actual property owner or where the renters reside than it is when you have a resident who owns the property and is living there to get them to buy in. So I think one of the things we will do this year is do a much better job in our outreach, trying to get notification to actual property owners where they do have multiple renters living in a duplex or even an apartment building.
So you would say those areas like my district, 14, 13, 8 and 9, maybe 10, use it the least?
Well, I'd say Council District 10 did an excellent job, but I think your district, 13, portions of 14, even portions of 9 where you have a lot of renters, those areas don't take advantage of it.
And it's not only renters, but it's also, I believe, a reflection of income, would you say?
Yes, it may very well be, although that we've found that the bulk of the individuals buying into the program have been what we would refer to as blue-collar, middle-of-the-road type individuals that are buying in. It's not, as we feared, the very rich buying into the program, so it was pretty much right in the middle of the road. Those were the folks that were buying into the program.
You know, colleagues, a few years back, we used to have enough block grant funds where we could offset some of these cost issues, especially in the neighborhoods that have high poverty levels. But I believe this year we're down to like 1.5 of block grant funds to do some of the sidewalk and street repair. And it's a shame that we're in this position, given the federal policies that we are right now enduring. But I want to thank Mr. Robertson, and hopefully, in the near future, we can look at ways in which we can offset some of these imbalances, given the fact that the areas that need it the most are getting served the least, and things just get compounded, given the image issue, lower property values, and then what they call the broken window theory, and how that causes more stress on the community. So, but thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reyes. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this? If not, let's open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay, that is approved. And Mr. Cardenas has indicated 89. His questions are resolved on that. Does anybody else wish it to be heard on 89? If not, let's open the roll on 89, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay. That would take us to item 113. Mr. Labange? Yes. Item number 113, which is about the street sweeping program, comprehensive analysis.
And I see Mr. Robertson is here again. Thank you very much. Saw your sweeper working today out of the Hollywood Yard on Carlos Street and around by Bronson, down Hollywood Boulevard. Question I wanted to ask, has there been any discussion between sanitation and street services about partnership? Because it's the drains that they clean and it's the gutters that you clean, and 86% of all debris is within a foot of the gutter.
That's true, and the reality is that street sweeping is proactive, cleaning the drains is reactive.
Right.
So the more street cleaning you do, the more debris you catch before it gets to those storm drains. So.
And how are we doing in this budget for basket? I know you got a new equipment there. Mr. Rosendahl wants to dedicate the brand-new single form packer loader, I guess you would call it. Or what's new on that? How much staffing you got for baskets? Because I think nothing is worse. There's probably things that are worse, but one of the top 10 worst things you could see is when there's a trash basket overflowing at a bus stop and it just becomes a mill of all kinds of trash. How are you on staffing of those laborers for that?
Well, right now we're actually funded to service only 3,000 trash receptacles citywide. We did a pilot last year with the help of the Bureau of Sanitation, getting us some grant money to utilize the new Totter trash receptacles that have 3 times the volume of the current wire baskets that we use. They're fully automated, allows us to serve, reduce the number of people on the truck. We only need 1 person as opposed to 2. Plus, it reduces the frequencies that we actually have to service the basket because their volume is much greater. Plus, they have locking tops, so we don't get the homeless people coming into those trash receptacles, sorting through the debris. So we would like to see that program expanded. It's worked very, very well for us. If you look around City Hall, some of the other areas in the city, we have those totter cans placed in those strategic areas where we have high pedestrian foot traffic.
Right. Where do we take our trash from those? Do we take it to a MRF or do we take it to a landfill?
Right now, we take it to our own transfer stations.
Right.
And then we transfer it to the local landfills.
Would it be worth, because most of that is similar type trash, sending that to a MRF? Have you looked into that?
We looked at a number of cities that do that. We looked at the amount of trash that we pick up. Right now, with the amount of trash that we're picking up, there is no advantage. It's almost a break-even process.
Right.
So the more we can pick up, the more we can expand the program. We would get to that point where then we could start that
And lastly,
recycling
last
program.
question with 18 seconds. How many bids are doing their own trash receptacles? Because I'm trying to...
Off the top of my head, I don't know,
Why
but
don't you get
it's
back to me?
considerable. It's
Get me back
considerable.
on that, because I want to make sure we do that. Thank you very much. We should keep these trash baskets clean, because nothing's worse than an overflowing trash basket. Clean the trash.
Ms. Perry, you want to be heard? Nope, okay. Anybody else wishing to be heard? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Thank you. That is approved as well. 125, colleagues, if you'll just indulge me from the chair again, I just wanted to call this special to point out that the change in gang reduction program to the UB for gang prevention, intervention, and reduction program speaks to a number of the programs that are out there, whether it's the GAP program in San Pedro, which I know Ms. Hahn has been working on, whether it's the YO program in Pacoima, Boyle Heights, and Watts, or some of the other ones. This allows us to take the best case or best practices and move out of the unappropriated balance some of the intervention and prevention dollars as Mr. Cardenas's committee works on the overall policy. So I want to thank the committee for that as well. Anybody else wishing to be heard on 125? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay. Colleagues, that besides 71, which we will take up with the motions, finishes the initial round. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and please hold tight, and we will continue in 5 minutes. Colleagues, if I could ask everybody to come back. We will begin to work our way through the motions. If folks can come back to their seats in about 30 seconds. Started. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Madam Clerk, we've circulated a number of motions, colleagues. We're up, I believe, to, is it number 40 now, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, we should all have, if you look at the packets, colleagues, that are in front of you, there's a number of packets that have all the motions together. So we are still waiting for the Police Commission. We were going to take those up first, but I think we will go just in order right now. So with that, let's begin with the first one.
Okay, Mr. President, did you want to take up motion 1, and that was, I believe, going to be redone as 71A to amend 71?
Yes, let's keep that on the table for right now. Ms. Do we want to take it up now? Okay, let's take it up now then. 71 and 71A are before us. Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, this is an item we were talking about earlier regarding the financial policies and how the CAO and CLA were drafting that. I want to make a couple of things very, very clear today. Number one, amending the financial policies, given the fact that we do not do multi-year budgets, is the strongest possible commitment this council can make in expanding the Los Angeles Police Department. Our plan to fund the officers is unambiguous. It is crystal clear. And by approving this policy before us today, we have set in motion, I believe very strongly, the most significant expansion of the LAPD in a decade. Over the last several years, we've had a lot of talk about expanding the police department, but in all honesty, very few results. Every year we've had a goal of expanding the police force, but we never have made the tough and fiscally responsible choices to fund that expansion. This council, for the first time, is making the necessary choices to back up our rhetoric with action. I do not, under any circumstances, want to find ourselves 4 years later having failed to expand the police force we have promised. This is the priority we are voting on today by this financial policy. If you agree, and I ask for your support on this amendment in this financial policy that sends the message loud and clear that this is our number one priority. As indicated in the earlier discussion, we have made the change to the numbers to 10,181. It again is number 1 in our motion and financial policy. It states, the city's highest priority is public safety. As such, the city is committed to making the financial resources available to increase the Los Angeles Police Department to 10,181 sworn officers. The city hereby establishes the following financial policy after obligatory costs in recognition of and commitment to the need to increase the number of sworn officers for the Los Angeles Police Department to 10,181 officers. The highest funding priority shall be for providing sufficient resources in the direct support of expanding the sworn LAPD policing to the level of 10,181 officers by 2010-11. All other budget priorities will receive funding consideration in context of the need to provide sufficient resources to meet the annual cost of police staffing in accordance with Section 1 above. So I want to thank the CAO and CLA and the City Attorney's Office, because we had a lot of discussions about this to make our financial policies clear and our commitment clear, and felt this was the best avenue to make that commitment clear in the additional resources we have to support our Los Angeles Police Department. So I'd ask for an aye vote on this item, motion number 1, that is the actual language alluded to in item number 71. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Well, thank you. First of all, the committee wrestled with this for a couple of days and trying to figure out how best to make a statement, a very strong statement that we are committed to raising the police department rather than just a one-year application of money, which we've historically done, that we want to find a way to strengthen our commitment. And we talked many ways. Ms. Gruhl brought forward some ideas. Mr. Parks and I had some very strong concerns about Prop 218 implications, particularly as you designate the trash collection fee toward police. And so Ms. Gruhl brought forth this statement. I think it's the strongest possible commitment we can legally make without violating Prop 218, and saying that this council is committed on a long-term basis to building up the police department without breaking any of the rules that we have within our budget. And so this was something, again, that we struggled with for many days. This was the language that worked best. The city attorney agreed, met all those criteria, and I urge your support because I think it really says that this council is committed to raising the police department as our top priority, building the police department as best we can within the guidelines that we must follow in our annual budget every year. And so I think we should support this, move it forward. It is the best way to go about accomplishing those goals.
Mr. Rosendahl.
I also agree with this. I sat on the Budget Committee. It was a great privilege to be on that committee. And you know, the people's number one concern, our number one responsibility is public safety. So whatever we do to give assurance to people that we're moving in that direction, we're doing the right thing. I urge us all to support this. Thank you.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to say to Ms. Gruhl, thank you for putting the time and energy, because we've gone from one extreme to the other. And I think the issue as we went through the budget, it kind of dawned on all of us that we had to have some strong language, but we also had to be considerate of the possibility of lawsuits. And what we were really concerned with is not to spend a dime defending ourselves, but clearly looking at a way in which we could send a clear message, but also understand that we are following our policies. And when we created the policies a couple of years ago, I don't know if we really knew what we were doing and what we were going to get out of it, but relying on those policies, I think it put us in a great position to talk about our future, to look at our reserve fund, and to really begin to look at how we can, even though we don't do multi-year budgets, we're planning for multi-year because we're putting things in place that we can build on, and we're also cognizant of the structural deficit 1, 2, 3, and 4 years out. And so it does put us in a place to really manage the money of the city quite well. And so I think the wording is as strong as we can get it. I think it's important that it's part of that policy, and I think it's something that we should wholeheartedly endorse.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay. And we'll go to our CLA for number 2.
Okay, motion number 2 is there's no fiscal impact. It's an instruction for my office and the CAO to identify $270,000 towards the Arroyo Seco feasibility study and to report to the Budget and Finance Committee and the Ad hoc River Committee.
Mr. Cardenas, do you want to be heard? I said your budget, your button was pressed, but did you want to hear it, or is that a mistake? Okay. So you want to skip number 2, hold number 2 on the table? Okay. This is about the Arroyo Seco feasibility study. Are we okay to vote on this one, Mr. Cardenas, or did you want to hold it on the table? Okay, let's go to item 3 while we're waiting that. We'll hold 2 on the table.
We're going to speak to it just a second?
Mr.
I support it.
Okay.
Oh, just want to ask a question. Have a question. I know that, but can we do this for?
Okay, that was a mistake. Mr. Cardenas didn't want to be heard on that. If everybody's good on it, we'll go ahead, open the roll on 2.
Move it. From my button.
I'm sorry.
Wait a second. I'm
I
sorry.
have Cardenas
I had
and
a question.
Labange.
We're doing a Royal Seco.
Did you press your button too, Mr. Reyes? I just want to make sure the system is working here. Okay, Mr. Cardenas was a mistake, Mr. Labange, and then we'll hear from
As
Mr.
the
Reyes.
chair, could we suggest that we, not necessarily on this one, but on another one, do Tahunga Wash and some of the valley tributaries? So we'll look at that too. Thank you. My question's answered. Wendy?
Okay.
Mr. Reyes.
Let's just move it.
It has been moved. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That's approved. Number 3, Mr. Miller.
Item number 3 is a Reyes motion. There is no fiscal impact and is compliant with the financial policies. It requires the city planning associate position in the planning department for the Fletcher Square interim control ordinance to also work on the proposed Glassell Park, Cypress Park Community Design Overlay District.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard? Let's open the roll on 3, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That's approved. Next one, Mr. Miller.
Item number 4 is also no fiscal impact. It's a Reyes motion to require 4 city planning associates assigned to interim control ordinance implementation to also be responsible for the Northeast Los Angeles Hillside ICO related hillside issues.
Okay, we have 2 council members wishing to be heard, Mr. Smith and then Mr. Parks.
Yeah, I need clarification, Mr. Reyes. It doesn't say also in the motion. It says to be responsible for only the Northeast. So I want clarification of that. Do you want them to assist on that, or are you taking those 4 people just to work on your one project?
Whatever the director feels is most efficient, if she can do also, that's great too. I just want to get this done. It's been sitting there for 4 years.
Then I suggest, because you're asking all the ICO projects to be put back so that you can get your one done, that maybe this needs to be discussed at length rather than just be voted on right now.
Well, to ease the tension and make sure everyone gets treated equally, we'll go with also.
Also, all right.
Mr. Parks?
I think the also.
Also resolves it. Thank you for the also, Mr. Reyes. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote as amended.
Item
14 eyes.
Oh, sorry.
And the clerk will find the proper place to put the also. Number 5?
Item number 5 is a Weiss motion to instruct the police department to report to the Public Safety Committee on the department's request for additional 145,000 sworn overtime hours.
I believe we're waiting for the police commission, Mr. Weiss's staff. Why don't we hold that on the table for a second? Go to item 6.
Item number 6 is a Reyes motion, no fiscal impact. It is to instruct the CAO with the assistance of the planning and personnel departments to quantify the planning department supervisory staff ratio and management's span of control issues, and to report back to the Planning and Land Use Management Committee.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That is approved. Number 7.
Number 7 is a Parks motion with no fiscal impact. It indicates that the funds provided for sworn overtime in the police department are not further categorized by individual purpose line items, but constitute a general overtime pool.
Okay. Anybody wish to be heard on this? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote on 7.
14 eyes.
That is approved. Number 8, please.
Number 8 is a Hahn motion with no fiscal impact. It requests the Harbor Department and Airports Department to report to the Trade, Commerce, and Tourism Committee on the level of funding and plans for recruitment for their respective police agencies.
Okay. Ms. Hahn?
I just want to say, as we also made the statement about our priority being for funding of hiring of Los Angeles Police Department officers, I also think we need to know that our harbor and our airport are also making the same kind of level of commitment and putting their money where their mouth is in terms of protecting, 2 targets in this country for potential terrorist attacks. So I think we should know what they're doing as well to really commit to the funding and the hiring of police officers for both of those agencies.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Anybody else wishing to be heard? If not, let's open the roll on item 8. Let's close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That is approved. Thank you. Item number 9.
Item number 9 does have a fiscal impact. It would reduce the reserve fund by $21,000. It is a Hahn motion proposing additional funding for LA City View 35.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard on this? If not, we'll open the roll on this item.
Excuse me, rather than appropriating new money, we could look to the existing appropriation from the TDA account and just kind of rearrange the dollars so that we stay within the current total amount, and it would eliminate a need to appropriate money from the reserve fund.
Okay. Mr.
And we'll still meet your goal.
Okay. That recommendation, okay, why don't we amend that? Mr. Parks, did you want to add?
Could you repeat that? Because our notes show that there's no money in that account, and so...
No, within the existing appropriation from the TDA account, we can just look at it and kind
You
of...
would rearrange it?
We rearrange it, it will result in no additional money
Okay.
coming from the reserve fund. And we'll work with the CLA, we'll finalize that.
Okay. That's accepted,
Yes.
Ms. Hahn? Okay. Why don't we open the roll on that motion as amended, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
We can return to item 5. Told that's not one that the Police Commission is going to be here for, so if anybody wish to be heard on item 5? Mr. Labange?
On this, is it broken down by police overall or by areas? Police areas and police functions?
Well, this motion is a motion for PD to report back to the Public Safety Committee on the allocation and use of an additional 145,000 sworn overtime hours.
And they'll describe where they feel they should use it? Or what will they describe? What are they reporting back?
Mr. Weiss? Mr. Labange was asking about, on item number 5, what the report on overtime to your committee was going to be about. So maybe you could clarify?
Clarification, Mr. Labange, is I actually received a communication from the department this morning asking for the council to consider this issue, and I think it should be considered because it's an important way to add cops on the street from time to time. And so this motion merely asks for a report back.
Right, but is it going to be broken down by patrol or by detective, or do we know? What do
We can slice it and dice it any way you want, and when we talk about it offline...
Well, I think what we should do is break it down on citizen services, in the area of police stations. I mean, if I want to, but I don't know, a high percentage should go towards the neighborhood area patrols as opposed to something else that they may want to work overtime on. But I think we should give them some guidelines.
Well, the first question, I'm happy to ask them pile on any question you want. The first question is the real one, which is budgeting. It's $7 million worth of overtime. Is that a good or bad use of public funds, and what's it used for? I mean, that's the big question. That's the main question that's going to be addressed by the report back. If you want to ask an additional question, which, if I may formulate it for you, it's something along the lines of what percentages of the total overtime are used for what different sorts of duties and assignments by the LAPD historically, and what do they anticipate for this coming year, then let's have that as well.
So you'll add that to your discussion?
Just did.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Parks?
Bill, let me ask you, did we deal with this on a budget memo, the 145,000 hours, or was it evaluated?
We just addressed the amount of overtime they're currently used and what's in the budget. This would represent a new appropriation of, actually, it's $7.5 million, and would have to come from the reserve fund.
Okay. If we'd like to have that sent to Budget and Finance after that report comes in.
Thank you. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith, did you want to be heard on this?
Just to recall for Mr. Parks as well as my own and the rest of the council, we heard this in committee and talked about the 145 specifically because there was a request by the chief. The committee felt that department overtime usage over the last couple of years had been very sporadic and unaccountable, really, that we weren't satisfied with the way the money was being spent and how the controls were put on them to maintain that the account was not overspent, which has been historically the problem the last few years. So the committee said, we don't want to add the 145,000 now. We want to see some fiscal constraints and control at fiscal operations in the police department before we did that. And secondly, if you increase it now, then they're going to come back in a couple more years and ask for, again, another increase because they've said historically it's been going up. Well, it's been going up because we haven't kept enough control on overtime spending at LAPD. And I think we're waiting for a plan to come back that meets the committee's concerns that there's not enough real planning in the police department. The police department sat out here and said there was. We weren't convinced that there is yet. And so just FYI, we'll talk this again, but at the point in time in which the budget was brought forward, that specific number was asked for by the chief, was rejected by the committee, basically on the grounds that we just don't have enough fiscal controls to satisfy our concern, that once we would give that it doesn't then become the baseline for the next request. And so I think that was our biggest concern.
Okay, anybody else wishing to be heard on this one? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 10 is a HON motion, which does have a financial impact. It would add $100,000 to the reserve fund, or to the unappropriated balance for a one-stop permit office for charter schools. This funding would have to come from the reserve fund.
Ms. Hahn.
Colleagues, this came up because I think so many of us are having charter schools emerging in our council districts, and we found out that a lot of these places are on a school calendar. They're trying to get these places open by September. We realized a lot of these people going into buildings which were never intended to be schoolhouses. So I wanted to put all of our resources in one area, Office of Charter Schools, where we could have building, planning, fire safety, everything we need to make sure that those who are emerging to try to build these charter schools at least have, if they're in the city of Los Angeles, at least have a place here where we can expedite and streamline their urgency for creating some of these schools. I think it makes sense. When they go badly, as you know, Bill, one went badly in your district. When they go badly, it's not good for the parents. It's not good for the students who are expecting these schools to open in September. So I think we need to put the resources to support these schools, because sometimes the school district charters them and gives them no resources in terms of how to open a new school. I think it's another step. It's another show on the side of the city of Los Angeles that we're partnering with the educational needs of our constituents.
Mr. Parks, Mr. Labange, Mr. Huizar, and Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that we send that to committee, because I think that although it may have merit, without having a funding source, it somewhat violates our fiscal policies. And again, I'm not sure, but it seems as though we've been advised by Building and Safety that they may do some facilitation of their permits now, although they don't put them in one office. So if we can have that go to committee, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Labange.
But I also understand, I don't know if Dave Lars here was representing Building and Safety earlier at all, but I think if there's somebody identified right now, like today, because there's nothing frustrating when people organize to try to form a school to meet the hurdles. But I also know, I would bet the mayor's office, I would just bet in Bud Ovrum, those business teams up there, they always have someone in there who's specializing in this. Do you know about that at all, Karen, if there's someone? No one actually assigned. Well, here's an opportunity. We should help out here, a deputy mayor for charter schools. I like that. But anyway, I wanted to stand and support this effort because I think it's important. I think there's nothing more frustrating for the people who we represent when they're trying to do something good for their neighborhood. This is a very big thing, a charter school, and they get plowed over by bureaucracy, which a very dedicated public representative could help clear bureaucracy for them. So I'd like to support this.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Huizar.
Thank you. I want to support Ms. Hahn in moving this forward as quickly as possible. We have a lot of our charter schools. It's a priority for the school district to open up charter schools in some of the most overcrowded areas. That means they're going to start school this July 1st. So the quicker we could put this in place, the quicker we could help some charter schools get in place and get going to relieve some of the most overcrowded areas in our school district. When the school district grants a charter school their right to operate, we do not have as a requirement them to have a facility. They rely on the city to get those permits as quickly as possible to open up their schools. There have been a number of newspaper articles about students moving from location to location because the city has not completed the permit review process. I would urge this council, if it's serious and supportive of helping our kids getting an opportunity to learn in a good environment, that we move this as quickly as possible. This is one of the quickest ways we could help our school district in their efforts to support not only the overcrowding problem, but help move along good charter schools that are serving our children in some of the most overcrowded areas.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, it's nice to hear the former head of the school board take some leadership with us on this, as Janice Hahn has done. I personally experienced a debacle in the charter school system, and parents were just irate. We were at the Accelerated School the other day when the mayor did a State of the City address. We believe in charter schools, and whatever we can do to foster them, encourage them, and accelerate them, we want to do. If we have to go through some process of who's the sourcing and funding and all that, great. The bottom line is we have to support this. Thank you.
That's our last speaker. We have a motion from Mr. Parks. Was there a second to that, to refer this to committee? There's no second on that? Okay. All right. Then we will take the motion as is.
Mr. President,
Yes.
before you vote on Councilwoman Hahn's motion, if it could be slightly amended to allow our two offices to come back, because we feel that this may be eligible to be funded through the enterprise fund of building and safety. So rather than just identifying an appropriation for the reserve fund, to give us the option to look at both funding sources, we'll come back very quickly.
Okay.
Very quickly.
Okay. That accepted as a suggestion. Do you want to make that move, Ms. Hahn? Okay. If so, then as amended, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That's approved as amended. Next item, please.
Item number 11 is a Hahn motion with no fiscal impact. It's an instruction to the Department of Airports to report back to the Trade, Commerce, and Tourism Committee on capital improvement projects in the 06-07 budget.
Anybody wishing to be heard? If not, let's open the roll. On 11, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
As approved. Item 12, please, Mr. Moore.
Item 12 is a Hahn motion with no fiscal impact. It's an instruction to the Harbor Department to report to the Trade, Commerce, and Tourism Committee on the San Pedro and Wilmington waterfront development projects.
Anybody wishing to be heard on this? If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Item 13, please.
Item 13 is a Hahn motion with a potential positive impact, no negative impact. It's an instruction to exclude the Wonder Green.
I think we covered this, Ms. Hahn, in your oral motion, okay? So let's just note and file that, 13. Item 14, please.
Item number 14 is a Hahn motion with no fiscal impact, an instruction to the Harbor Department to report back on $48 million for port security as part of the Harbor Department's capital improvement expenditure program.
Okay, anybody wishing to be heard? If not, let's prepare the roll on this and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
It's approved. Item 15.
Item 15 is a Hahn motion, no fiscal impact, and instruction to the Harbor Department to report back to committee on the $19.6 million in environmental enhancements as part of the Harbor Department's CIEP.
Anybody wishing to be heard? If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Item 16, please.
And item 16 is a Hahn motion with no fiscal impact. It declares the council's intent that the site next...
We already addressed this as well, so why don't we note and file that?
Right.
That will not be added to Ms. Hahn's frequent flyer miles. Let's do number 17. Yes, Mr. Weiss? Do we have police? Is the commission here?
Yeah, Commission President Mr. Mack just arrived, and we're waiting for Ms. Orden. So if we could hold 17, 18, and 19 for 5 minutes.
Sure. Let's go to number 20.
Okay.
20.
Item number 20.
1 second.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. White. We'll just have Mr. Miller.
Sorry.
And then we'll turn to you. Item 20, Mr. Miller.
Item number 20 is a Weiss motion with no fiscal impact and an instruction to the police department to report to council today on its request to reinstate the purchase of 32 cars in Mikla for Homeland Security.
Okay, Mr. Weiss.
And essentially, my understanding is this was essentially an oversight in the way they drafted the request for Phase 1 and Phase 2. These are the vehicles associated with the Phase 1 Homeland Security officers. This is not related to the Phase 2 stuff that has been UB'd.
Mr. Smith and then Mr. Parks.
Thank you. Last year, we had this long debate about MICLA funding cars, and Mr. Fujioka, is your recommendation we didn't MICLA fund police cars. Is that correct?
These are not the black and whites. We had a problem with funding black and whites through the MICLA program. These are the plain clothes cars that are MICLA
Sedans.
eligible because they will last more than 6 years.
It will last more than 6 years. But are you recommending this in this year's program then?
Yes, because given that the distinction made between the Phase 1 and Phase 2, the Phase 2, there were some concerns that we carved out the cars in Phase 2, but I don't believe it was the intent to carve out the cars for Phase 1. And so adding these to the MICLA program seems reasonable.
Have we funded any MICLA vehicles like this before?
Yes, we have. We do fund the departments, we call them the detective or plain clothes
Yeah, they're
cars.
marked.
Anything but the black and whites. We have put it in our MICLA program.
Okay.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, one of the things I think is a concern, we had an item that came forward, there was 105 vehicles, and this is the first time we've heard that 32 were part of Phase 1. And so that's exactly why we took it out of out of MICLA, because it was unclear as to how the vehicles were going to be used, where they're going to be used. And today to come forward and say, well, they were supposed to be in Phase 1, they've never been stated in that fashion. And so that's something that's unclear to me, is how that decision was made when we went through the whole budget process and it was never mentioned.
Hold on one second. Let's just wait for the volume on your microphone. Okay, go ahead.
Laura Filatov, LAPD. The 105 vehicles were for the entire program, Phase 1 and 2. When the decision was made to break it up into 2 phases, they put all of the vehicles in Phase 2 because it coincided with the MICLA issuance. But when we went back, we needed to have some of those vehicles purchased for the group of employees that are hired in Phase 1, and that represents 32 vehicles out of the 105.
But when did you determine that? Because that never came up during the budget hearings. We took it out during the budget hearings. It was clear. And here we are a week later saying, oh, they were part of Phase 1. It was never even mentioned in the original proposal. It was 105 vehicles for MICLA.
Right, but the 105 was for the entire package, and the assumption was that, because originally the Phase 2 was in the proposed budget, and then when that got pulled out, and then the vehicles were kept in, but then they got taken out. You recall, the vehicles were put in the UB, but now, I mean, they were kept in the budget for us.
Well, the vehicles were taken out of MICLA because it was unclear how they were going to be used. And then, so at that time, it was determined that until we got a better view of how they're going to be used, that we would not go forward on MICLA. And then no one came up during the budget hearing saying there's another approach or another view. And we hear just for the first time today that 32 of them were for Phase 1, and that's never been offered as a recommendation. It's news to me, and I'm sure the other committee members. So maybe, Sharon, do you have a comment on that?
We took a look at the budget, and the 32, it is specified for Phase 1. We would, if you do go forward with this, though, we would recommend that the council request LAPD with CAO and CLA to report back on the overall take-home policy for all vehicles. Right now, Phase 1 has already been implemented, and so there are people technically on board. You already approved that. It was our belief that vehicles were already available to those people, but if LAPD is now indicating that they need these 32, we would recommend that you approve the 32, include it in the MICLA program, but also ask for that follow-up report back.
But if I remember correctly, the 73 that went into Phase 1, we were told a large percentage of those were already in place. So they were using vehicles that were already there because it had already been loaned. Now we're saying 32 more cars, basically for the large percentage of them, they're already assigned.
Phase 2 are the positions that...
No, not Phase 2, Phase 1.
No, I know. Phase 1 is, there's a number, I think it's 60 some odd positions that are brand new to our budget. And for those brand new positions that are going to be going into Emergency Services Division and to Major Crimes Division, that there's a need for 32 vehicles, because those vehicles were loaned when those bodies came up. So now they're going to be getting additional positions, and also the ones back where those people came from are going to need their vehicles once they're able to fill those positions.
Yeah.
There's sort of that domino effect.
Yeah. Okay. I would just ask that we ask the CLA and CO to look at that, because this is a brand-new version of that story, in the sense of, we were told that X number of positions were allocated for Phase 1. We approved that. Most of them, we were told, or a large portion of them, were already there. And now we're saying, for the first time I'm aware of, that we had 32 vehicles taken out of the 105. So I think we need some clarity on that before we approve that.
Mr. Parks, the CAO does need to bring back, the MICLA is for informational purposes at this point. The CAO needs to bring back the actual authorizations to proceed, so what we can do is work with them and clarify this issue when you give the final approval.
Okay, thank you.
So does that count as fulfilling the motion, since it was asked that the police department was going to report to council today on the request? So do we want to hold this, or do we want to? And Mr. Labange still wants to speak on this. Yeah, Mr.
I think
Parks?
if he comes back with it as part of MICLA, we'll get that understanding. But I think we also asked, as Sharon recommended, that we include a note that we get some sense, because I think it's also an issue that the mayor's office recently sent a letter regarding budget efficiencies to evaluate the number of take-home cars. And so I think that would be an instruction we'd add, in addition to Bill coming forward with a MICLA budget.
Mr. Labange?
I just wanted to ask, do we buy all our cars in Los Angeles City? Do we know? Do we purchase our cars in Los Angeles City?
I don't know. That would be a GSD question.
Okay, well, could we just find out on that? And also on the take-home policy, Sharon, you brought that up, Mr. Parks?
I think we got from the department generally, yes, but the microphone wasn't on.
We'll find out. But you spoke of take-home. I believe the chief of police and the board of police commissioners should come up with whatever the policy is, but I don't mind if as many people who should have take-home cars have take-home cars. And I see a direct result of that in the 1994 earthquake, of the ability of people to move quickly through this city in the event of a disaster. So I don't want to be, whatever that term is, I believe aggressively in well-used take-home cars to serve the people of Los Angeles, because they're on call 24 hours a day. So how is that being done? What's the status of that? Do you know, Mr. Fujioka?
On the take-home car issue?
Yeah.
Well, that's something we'll be looking at as one of our summer studies. On this issue, if it, regardless of whether or not we report back through the MICLA process, or if it goes forward now, I would still ask that we identify the dollar amount associated with this request, and that's $955,000. In support of Laura, though, just for the record to be straight, the department has consistently stated that the 32 cars were needed for Phase 1. We have in the original report, and it's been in subsequent reports, and somehow when this budget, our recommendation is 105 for both phases, but we did decide to hold back on Phase 2 until the department came back to us for with additional information on the appropriateness of the levels and the backfills and so on. But
what kind of cars are they driving now?
Well, those people are going to be getting in place right now. That group of employees was just authorized a few weeks ago.
So it hasn't been teamed, they're not in a unit yet?
Right.
What about all the cars at Alpine and North Spring Street? Sit by that chain by Felipe's. Anyway.
I believe Jerry
okay.
said, because we have to come back with the MICLA program anyway,
right.
if we can approve the dollar amount, we'll work with the department, we'll come back very quickly when we present our MICLA requests with the exact number of cars we'll purchase for the department, because we're going to purchase some, as soon as we can, so when we bring back a MICLA report.
Well, I just want to, when Sharon talked about the take-home policy, I just want to encourage that we have a smart take-home policy to encourage people, because the event of a disaster,
I understand.
It's very important that employees are able to get to help after they take care of their families here, and it's important to have that tool.
And we'll look at that, but we'll look at the appropriateness of who has the take-home car, because there may be some instances where we can save on that expenditure.
Right, if it's an administrative person, but if it's someone who's an action person like the CAO,
Absolutely.
Exactly.
I think we're looking at the CAO's car first.
They should. I should get a Harley Davidson.
Absolutely. We'll talk to Mr. Zine. No Hummer jokes, please. With that, do we have a direction then for today on this? Mr. Weiss and Mr. Parks, are we?
What I heard from Mr. Parks and Mr. Miller is there's a way to approve it today, subject to Mr. Miller's reporting back, or Mr. Miller
right.
and Mr. Fujioka reporting back on the questions that Mr. Parks asked.
Okay.
For is that as part of the MICLA process?
yes.
We get those questions asked.
Okay, we'll fold that into the MICLA process. Let's vote on that action. We can open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay, that is approved. If we can go back to 17, 18, and 19, and we do have members of the Police Commission here on that. Mr. Weiss.
President, and I'd ask if there's any way to make room at your various tables here for Commission President John Mack, Police Commissioner Andrea Orden, Commander Charlie Beck, and anyone else, and what are you called? Generalissimo Chaliff, anyone else who's relevant, but I think the CAO and the CLA ought to stay here as well. And I'll just introduce these motions, colleagues, and then I know the commissioners and the others would like to address us. I do want to thank the Budget and Finance Committee for the work that they did in providing us with this budget. The mayor presented us with a fiscally prudent budget, and the Budget and Finance Committee worked very hard to ensure that the council maintained fiscal discipline and financial prudence as well, and that is to be commended. I'm only here today on these items by which I seek your approval to reinsert into the budget 3 items that the mayor had included in his initial transmission. I'm only here today because of what happened yesterday in federal court across the street. And as you all know from reading the newspaper, yesterday Federal District Judge Gary Feast ordered that the City of Los Angeles remain, the LAPD remain under the consent decree for an additional 3 years, and he ordered that the consent decree be continued in its entirety, not in part. And obviously there are many folks within city government who find themselves disappointed at that result today. You can feel good or bad about the result today, but it's a fact. And it is a fact that is going to govern life in city government and in the police department for the next 3 years. And I think the best and smartest thing we can do is to respond to Judge Feast's order yesterday with speed and vigor today to make sure that we are fast-tracking each and every item related to the consent decree that was in the mayor's proposed budget. And so those are the 3 items before you, 17, 18, and 19. 17 would restore funding for a couple of staffers who work on the Teams 2 officer tracking system. Teams 2 was the principal reason, the failure to have Teams 2 completed and up and running was the principal reason Judge Feast cited for extending the consent decree for 3 years. Item 18 relates to putting video cameras or digital cameras inside LAPD squad cars, a pilot project for that. This has been the subject of much discussion. The independent monitor came before both the Police Commission and the Public Safety Committee and urged us to do that. The judge has made clear as federal judges can, that the federal judge believes that that is a necessary and appropriate way to deal with concerns regarding bias in policing at the LAPD. And there was a recent editorial in the Los Angeles Times that I'm going to pass out to all of you when it arrives down here that thanked the mayor for including this item in his budget and urged all of us to follow through and fund it. Item 19, colleagues, relates to the Office of the Inspector General. The Inspector General is the great hope of the department to get out from under the yoke of the consent decree by providing the LAPD with the tools and resources to police itself in an effective and independent manner in the future. So that's what those items are. I know Commission President Mack and Commissioner Orden want to address us on these items. I just want to say, while I completely understand and appreciate the the fiscal responsibility of the Budget Committee. In light of what happened yesterday, I think it is important that this council send 3 messages today. Let's send a message to the court that this city is serious about implementing and fast-tracking the consent decree. Let's send a message to the police department and its civilian overseers that we are willing to fast-track and help them when they are making good faith efforts to comply with the consent decree. Let's not undercut their efforts. And finally, let's send a message to the community that we want to maintain public confidence in the department by fast-tracking all of these reform measures. So thank you for allowing me to speak on the item. I know the Commission President and the Commissioner and perhaps others want to address us on the item as well.
Mr. President?
Thank you very much, President Garcetti and members of the Council. On behalf of my colleagues, Police Commission, we're here to speak in strong support of Council Member Weiss's motions, several motions. He's already cited some important reasons why. First of all, our commission is firmly and totally committed to the full implementation of the consent decree without regard to the position of the court. However, the reality is that we as a city family are operating under this consent decree, and has been pointed out, it's been extended for the next 3 years. The specific items that Councilman Weiss's motion speak to are, we think, central in many ways to our successful effort in making sure that as the policy oversight body, the Police Commission, working in partnership with the department and certainly our Inspector General on our behalf, that these items really are critical, and we hope, while we certainly respect the fact that you have very difficult and tough budgetary decisions to make, and we don't come here insensitive to that, nor do we come here on an irresponsible basis. But I cannot stress enough to you the importance of our making sure, as we look not only over the course of the next 3 years, because one of the areas that yesterday the judge recognized and the monitor also reinforced is that while the judge decided to reject the motion on the one hand to amend the consent decree as proposed by the city and the Department of Justice, he verbally recognized and indicated that the priority focus of the independent monitor going forward is going to really be in those areas where we have not yet complied, particularly Teams 2 in several other areas, and that increasingly they would reduce the level of activity on part of the monitor in those areas where we have complied, and there was recognition we have many areas. That increases the responsibility and the weight that's frankly going to be put on the shoulders of the Inspector General's office. So if we are going to do our jobs well in making sure that this department does adhere to the spirit and the letter of the consent decree, and I certainly know the leadership under Chief Bratton's leadership, they are firmly committed to it, but if we're going to make that become a reality, it's important that we have an expanded Inspector General's office that's going to provide that objective, external oversight responsibility on our behalf, on your behalf, and on behalf of all of the residents of the city of Los Angeles. Regarding the cameras in cars, Councilmember Weiss is absolutely correct. There is complete agreement across the board. The independent monitor, the police department, the police commission, Mayor Ragosa, all of us feel that this is a critical and important aspect of our being able to get a handle on an issue that has been one that has created strains and frequently tension and hostility, particularly between many within the department and communities of color, specifically African American community, Latino community. This business of whether or not racial profiling takes place when people are stopped. And while there have been some attempts and some dollars spent on consultants to look at this matter, we believe that the cameras are neutral. The cameras are objective. The cameras will capture what they see, nothing else. So that if indeed a complaint is registered that's frankly unfounded, on on the part of a resident, the camera will capture that. If, on the other hand, an officer is engaged in misconduct, the camera will capture that. And hopefully will have a preventative impact and effect in that it would tend to discourage people from filing frivolous complaints on the one hand, and on the other hand, discourage individual officers who may be inclined to engage in misconduct against members of the community. People may stop and think twice. And by the way, the idea of the cameras is to be piloted in the community where we've had the greatest challenge here, both from a law enforcement standpoint, and that's South Bureau. The idea is to pilot in 5 divisions. Again, that's where we've had both crime problems disproportionately, but also where we've had issues of police misconduct, allegations of police misconduct, and certainly tensions between the respective communities. So we really, really urge you in the strongest possible terms to approve these motions so that the funds can be made available immediately so that we can begin the process of implementing immediately. The Inspector General needs to be able to be in a position to hire people in the near future so that he can expand his capacity to provide the oversight. We need to get the cameras in a hurry so that we don't have to go before the judge another year from now, and the judge will talk about extending because we have delayed a process that should have been jump-started. So I urge you on behalf of the Commission to please give your most favorable consideration to these motions and adopt them as proposed. Thank you. And now my colleague, Commissioner Andrea Arden, has some additional comments.
And just to give the Commission an idea, we have about 40 other items that we're going to try to get to by about 5 o'clock. So as much as we can keep things concise, that'll be great. Thank you.
And I know you have had a very long day, and our Police Commission had a long day as well. But I just want to echo what our President has said here. These are crucial budgetary requests that we are making. Some things that we did not realize, or perhaps did not realize as clearly about the consent decree, is that in order to be free from the provisions of the consent decree, one has to be in compliance for a full 2 years. We can't afford to lose 5 or 6 months. We need to have this money now for the eyes and ears of the Commission, in particular the Inspector General. My life before coming here on the Christopher Commission and elsewhere told me then, and I've only learned it more now, we need a strong, vigorous, independent Inspector General, and these budgetary requests will help to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else from the table? If not, do you want to finish, Mr. Weiss, and then Mr. Parks?
I would just ask Mr. Fujioka, before I introduced this motion, Mr. Fujioka, I asked you if you, because you are you're the fiscal gatekeeper, I asked you if these motions met with your approval, and you told me that they did.
Well, let me speak to the first Inspector General positions. The reason why it was first recommended to be sent to the UB is because we had questions regarding the classifications and the pay grades. Since then, and given thanks to our Inspector General, since then we received the information that we needed to make the proper class and pay grade determinations. As a consequence, motion 19, I would recommend that we go forward with that now, because if it is kept in the UB, I'll have a report out by next week anyway to say it's done, we have an agreement, move it anyway. So that motion shouldn't have, I think it's reasonable right now to take it out of the UB and to move it into the Police Commission and Inspector General's budget. On 18, on that particular issue, it's a policy decision, because we have an RFP that's on the streets, and because it's coming back to you at the appropriate time, we can still come back to this council for final approval. I know there's questions regarding the servers, regarding the storage, some of those issues that have to be addressed, but those, I'm confident, because Charlie tells me they'll be done, they'll be addressed when the final contract comes back, right? at the end of the RFP process. Maybe Charlie can speak to that somewhat.
Absolutely, and the contract would come back to this body, at which time you'd be able to review the applications and ensure that all the issues that you may have with the specifics of the system have been addressed. I think that the one thing that's dangerous is to delve too deeply into more than the generalizations of the system, absent the RFP completion and the bid, because many of these things are going to be state of the art, and we want to get the best that the industry has to offer us. So to go too far ahead of the RFP is a dangerous thing.
But once RFP process is done,
absolutely,
we'll have all the information necessary,
yeah,
and then the council will be required to make a decision to approve the contract before
absolutely.
You can go forward.
We
and
will
spend
not go
the money.
forward without council approval, obviously.
Yeah. So either way, it's coming back to this council before the money could be spent.
Absolutely.
And the system installed. So on that one. Now on the Teams 2 item, the one thing that I didn't know when I talked to Councilman Weiss is that the 3 systems analyst positions were recently identified, and we haven't, I don't think either our office or the CLA has seen any backup information for those 3 positions. So that part's real critical. Given the importance of these positions, though, I'm confident that if we're given that information, we could report back on those items very quickly, at least before July 1st when the new budget kicks in. So it could either go, if it's in the UB, again, that's another item we can report back quickly on. The Inspector General positions, I'm asking you to move forward now because we had a very quick response from our Inspector General, and I have the information. Whereas with the systems analyst, we haven't received any information from the department yet on what those positions will be used for. So that's the hang up for those 3.
Mr. Parks?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think when we dealt with these items in the budget, and I agree with Bill on item 19, there was an issue in which the Inspector General was going to come back and talk about positions. So if that's been resolved, then and those classifications are already certified by the Personnel Department and Civil Service, then we have no problem moving forward. The other 2 issues, it's my understanding on item 17 that our historical effort has been that we have money in the UB and funds and recommendations of Teams 2 comes to public safety on how those positions and what positions should be funded. And I understand there's a staffing report and maybe on the Public Safety Committee for Monday. And so these positions that we have on 17, from my understanding, have never been identified nor classifications been addressed to determine if it fits into the larger staffing patterns of Team 2. So what we would ask on that one is that we go through the normal process. The funding is there. It's a matter of going through, presenting the Teams 2 report to public safety and getting the CLA CAO to comment on those to make sure they fit the larger picture. So the money's there. These positions as they are related today, I can't find anyone in the CLA and CAO's office that's seen them. And so it's inconsistent with the way we would fund something without it going through the Teams 2 funding mechanism that's been established for 5 years. So I would think if these are that important, they would be part of that report on Monday that's on the Public Safety Committee. As far as the item 18, the reason that that's put in the UB, and I appreciate Mr. Mack and Mr. Orton being here, and I just want to make sure that there's a clear understanding. These are approved by the Budget Committee. The money's in the UB because you can't spend it until you let the contract. It is our intent that you go through an RFP, it comes to the council, we approve it. When you make the selection, that funding is going to be given to you when the contracts are approved. So having it in your budget for 6 more months and then be unable to spend it doesn't serve any purpose. The issue is, what's helpful to us is if you get the RFP done as quickly as possible, get the council approve it, get it on the street, make those selections, and at the same time the council approves that RFP, the funding will be present. So that's the issue that we're talking about. So it's not that it's not funded, it's not that the council hasn't heard your word that It's not important. We all read the paper this morning and the judge's statements, but the money is there. It's approved, but the UB just holds it in this account until the council has approved those documents. And so I hope that you'd understand that it's not any issue where the council is saying they don't agree with you. It's just that the money will be let when it's needed. And so and we don't know what the message necessarily to the judge would be that would say you have money 6 months before you can use it, but yet we told you don't use it until the RFP comes back. The issue is, our intent is to let the money at the time, and that's why the UB is there, because a variety of issues, and we made those statements in my opening remarks. We hold it because there's not sufficient funding, we hold it because there's not enough information, or we hold it because it is not able to be used July 1st. And it's our expectation that that contract or that RFP will not come back to the council for implementation until somewhere in the second quarter of this coming fiscal year. If it comes back early, the money is there whenever the contract comes forward to implement. So hopefully that forestalls your concerns, because the money's not going anywhere. It's earmarked with the UB. It's identified. It's just a matter of when you let the contract. And so this issue, whether it goes in your budget or the UB, is of little consequence today, because you're assured that when the council approves it, the money will be in the budget. So and so if you have a greater concern that why you want to look at it for 6 months without being able to use it, then we need to hear that, because we thought we were basically facilitating your process by saying the funds will go the day that the contract is approved.
Thank you. The important thing is the money will be there, we hope.
Mr. Weiss.
Well, I mean, that is potentially the case. It's not always necessarily the case. And what we're trying to do right now, what I would like to do, is streamline the number of approvals and report backs and bureaucratic hoops that we're putting in front of folks in the department who are trying to do good work to implement these very important measures that are integrally related to the consent decree. And so, yeah, the money is potentially there, but the way things are set up now, and maybe someone from the department or the CEO can explain this process better than I can, you're in a sense requiring the department to come back to the council for, in my view, an unnecessary number of further approvals. If we are to approve the money today, then the only thing that remains is that final approval after the RFP comes back. I heard Mr. Parks say even that perhaps we would have to make an approval before the RFP is issued. Those are the sort of things that concern me. I just think, Mr. Parks, that today is the wrong day to be placing any additional bureaucratic hurdles in front of this program. But I'd be happy to let someone from the department who's more astute bureaucratically than I am discuss it.
What we're looking to be able to do is to come back with a negotiated contract at the end of the day, and come back to council one time, and if we need to transfer that money at that time, that's amenable. But we want to have the flexibility now to be able to go out and put the RFP out on the street and get the, a bidder on board.
We think that we could have the RFP on the street in the first quarter of the next fiscal year, absent having to go back to committee or to the council for approval of that document, and then come back to council for approval and review.
And, Mr. Chair?
Parks isn't even listening.
If I might,
I don't know. Parks isn't even listening.
Okay.
Put him on, please.
The
guy with the
microphone.
beard?
Go ahead.
if I might address the issue of the teams 2, 3 analysts. Oh, it's my understanding that all the support paperwork for those positions have been submitted, and I think it's been through public safety. It's 3 analysts who help operate the system. We need 5 people to operate the system we have now. We only have 2, and we're basically working them to the point where they will not be able to function. And that's why we need them immediately. They've already been through public safety, I think.
So, again, if I'm not the most astute bureaucrat in this building, I plead guilty. But I think, I'm just reading here, I'm just reading here from the last two paragraphs of his LA Times editorial. For all that, City Hall has been debating cameras off and on for 15 years with little action. Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa's staff is looking for ways to pay for police cameras in the 06-07 budget. After that, it'll be up to the City Council to give the go-ahead. Whatever it takes, in-car cameras should be a part of next year's budget. I have heard various things today about it's an automatic, or we have questions, or there's a litany of concerns, and it's just very hard for me to square all of that with the notion that basically right now what is the status quo is a fast track. It doesn't look like a fast track, it doesn't look fast, and it doesn't look like it's on a track. And I think the right thing to do is approve this. Then the department will have the tools it needs to go out on the streets with the RFP. But if you are concerned about the need for council oversight, the council will have the opportunity to exercise oversight before that contract is entered into.
Mr. Parks.
Let me just clarify a couple of things. Some people's bureaucracy is other people asking the right question. The issue is the money is there. It will be there. The issue is you can't spend it until the contract comes back. The City of LA has always required RFPs to come for approval and then come back for approval. And so those are not bureaucratic steps. That's the way the process works. And the money's there when the contract is let. So that's all we can say is it's not if and when. And the other thing is, I would hate to start creating public policy on an LA Times editorial. I think that the issue is that we should be correctly dealing with policy in the City of LA by this horseshoe here and the number of people that are responsible for representing 4 million people in the City of LA. I can assure you as the budget chair, unless Mr. Garcetti makes a decision in the next couple of months, that you will have the money when the contract is let. That's the best we can do. It's not pretend money, it's not play money, it's money, $5 million in the budget. And the key is, we've made that commitment, it's approved. The key is, how quickly can you come back? Commander Beck says it will take you at least 3 months to get the item on the street. It will probably take another couple of months to get the item back into council. That's not bureaucratic. That's the way the system works for checks and balances. And I don't know of any contract in my history that we have put $5 million on the street and not had the council come back and say, let me look at it. And the only way we'll know the questions are asked and answered in the RFP is to see it before it goes out. So those two steps can't be avoided. And so money is attached to step 2. And so we said earlier in presentation, the items that are in the UB, the mayor supported them, the CAO supported them, the CLA supported them, the council committee supported them. And so the issue today is on item 19, we all agree that they did what they were supposed to, and now we can move forward. The other 2 items have not quite gotten to that point because there's a system in place for Teams 2. It goes to the public safety. The money is in the UB. They ask for these positions. We don't normally create new positions for Teams 2 outside of that framework. And the second one for the money, I can only repeat it again, it's there. It's just a matter of whether, and if need be, we'll send you a memo every month and say it's still there. Okay? So, again, that's what we'd like to pass on to you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Oh, did you want to respond?
Just about a quick question. Mr. CEO, what do they buy this equipment for in other police agencies around the country? Do we know? Maybe Commander Beck.
Maybe Charlie could speak to that.
Councilman, there's a variety of prices depending on what system you want.
Right.
It's the system and the infrastructure. Generally, the equipment in the car is about $6,000 to $7,000, and then the infrastructure, depending on how you want it transmitted, how you want it stored, how much you want to store, is the additional monies.
And how much are we going to store for how long?
Well, right now, city law requires 5 years. we're working with the city attorney for a 2-year storage, which I think we will achieve by the time that 2 years becomes
And you would
a
archive
reality.
stuff that you felt was appropriate. You know, like if it was an accident or some incident, you'd archive it already.
We say, yeah, and that's
Just the blank
routine
page.
incidents that I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
routine.
If there's an arrest or if there's a dramatic incident, we'll save it forever. like
Yeah,
we
now,
do.
I don't want to disclose everything that I watch on television, but occasionally I have the clicker from my daughter or son, and I get on those cable channels, and they have the police chases, and there's some police car in the, you know, somewhere in the country going down the road, and they have those cameras, but we don't have those cameras.
Many
You think
small
every little,
agencies,
you think every car in that little town has a camera? Probably got 3 cars, huh?
Depends on the town, but most
Yeah.
of them do, yeah.
Right, right, but just make sure that we're in the fair area there. I hope they don't take advantage of us, because we make a big purchase and all of a sudden they say, you know, what, I just want to make sure the unit price is the same
Yes,
in
sir.
St. Louis as it is in Seattle, as it is in Buffalo, as it is in Miami.
Sir,
you know,
I don't like being taken advantage of,
Right.
even when it's the city's money, and
Thank you very
I will
much.
watch that.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. I suggest, colleagues, we split these into 3 motions. It seems that it is item 18 that has been the most discussed, so let's take up 17 and 19 first, if we may. Item 17, if we can open the roll on that item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That is approved. Item 19 next, please. If we can open the roll on 19. Oh, yes, Mr. Parks?
On 17, I don't know if we know what we're voting on. Are we-
Okay. We had the, I think we have to change proposed budget to proposed budget on that.
Okay.
We can just make that typo. We're looking at the Budget and Finance report be amended to provide resolution authority for 3 system analyst 2 positions.
So we're looking at
teams
this
two.
motion, we're voting on this motion?
Yeah, we're voting
Then
on
we
this.
ask for a no vote on that, and that we basically retain the position of the Budget Committee.
Okay. Colleagues, we have item 17. Why don't we reconsider 17 to do this the right way? If there's no objection, let's open the roll on reconsideration of 17 first. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
11 eyes, 3 noes.
This is just on reconsideration, colleagues. It's just a vote again.
All right, okay. Okay.
Let's try this one last time. We're going to, due to, we believe, not technical errors on part of the computer or the staff, of course, but on behalf of the council, we will open the roll on reconsideration only. You're voting, a yes vote just means we can vote on it again.
Okay.
Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay, it is now before us again. Item 17 again is the Teams 2, moving the unappropriated balance. Everybody's clear on that? Okay. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
3 eyes, 11 noes.
Okay, that does not go forward. Item number 18 is next.
Which item?
We'll go in order, since I think there's probably contention on all of them here. Item 18 is now moving the unappropriated balance on the pilot in-car video program. Again, for folks that are watching at home, the contention is not so much between whether people are voting for this or not, it's how this is going to be implemented.
Ask a no vote on this motion that we keep it in the UB.
I would, that's
Sure.
a matter of opinion.
Absolutely, okay. Or then I would withdraw my comment then, yes. Mr. Labange.
Could there be a comeback within 60 days on this that would satisfy everybody?
Comeback is when they bring the RFP.
You like report back in 60 days on what specifically, Mr. Labange?
I just wanted, Mr. Weiss has a good point, Mr. Parks has a very good point, and I'm just trying to say if it could be handled within 60 days back in here before.
Until they bring the RFP, that doesn't solve it.
Okay.
That's a no vote.
I take that as no. We have Mr. Parks and Mr. Labange buttons pressed. Mr. Parks, did you want to speak on this again?
No, I just say that, no, oh, go ahead.
No, it's if the police department brings it within 30 days, we'll act on it right away.
If the police department brings the RFP, we'll act on it immediately. When it comes back on the street, we will act on that
If
immediately.
I could just clarify with the budget.
Mr. Weiss.
I mean, I've heard, if I could just ask by way of clarification.
Everybody.
Are you asking for the department to submit the RFP to the council before the RFP is put on the street?
Yes, that's always the process we've used, that you bring it back, because that's the only way these questions are going to be answered that the CLA and the CEO has been waiting for. That's the only way to know that.
Mr. Miller, if we can have
I think, Mr. Parks, that's the crux of the issue. If the money is in their budget, then typically they do not have to come back to you to release the RFP. They do have to come back to you to award the contract. If the money is in the UB, then they would need to come to you for the authority to release the RFP.
And I think the issue that we've said all along with all the unanswered questions about the RFP, the only way we'll see it is before it goes on the street.
Well, and I
That's
guess-
what we're asking for.
Okay,
And
yeah,
I guess- and I
Mr.
guess if I
Reyes
could
will be
just
next.
respond to that,
Go ahead, Mr. Weiss.
You know, I really haven't, with all due respect, I haven't heard significant unanswered questions about this program. And if we keep the money in the UB, we keep the program in suspended animation, because we now have heard that the RFP itself won't be issued until it meets a certain litmus test around here. And I think that's not what we should be doing.
Mr. Reyes?
I think all RFPs.
This is my understanding, is that the money is there for the cameras. So that's a given. The question becomes the timing. And so knowing the capacity of the departments to move on the logistics of putting a camera in a car, then the question arises, and I'd like to ask our LAP rep, do we have the cars and do we have everything in place? So if you had the money tomorrow, the cameras would be installed in the cars.
So we'll be using existing cars and making installations in existing facilities. The facilities that will be chosen are facilities that will either have been recently replaced or not due for replacement. So the infrastructure for the addition of the equipment that we'll be purchasing is there. The cars are there. If the vendor has the capacity to do the installation, we're ready.
But you still have to get the RFP prepared.
Absolutely. The RFP is, I say first quarter of next fiscal year, and that's just because that's my belief is when the funding's available. The structure for the RFP is written now. Some fine-tuning only is required on it. I think that we can easily be on the street and looking at a goal of this calendar year, having some significant movement and installation on here, if we can move quickly enough.
So if you have the RFP ready by the beginning of next fiscal year,
that won't be a problem.
And if we keep it in the unappropriated balance, nothing keeps us from moving the money to meet you with your time frame.
Well, and that will depend on what occurs when the RFP comes back to council before it gets put on the street and how long that process takes.
And I'm hearing from the chairman of the committee is that we're not going to lose or cause you to lose any time, because as soon as the RFP is ready, we can move the money out on that dime. I mean, we will be there lockstep. You won't lose any time. Is that correct?
Is the RFP, so all the questions are answered to the satisfaction of our folks that are CLA and the people we depend on. When it goes out and it's returned, when they make a selection and it comes back, we will let the money out as soon as we approve their recommendations.
So what is true is that it does have to come back here, but it doesn't mean they lose time.
No time at all. They should be working on the RFP. They should be trying to get it here. We should be getting it on the street. We have the money there when they come back with their recommendations.
So there is no time loss?
No, there's no time loss.
Before I call on Mr. Smith, Mr. Miller, just to clarify the exchange that you just had with Mr. Parks before, and colleagues, I hope this clarifies. I believe there's 3 possibilities here. One is in which the RFP itself would come back to committee before being issued. The second is not the RFP coming back, but the approval for the money to come back to the committee. And the third would be to not have it come back to committee at all. And as my understanding, Mr. Parks, you were asking for the RFP and the money to come back to committee, correct?
The only way we're going to know what the RFP asked for and whether we agree we should spend $5 million.
And I appreciate the reasons, but without getting into the reasons,
Yes.
that's what you were asking for?
We need the RFP to come
Okay.
to council.
And Mr. Miller, you were saying policy.
Well, I don't think the third option is in play, not coming back at all. I think the question is, if the money is in their budget, typically departments can move forward and do the request for proposals and bring back a contractor selection to the council one time. If the money is not in the budget, it is in the UB, then typically the department needs to devise the RFP, bring that back to the council for authority to proceed.
I just want to clarify that, because, so if it was in the UB, our policy has generally been both the RFP and the money come out? Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Smith and then Mr. Wesson.
Thank you, and I appreciate that distinction, because I think that's the crux of the issue, is either we give the money up front or we give it at the back end. The time frame is not going to change. It's going to remain constant. You go through this process now or you go through it later. Let me give you an example of what happens when you go through it later. If this council says we don't like the RFP, we then tell APD to go put it back on the street. That's disastrous. That's the worst case scenario. We don't want to do that. So if we look at the RFP first, we can resolve those issues and concerns we may have. Case in point, a decade ago, LAPD put out a request for proposal on our Motorola radios, our Rovers. The LAPD decided they didn't want to buy the one on the shelf that Motorola sold. They wanted to change the side of the switch for the emergency action switch. That cost $1,200 instead of the Motorola standard radio on the shelf, the exact same radio we bought with a switch on the other side, for $400. The impact to the budget was humongous because the council didn't see that RFP first. The department put it out and said, this is what we want. Rather than being fiscally conservative and responsible and doing what we are required to do and make sure that we watch the budget as well as the needs of the department. I don't think anybody here questions my love of LAPD. This is not going to mess them up. This is not going to slow them down. It's just putting us at the front end of the decision making instead of the back end, which could be disastrous to LAPD if we're forced to wait. We don't need to wait. Let's just do it now, do it the way Mr. Parks has suggested, and that solves all those problems.
Mr. Weiss.
Mr. Wesson? You know, again, I am more concerned at the end of this debate, frankly, than I was at the beginning of the debate, because throughout this debate, I haven't heard articulated specific reasons why this contract, why this proposal is of such great concern. What about what is it about putting cameras in cop cars that could be gotten so terribly wrong that this contract deserves such heightened scrutiny? I mean, this is a pilot program, and the idea of a pilot program is to figure this out. This is something. This is path-breaking, right? I mean, this has not been done, throughout the country in a wide scale in large cities, and we have to start somewhere. We have to start here in LA. I haven't heard the sort of concerns articulated which would justify or explain the need to come back to this council and have this fine-tooth comb level of process. I'm all for process. There will clearly be sufficient process if the council gets one bite at the apple at the end of the RFP process. Clearly, if we vote to keep the money in the UB, Mr. LaBonge said 60 days. Mr. LaBonge, I'll bet you lunch in your district or my district that this matter is not going to be in and out of here in 60 days. I mean, I am very concerned based on the sort of comments I've heard about delay here. But lunch at Cantor's is on me if I'm wrong.
Let the record reflect Mr. LaBonge suggested a donation to the public library system. Mr. Cardenas and then Mr. Parks.
When it comes to pilot programs actually lead, in this particular case, would lead into many, many, many expenditures into the future. A multiple expenditure of the same item, a camera, not in 12 cars, but in hundreds of cars. So this is a major issue, and this is something that I'm more comfortable today as a council member, as an elected official of this legislative body, to leave the money in the UB so that we can have two opportunities to assist the department in making a better investment and a better decision. That's my vantage point. That's the way I see it. So when Mr. Weiss, Councilmember Weiss, talks about, well, I haven't heard all the major questions or the major concerns, where are the specifics? Well, with all due respect, I don't have the specifics today. But I promise you this, I will have the specifics as I know this is coming forward for a policy discussion later on. Right now it's a budget matter, and the matter before us is, do we agree that we should leave it in the UB, or should we put it in the department's budget? That's the discussion today. It's just a budget discussion today. I do have some policy concerns, not concerns that makes me believe that we should not put cameras in cars. That's not my concern at all. My concern is, are we going to make the best decision for the City of Los Angeles, for the Department of Police, and also for the people of Los Angeles? And let me remind you, when it comes to information technology, computers, and communication equipment, Mr. Smith just brought up a perfect example, $400 versus $1,200 times thousands of units. Also, we have many, many examples in government where we get excited about technology, we do something, and then everybody's sitting there not wanting to explain that we went over budget way too far, or that we bought something that now is more worth a paperweight than it is the technology that we thought it was going to bring to us. So I have a lot of questions, not today, but I believe that if we do this properly and we put it in the UB, there'll be plenty of opportunity for me to get my questions answered, for the policy committee of which Mr. Jack Weiss chairs, that I'm sure he can agendize this immediately, put it on the agenda immediately so we can have a robust discussion and not waste additional weeks or months. We can actually get this done very, very quickly. We can get items from the commission level to and through the council level within a week, and that's very doable.
Mr. Huizar, and then Mr. Parks.
Thank you. Just to be clear, we leave it in the UB, it's going to come back and a written RFP is presented to the council with every detail about what's going to go out and hit the streets. Okay, on items 17 and 19, those positions are going to be filled. Those positions are going to be let out. No, we don't know.
Well, I think
17 and 19, I mean, the money is there.
17 and 19, 19 you've already acted on.
Hold my time, please.
19 you have
And
already
we said
acted
put it
on
in
to-
UB.
No, to put it into the department's budget.
17 was acted on.
And 17 was acted on to put it in the UB, as I recall.
We haven't acted on 19 yet. We have only taken up
Oh, you
item
have not on
17.
But 17, we acted to put in the UB, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on item 17, the dollars are in the UB. What's going to happen there now that it's in the UB? When the need for those positions come up, are we going to get a description of the jobs, or what are we going to do? Hold my time, please. How will we handle that?
On 17, it's my understanding that the positions have been through public safety and are currently before budget and finance. So what would occur if you left it in the UB is, as soon as they went through budget and finance, then this money, pending, of course, action by the committee and the full council, would be released to the department's
I
budget.
see. So it's going to come back to budget and finance. If it hadn't been put in the UB, it would have, department has authority to use the money, correct? And same thing's going to happen with 19.
19, it's my understanding that the CAO had some concerns on position classification on 19. It's my understanding they have that information, and Bill recommended to you that that money be moved from the UB to the department's budget.
Oh, Bernard support it. Okay, good. The difference in 17 then is that it'll come back to budget and finance, with an explanation as to what these people will do and what information will we get at budget and finance?
Well,
Please hold my time.
I'll let PD respond to the information, but I believe it would come back to both Public Safety and Budget and Finance Committee.
And what information we presented at that time?
Well, if it stays in the UB, they would bring back to you the explanation of the RFP process and get authority to release the request for proposals.
No, 17 is personnel, isn't it?
I thought you just said 18. I beg your pardon. On 17, those positions are before the Budget and Finance Committee. They have been approved by Public Safety. Once Budget and Finance acts on those, it would come back to the full council. And as soon as that occurs, assuming that it's approved, that money would be available for the budget for the department. That's on 17.
Okay. And that's why I voted against not putting it in UB, because I didn't see the need to come back to budget and finance when we already know what these positions are. I assume everyone here agrees with what we need to do with those positions. On 18, I am hearing a bit of concern and heightened oversight that this council wants to provide in overseeing the expenditure of a large sums of money on technology. So I think it may make more sense on 18, but to me it didn't make sense at all on 17. That's why I did not want to put those funds in the UB. But I may be willing to go with 18 because of the concerns of my colleagues that do want to spend more oversight when we do spend money on technology. I think that makes sense. But again, I would reiterate why we did that in 17. It just didn't quite make sense to me. Thank you.
Councilman, with respect to 17, I'm confident, given that it's gone through public safety already, that we'll be able to hear it in budget and finance and then on to full council, hopefully by next month, and so it'll be in place the beginning of the fiscal year. So.
60 days.
No, that's a different one. I was talking to 17 now, speaking to 17. So it'd have the same effect, essentially.
Okay, Mr. Parks, and then Mr. Weiss.
Good, go ahead.
Mr. Weiss, and then Mr. Parks.
Mr. Parks and I just talked about it, and he's agreed that we will hold a joint meeting of our committees within 45 days, sooner if you can get the RFP to us sooner, and we will, and Mr. Parks says he wants to kick the tires before he's going to commit on how to act on it, but it would be my intention that at that meeting that we would and should act on it and push it on its way.
That is a beautifully good news. Yes, Mr. Parks.
We agree with that, but I just want to make sure, as I told Mr. Weiss, we don't want to pre-approve it. If the committee finds there are issues there, we're going to analyze it and give our input, but we certainly will schedule a joint meeting whenever the RFP is prepared to be reviewed. And when it comes back, we'll do the same thing, but again, we reserve our question and evaluation at the time we see the document.
Okay, this is for item 18, or for all three? For 18, okay. So do you want to withdraw number 18? Do we want to note and file? Do you want to, okay. Number 18 is withdrawn. We still have number 19, and point of information, Mr. Levant. Okay. Number 19 is still before us, colleagues. Anybody wishing to be heard on 19? Okay.
Yeah, 19 is yes.
Is there any, Mr. Weiss and Mr. Parks, you still want to vote on 19?
Yeah, 19 is a go.
Okay. We'll vote. Okay, so on item 19, if we can open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Okay, thank you all very much. Feel free to stay if you're interested in the next, 30 items. We'll be happy to share them with you. We can have you come to the table. Okay, item number 21 is our next one. Mr. Miller.
Item 21 is a Weiss motion with no fiscal impact. It's an instruction for the Police Department to report to the Public Safety Committee on the request for funding to deploy the first phase of tasers.
All right, anybody wishing to be heard on item 20? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That's approved. We're gonna go pretty rapidly through these, so colleagues, follow along as close as you can. Item number 22 now.
22 is a Weezer motion that does have a fiscal impact. It's adding $55,000 to cultural affairs for the citywide regional art support, mural maintenance, and preservation.
Okay. Item 22, does anybody wish to be heard on this?
Mr.
Weezer?
Can I request, or is it going to Budget and Finance Committee?
Could go to Budget and Finance Committee, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. If there's no objection, let's open the roll and sending it to Budget and Finance, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Item 23, Mr. Miller.
Item 23 is a Parks motion. It's recognizing more receipts than anticipated for the Gallery Theater. There is no fiscal impact. That's an increase in salary as needed for cultural affairs and an increase in revenue source.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard on that? If not, let's open the roll on 23, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That's approved. Item 24, please.
Item 24 is a Parks motion with no fiscal impact. It's a deletion of one vacant senior clerk typist position and the addition of one arts associate position in the Cultural Affairs Department.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard? If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That's approved. Item 25, please.
Item 25 is no fiscal impact. It is a Parks motion. It's a report back regarding the merger of the Ombudsman with the Outreach Office position and alignment of duties and merged positions for the Los Angeles World Airports.
Great. Anybody wishing to be heard on this? If not, please prepare the roll, Madam Clerk, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Item 26.
Item 26 is a Cardenas motion. This does have a fiscal impact. It's an addition of $100,000 for Channel 36.
Okay. Colleagues, anybody wishing to be heard on number 36? Mr. Parks? Mr. Parks moves to send that to committee. Second to that? Mr. Padilla seconds. Mr. Smith seconds. Anybody wishing to be heard on that? If not, we'll open the roll on that motion, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, we will send that to committee. Next item, please.
Item 27 is a Labange motion. There is a fiscal impact. It's adding $600,000 from the reserve fund to Rec and Parks for the Griffith Park Observatory Visitor Access Program.
Okay. Committee moved by Mr. Parks, second Mr. Smith. Anybody wishing to be heard on this? If not, let's open the roll on the motion, close the roll on the motion, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is sent to committee. Item number 28.
Item 28 is a Garcetti motion. It does have a fiscal impact.
I will move that myself to committee. Mr. Parks will second it. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Well done, Mr. Garcetti. Number 29.
Item 29 is a Perry motion with no fiscal impact. It's an instruction to the Bureau of Sanitation and Aging to report to the Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging Committee on outreach and marketing to inform seniors and disabled about the potential Lifeline discount program for the solid waste disposal fee.
All right, Ms. Perry.
Self-explanatory.
Okay.
I'll save my words for the next one.
Great. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this? If not, let us prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That's approved. Item number 30.
Item number 30 is a Perry motion. There is no fiscal impact. It's an instruction for the CAO and CLA to report back on LAPD's deployment practices, focusing on the Homeland Security Plan and cold case operations and the impact of the DROP program.
Been watching CBS?
Yeah.
All right.
This is
Ms.
my
Ms. Perry.
dissertation now. Thank you. Should take another 20 minutes. I just want to add some amending language to this, that when dollars become available, money becomes available for the implementation of the financial policies as referred to in motion number 1, I'd like to amend number 30 and ask for a report back on how the new financial policy will impact South Los Angeles, as we are disproportionately affected in terms of our homicide rate. We still have the highest in the city. And either one of these approaches might cause a drop in deployment on the street.
All right. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this? If not, as amended, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote on 30.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Item 31, please.
Item 31 is a Perry motion with no fiscal impact and an instruction for the CAO and CLA to report back with an updated assessment of LAPD's patrol plan deployment practices.
Ms. Berry?
This is my effort to make sure that we get up-to-date analysis so that we can discuss and develop an approach which provides for, again, equitable deployment in areas where they are needed the most.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this? Not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the
I
vote.
got 2 more.
14 ayes.
Okay, item 32.
32 is a Perry motion with no fiscal impact. It's an instruction to the CEO to report back on the CIEP program and how to get a project on the list.
Okay. Anybody wishing to
Again,
hear?
a clarification from the department on the record as one who has probably more redevelopment areas than anywhere else. We need a clear-cut process for getting projects on the capital improvement list.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Anybody else wishing to be heard? If not, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote on 32.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Item 33.
Item 33 is a Perry motion with no fiscal impact. It's a request for the mayor's office to report to the Ad hoc Committee on Homelessness on the Safer Cities Initiative and how $320,000 from the program are to be used in Skid Row.
Okay. You'd like to add anything? Or?
Again, the motion's to ensure comprehensive public participation.
Okay. Let's prepare the roll on the item and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
All right. 34.
34 is a Perry motion, no fiscal impact. It's a request to the mayor's office to report to the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee on whether the Office of International Trade could be designated as a regional business office.
Okay. Perry, you want to add anything?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I did a motion some time ago to request that the city apply to be designated as a regional business center. The item is kind of stalled right now in our administrative process internally. This may be a more efficient way to proceed towards obtaining this designation, as this office is already created and up and running.
Okay. Let's prepare the roll on that and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Okay, that is approved. Next item, please.
Item 35 is a Perry motion with no fiscal impact. It's an instruction for the Planning Department to report back on downgrading Grand Avenue from a major highway to a secondary street.
Okay. Ms. Perry?
This will enable us in the southern part of the planning area to correct the zoning, stimulate more economic development, and make the process for getting the general plan amended more efficient.
Okay.
Can we add DOT to that motion, please?
Yes, let's add DOT to that motion. Is that all right? Okay. Let's prepare the roll on the motion as amended and tabulate the vote.
I'm done.
14 ayes.
That's approved. Next item, please, 36.
Item 36 is a Hahn motion. This is sort of a strange one. There is a fiscal impact, but my understanding is in fact that this facility is opening and there was some confusion as to funding for staffing and maintaining the center. We may need to come back to you on that, but there is a $183,000 impact. It is, in fact, it would be compliant with the city's fiscal policies because it's an ongoing program. It's just a matter that the funding for maintenance and operations was left out.
Okay. Do you have a recommendation, either CA or CLA?
We'd like to come back to you in no more than 30 days prior to the July 1st fiscal year to work out the issues with funding for the Charlie Mingus Center.
Okay. Ms. Hahn, any direction on this?
We know it has to be staffed.
It's clear it has to be staffed.
But we will find the money. It's just a matter of identifying. There's some money currently in the UB that we intended to roll over, but that money is for cultural facilities, and so we can come back very quickly before the end of the fiscal year with a recommendation to ensure that we open it and staff beginning of the next fiscal year.
Okay, well, with a condition of
Oh, I'm sorry, beginning it, so we'll be ready by January. There's no question. We'll have the funds identified.
Yeah, I thought there was money in the UB.
Well, there's
already
money
for
in
it.
UB now that's
Right.
rolling over.
Right.
And so we just want time. I think Jerry's request is reasonable, 30 days. We'll be ready by January 2007. We'll be ready.
Yeah, because it got inadvertently left out of
And we
cultural
believe-
affairs budget.
And we believe that.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's opening.
We're not going to
planning
leave
for-
it, we're not
okay.
going to leave it closed.
Okay.
Okay. We'll accept that recommendation if we, do
Excuse me, for clarification, are you sending this to committee or you're adopting it today?
you want to report back
If you
just
can
here?
send it to committee with instructions for our two officers, report to committee with a
30
recommendation on
days.
how to fund this.
And let the record reflect that the council, agrees that this should be done by the January 2007 opening.
I just had a question of Bill.
Yes, Mr.
Bill, is
Parks?
this something that we should resolve on the monthly status report?
It probably should be its own report.
Joint report, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we'll send that to committee then, without objection. Item 37?
Item 37 is a Laban motion with no fiscal impact. It's adding one unfunded resolution authority to Rec and Parks, Principal Ground Maintenance Supervisor 2 for the Griffith region.
Mr. LeBons, would you like to add anything? If not, there's no fiscal impact, so we should be okay. All right? We're okay to pass it, or?
Committee, yeah, pass it with
We
committee.
can pass it, okay.
Don't try to get it by Mr. Parks.
All right, we will not try to do that. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Item 38, please.
Item 38 is a Parks motion with no fiscal impact. It's moving $100,000 from the Commission for Children, Youth, and Their Families to the UB.
All right. Mr. Parks, you all right? Okay. We can prepare the roll on this. And, I'm sorry, and tabulate the vote. Mr. Weezer already did recuse himself. That was
13
okay,
ayes.
Great. We can ask Mr. Weezer to come back. Item 39, please.
Item 39 is a Garcetti motion with a fiscal impact. It would add $120,000 to the Bureau of Street Services for two positions, tree surgeon.
Colleagues, this is for the protected tree ordinance which we passed, which has no staff right now to fund its implementation. I'm happy with it going to committee, but I do want to just state for the record that obviously if we pass that policy, it's pretty important to be able to do enforcement on it as well. So I will move that to go to committee. And Mr. Smith enthusiastically seconds it. We can, we'll just send it there. Item 40, please.
Item 40 is a Garcetti motion with a fiscal impact. It's adding $400,000 for the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust.
Okay. I'd like that to be referred to committee as well, and also jointly referred to our Arts Parks Committee. Okay. 41?
Item 41 is a Garcetti motion. It does have a fiscal impact of approximately $60,000. Funding and resolution authority for a project coordinator for the Board of Public Works Community Beautification Graffiti Abatement.
I'll send that as well to committee. Item 42?
Item 42 is a Perry motion with no fiscal impact. It's a transfer of $150,000 from planning to the UB for the Civic Center Master Plan.
Okay. Let's prepare the roll on that and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That is approved. Item 43?
Item 43 is a Perry motion. It does have a fiscal impact. It's adding $200,000 for Pershing Square utilities.
I think Mr. Parks moved that to committee. Mr. Parks, on number 43, do you want that sent to committee? All right. Let's send that to committee then. 44?
Item 44 is a Labange motion with no fiscal impact. It's an instruction for CAO and CLA to identify $260,000 for the relocation of 2 trailers for the Griffith Observatory satellite.
For the Silver Lake Senior Center.
Right.
Mr. Labange.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll send that to committee without objection. Oh, sorry, we don't have to send that to committee. Well, let's open the roll on it. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Thank you. Item 45.
Item 45 is a Rosendahl motion with no fiscal impact. It would be moving $160,000 from environmental affairs to the unappropriated balance for purposes of reporting back on the green agenda.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard? Now let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That is approved. Item 46.
Item 46 is a Labange motion with no fiscal impact. It's an instruction for the Department of Animal Services to report with a program to implement licensed canvassing services.
Okay. Nobody wishes to be heard. Let's prepare the roll on that and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That too is approved. Item 47.
Item 47 is a Cardenas motion with no fiscal impact. It's an instruction, it's an authorization for a music LA program. It's City Attorney Cultural Affairs to report to Council on their findings and review of the Nexus study and eligible uses of the arts development fee.
Okay. Mr. Parks?
I think on some of the budget instructions on this issue, there's 3 or 4 things that need to be done. There's an issue about the as-needed account that needs to be resolved. There's an issue about the Nexus study that needs to be resolved. And I think the general consensus of the committee was once those get resolved, and it was clear that this program could go on non-city funds and based on a grant, then there would be no problem. But the other 2 issues had to be resolved first. So I think that's part of a budget notice already.
And we've already met with Cultural Affairs, and they say they'll come back the next week or so with additional information to address the issues identified by Councilman Parks. So it was clear, and they made a commitment they would go forward with this program without an appropriation for the general fund, and they feel they're close to identifying how they would fund this program.
Okay. Mr. Cardenas?
Thank you, Mr. Fujioka, for bringing up to speed on this one, but yet at the same time, they technically didn't have the authority until we gave it to them, correct?
I understand. That's
Okay.
true.
So now with this, as of today, then they'll have the authority so that between now and the summer, they can go ahead and identify the funds outside the general fund, and then we can see the kids be able to enjoy the program this summer.
Maybe we can give them 2 weeks to come back, because they said they'd come back very quickly with the intent of having the program for this summer.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. So we will take that as is. Mr. Parks, or, I'm sorry, what was the recommendation there? Then just to go ahead and pass it as is?
Yes.
With the report back in 2
Right.
weeks from Cultural Affairs and how they would fund the program. They are
Okay.
very close.
As amended, why don't we open the roll then on that? Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay, next item, 48.
Item 48 is a Hahn motion with no fiscal impact. It amends the budget to include a footnote clarifying that the funded level of sworn officers for the police department is 9,485 at the end of 0607.
Okay. Colleagues, anybody wishing to be heard? If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That is approved. Item 49.
Item 49 is a Weiss-Garcetti motion. There is no fiscal impact. It's an instruction for the Bureau of Sanitation and DWP to report back on funding sources that can be used to develop a one-year pilot program for the city to partner with Global Green USA and Sustainable Works. There's also instructions to General Services and DWP regarding Green Building Resource Center.
Okay. Colleagues, anybody wishing to be heard on that? If not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
That is approved. Item 50.
Item 50 is a Labange Gruel motion. There is no fiscal impact. It's instructing the CLA and the CAO to identify $200,000 for the city's contribution towards the Hunger Wash feasibility study.
Okay, Ms. Berry?
Just wanted to request that 49 go to EQ.
Okay. 49 will be jointly referred to EQ. We actually just adopted it. So we'll take that up again in 1 second, Ms. Perry. Item number 50 is before us. Anybody wishing to be heard on 50? Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay. That is approved. Item 51, please.
Item 51 is a Labange motion. There is no fiscal impact. It's an exclusion of the LA Zoo and Botanical Gardens from filming permit waivers included in Exhibit H.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard on this? Not, let's prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 eyes.
Okay, that is approved. Item 52.
Item 52 is a Labange motion. It does have a fiscal impact of $25,000. It adds $25,000 to general city purposes for the Sister City Festival.
Okay. Mr. Labange, committee? All right. We will refer that to committee. And item 53.
Item 53 is a Labange motion. It does have a fiscal impact of $500,000. It amends the budget to include special event cultural affairs grants for families and youth.
Okay. Anybody wishing to be heard on this item? Send to committee? All right. We will send that to committee as well. And colleagues, that is the last two motions. There is an A and a B, and we have also items 127, 128, and 129, which are the enabling actions. Mr. Padilla wanted to be recognized for something. Ms. Perry will hit next, and Mr. Parks as well. Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. President. Questions for the CAO, CLA, and I just didn't know when, during the course of today, to ask these questions because it didn't seem to fit in any of the specific items we were considering. Quick question for the CLA first. Our mayor has talked for some time now about his ideas about public schools in Los Angeles, the taking over of LAUSD. More recently, he's referenced imminent legislation in the legislature that has yet to be introduced. I didn't find anywhere in this budget where he may or may not be accounting for funds, personnel positions necessary. Can you comment on the status of legislation and the potential need to prepare budgetarily if legislation this year is successful? Please hold my time.
Well, there is not funding in the budget, depending upon where things head, that would have to come from the reserve fund, essentially. I mean, that's the short answer to that question.
Mr. CAO?
I believe for anything to happen, it would require a vote of the public. I don't see anything proposed for this November ballot. So in all probability, if something does go forward, it'd be placed on the March ballot with an effective date most likely occurring in next fiscal year. So if anything was to occur, we would address the matter in the proposed budget for fiscal year 7-8, and not this upcoming fiscal year.
Is there anybody here from the mayor's office who may want to comment? I appreciate what you just said, Mr. Fujioka, but I think it's been noted since the mayor's State of the City address that he's pursuing taking over the school district without a need for a vote by the people. a legislative approach is what they're calling it. So my understanding is if legislation is introduced and adopted this year, it can take effect January 1st, which is halfway through our fiscal year. So he's either planned for these additional responsibilities of the school district and we can't find it in the budget, or he hasn't planned for it, and should it come to pass, we haven't prepared budgetarily for it. So I'm just wondering which might be the case.
At the present time, there's nothing in the proposed budget, or the budget that we discussed today for this particular issue. So yes, if it was to go forward through a legislative action and implemented January 1st, and if in fact support was needed from the city for that initiative, we would have to come back through council for an appropriation from the reserve fund.
Okay. Would it be prudent then to request that we adopt a policy that whatever legislation the mayor may be pursuing in regards to taking over the school district, that it hold the city harmless financially if it were to be adopted by the legislature and signed by the governor?
That would be subject to a policy decision of this council.
Now, and it's unfortunate that we have to consider this under financial policy. The city council has yet to take a position on the mayor's proposals, and I think the first reason why that's the case is because there's no specific legislation that's been introduced to achieve what the mayor's been talking about. So I would imagine that at the appropriate time, when legislation is introduced, the council should entertain establishing a city position on the mayor's attempts to take over the school district. But for the meantime, as we adopt this budget for the next fiscal year, it's not a guarantee, but it is a possibility that the mayor's efforts could prove fruitful and successful. I want to make sure that there's no negative fiscal impact to the city. So, Mr. CLA, Mr. CAO, what's your recommendation as to what the council should act on today to make that happen?
Well, you could include, going forward, a legislative policy to do just what you said. And we could also make it clear in the documents that no funding is provided. It has been, for lack of a better word, sort of the working assumption that whatever occurs, since school districts are funded entirely separately with an entirely different funding stream, that whatever did occur with regard to how LAUSD would be governed, that funding source would be completely separate and apart from the funding that you're talking about today. But we can make it clear in the budget document, and the council could, going forward, establish legislative policy that anything along those regards does protect our funding.
Mr. President, what our CLA just said, I move it right here, right now.
All right. We have a second from Mr. Reyes. Okay. Mr. Huizar, Madam Clerk, will you please restate the motion?
It was a very profound way that he said, I move this right now. I just want to make sure that I heard what I thought I heard.
Let me see if I can say it as profoundly. You're instructing staff to make it clear in the budget documents that funding is not provided for any school district-related costs, and a legislative position such that any legislation that does occur going forward relative to control of LAUSD, that the city general fund and the city budget be protected, that it not be a source of funding for that effort.
But your first statement was that no general fund dollars go to school-related costs. That's pretty broad in general. Is that how the motion stands?
No funding is provided in the budget in contemplation of a change in governance at LAUSD.
And I think that's an appropriate clarification. You know, there's an outstanding motion that we're waiting anxiously to agendize in committee that concludes its inventory of what resources the city already commits to school-related programs, expenditures, operations, et cetera. So if that's sort of our baseline, I think the policy today is nothing should be committed above and beyond as a result of a change in governance specifically. We can still talk about charter school support. We can still talk about after-school programs. We can still do all those things. But any additional expenditures that come as a possible change in governance should hold the city harmless in terms of our general fund.
If I can suggest something, because an initiative of this type is very significant, and is something that we probably shouldn't move too quickly on. And this might be something that goes to committee, because with all due respect, when we talk about using general funds right now, it may be a situation where we use existing resources. We reassign existing staff so that there's not a new appropriation. Well, it's not a new.
What's going to give?
I know, but there's not a new appropriation, but we're merely stating that, and I'm just going to come up with a hypothetical situation where CCYF is asked within their existing resources to change their work plan to support a portion of this initiative. Now, it's not a new appropriation, but yet it's an existing general fund. It's supported by the general fund. So in one respect, if we say no general fund dollars should be used to support this.
But Mr. Fujioka, let that be a policy decision of this city council.
Okay.
Let that be a decision of this city council to accommodate that or not.
Well, no, I totally agree with that.
Okay.
But what I think what we need is to have all the facts in front of us.
I agree.
And the proposal.
That's why I'm asking these questions.
Oh, I understand. Okay, so we have all the facts and the proposal in front of us, and then we make a ruling or decision on it, just so we have the information. But it is, you're right, it's a policy
So
decision.
the motion is still before us.
Okay. Colleagues, we have that motion before us. On this motion, we have Perry, Weezer, and Wesson. I'd like to take anybody on this motion. Mr. Wesson? Okay.
While I share Mr. Padilla's views, I do think that we might want to just slow this down, and I don't know if this moment is the appropriate place and time to vote on this. Do we have some, because I think this is a debate in itself. It's a very important issue where it relates to how we, if we'll be required to spend any money, but I just don't know if we want to do that when, Alex right here, right now, and I just didn't I didn't know who else was going to speak, or I would have run over and talked to you privately, so I'm just saying that we may want to, isn't there an expression, pump our brakes for a minute and sort this out. So regardless what you want to do, I'm just saying this is a big one, I think, or could be a big one. But something tells me that we will have enough time to act on something like that if we feel as though we have to. And that's my babble on this.
Okay. On this, Mr. Weezer?
I do think also it may be a little premature, and I would much rather discuss the policy of whether the mayor's direction is one that the council would want to support or not support, rather than us putting the brakes on right now without discussing the policy first. Because when I discuss a policy, I'd rather say, this is the policy. If I agree with it or not agree with it, let's put some funding on it or not. I don't want, if I'm voting on the funding right now, we're already telling ourselves not to do something before this council has had the opportunity to fully discuss the merits of the mayor's proposal on school governance. I think we may be putting the cart before the horse, and I would ask, like Mr. Wesson did, that we slow down a bit and have, at some future point, a discussion on the mayor's plan. But to say that we would not provide any funding, we're not allowing this body a sufficient time to really deliberate what I view one of the most profound changes the city of Los Angeles can ever make, and that is the governance of the education of our children. So I think it might be premature right now. I would ask that we slow down and have a thoughtful discussion on it, because if the mayor should go forward and spend any general funds on this effort, we're going to be telling him he's violating our budget policy, and we haven't really, as a body, been able to discuss the merits of that policy. So I would ask that we slow down and that we do not do this at this time. Thank you.
All right. On this, we still have Perry, which is, I know, on item 49, which we'll get to. We have Gruel, Cardenas, Padilla. So starting with Gruel. On this item?
I just would, again, I think I'd agree with Mr. Wesson and Mr. Weeser that there's a lot of issues to be discussed on an item, and it is a little too soon to make that determination at the end of a long budget day and to have it go to committee.
Mr. Cardenas?
What Councilman Padilla just brought up, I don't see that as a policy discussion that he brought up, but it's a budget discussion. And it's basically a budget point. And the point is simply this, that I just heard from Councilmember Padilla, and that is, the point is the current budget has various funding line items, and they're all delineated. And yet, if in the middle of this budget year, we end up having the governance of the school district, which happens to be the second largest school district in the country, so I would imagine that that would require resources of some kind, financial resources of some kind, in order for someone to run the school district. This budget right now, as it's crafted, is silent on that matter. This budget, as it's crafted, does not address that matter. And I think what Councilmember Padilla is just asking is that we remind ourselves, remind the taxpayers of Los Angeles, that that will in fact be a discussion of tomorrow, a policy discussion, a budget discussion, a holistic discussion. But as of right now, just to clarify, that the budget as it stands right now doesn't have that in it. And as of right now, it's not required to have it in it. But in case it is required later, that we do have those discussions. Thank you.
Mr. Padilla? Oh, sorry, Mr. Reyes for the first time just snuck in, then Mr. Padilla second.
When I did second the motion, that was my understanding, since we don't have anything in the budget now about it, how can we allocate funds to something we don't know anything about? That's my understanding. But I also agree that if and when we have an action on this floor, it doesn't prohibit us from going to the budget to support whatever policy proposal could arise from, let's say, no matter where it comes from, whether it's from the mayor's office or the committee that's dealing with education. I don't believe it precludes us from being supportive or having objections, whatever this body might will. But my second motion was more because I'd hate to put forth funds into a policy matter we had no discussion on, because I believe that was the opening question. The question was, have we had any indication as to what is the direction of this education debate or discussion? And I heard a negative. There wasn't. So that's where I'm coming from, and that's what I'm putting on the table. But I'd be more than happy to engage any policy discussion, support educational reform, if that is the will of this body, given the size and the impact it has in our quality of life and in our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm glad to hear Mr. Reyes say what he said, particularly Mr. Cardenas. Colleagues, I'm not asking us to have a policy discussion right here, right now. As I said when I first spoke, I'm eager to have that discussion. We've been waiting for legislation to be introduced in the state capitol. That will allow us to have the policy discussion. I eagerly await that opportunity. What I'm saying for now is specific to our budget and financial planning. I'll give you another example. We just, I think, are near concluding our new MOU with our rank and file police officers, right? We know what we need to budget for because of cost of living increases. We can foresee other contracts during the course of the next fiscal year, probably firefighters. We don't know what the budgetary impact is going to be, but we allotted some amount to work from. Okay, and that's an example. Coming back to this, if the mayor is successful in his legislative efforts to take over the school district, it will have this session the impact of it begins January 1st, halfway through our fiscal year. And there will either be a fiscal impact on the city of Los Angeles, maybe it's just a couple of personnel positions in the mayor's office, or not. If there is, if they plan for that possibility, I'm looking for it in our budget documents. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it pointed out to me. If they did not plan for that, and it happens during the course of the year, it's going to have a fiscal impact on the city, and I want to know where that money might come from. I'm asking a budgetary question. Have we planned for it? Have we prepared for the possibility or not? And mind you, we have not had the policy discussion. I'm asking us to prepare for a budgetary possibility.
Okay. All right, colleagues, we have that motion before us. It has been seconded. The motion, as articulated by Mr. Was it Miller or Fujioka? I forget now. You're just blending together at this point in the day. Just kidding. Mr. Miller.
I have more gray hair.
Yeah, okay, that's easy to keep you apart then. It was to protect the general fund from any potential moves against it should the takeover of LAUSD come to bear. But Mr. Miller, you can articulate it much better
I think there were two elements of it. One, to make it clear that there is no funding in this budget that contemplates a change in LAUSD governance. And the second issue that was articulated was, I think, in fact, a legislative position that the city would take a position that any change in governance would not impact the city's general fund.
Okay. Is that clear, folks? No, we've discussed the, Mr. Parks? Mr. Parks?
Yeah. What I understand, is that we didn't discuss this on the budget, but
no.
If I understand it correctly, this will get started with some legislation. And that would be our first step, is whether we support the legislation or not, would be the first act of this body to say, do we start going down that path? And if we support it, then it appears we would then begin to look at city resources that if it should pass, how we're going to address it. But until we support the legislation or it exists, it appears we may just be a little premature, because we, at this time, wouldn't know how much money, where we put money, and what we're putting money for. But I think the first step for us as a body for policy would be, if there's legislation, do we support it? And if we then say we support it, then what's the natural conclusion of supporting it, and where do we go from there? But that's what I would think would be our first policy statement, that then would be tied to some funds if you wish to continue studying the eventuality if it passed.
Okay. I know Mr. Huizar is on the queue. Mr. Padilla was suggesting, and I think it might be wise, that we could bifurcate the two issues. The first part we could vote on saying this budget does not have any allocation to implement changes in governance. And the second part could be referred to, which committee? I'm sorry. The Education Neighborhoods Committee for further discussion. So that may resolve things. Mr. Huizar.
Sorry, so we're referring this to Education Neighborhood
We would
Council?
bifurcate the two parts. The first part, which holds that this budget doesn't have anything on, any funds for changing governance structure, would be voted on now, either up or down. The second part, which would then be referred to Education and Neighborhoods.
What's the second part?
The second part,
it would be that.
If I heard CLA correctly, just says that any legislation that speaks to school governance changes shall leave the city's general fund harmless.
Right.
Correct. That would be the second part.
That part is being sent to committee.
Again, council members, I rise to state that I don't think we should limit ourselves, and this is my first time going through the budget process, but I do believe we have a mid-year adjustment. I know we had those at the school district, where if there are major initiatives made or new money to be allocated in different directions based upon what happens mid-year, we could do it at that time. I would suggest that, again, if we make a statement that there is no money allocated to a change in the governance structure of LAUSD today, you're making a policy statement. You're putting a brakes on that. Whether you agree with it or not, I think such a fundamental change as to how we govern LAUSD and the $12 billion budget it operates merits a more thorough discussion. It's a mistake to do it today, whether you're on pro-mayoral control or anti-malware control. It's a major change. It is a policy statement. If I read in the newspaper that this council voted not to allocate any money for the mayor's initiative for control of the LUSD, I'm reading into that statement that this council is opposed to that. This city deserves a more thorough discussion. You are making a policy decision if you vote upon that. I would suggest that we wait for the mid-year. Do we have something like that, CAO? We have a mid-year adjustment, do we?
We do have an adjustment in the mid-year.
Okay.
That
Whatever it
occurs.
is, I'm not familiar with this process yet. I would suggest we do it at that time, and if we're going to allocate funds or not, and either have a more policy, we could also have a more thorough policy discussion in the Education Neighborhood Council.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas and then Mr. Padilla.
I was following what you were saying, Councilmember Huizar, and it finally came together as to what your main point was about the potential perception that people might have. And I appreciate and respect that. But the bottom line is, perceptions or not, what was unveiled by Councilmember Padilla was a simple fact. The fact of the matter is that this budget is doing several things, and two of those things are it's silent on whether or not that expenditure is appropriate or not based on the votes that we will have taken through today. And then the second thing is that a discussion and policy discussion, budget discussion needs to happen within this body sometime into the future, especially if legislation is passed by September before the legislature convenes. And as was pointed out by Councilmember Padilla, even if they convene in September, it's very likely not going to come into effect until January 1st of 2007 at the soonest. So there will be opportunities for us to discuss and have both budgetary and policy discussions on this matter. But at the same time, I think that it's important that we recognize that because it's been pointed out, from my personal perspective, I would like us to take a vote on whether or not we're going to recognize that fact today and then move forward with the budget.
Mr. Padilla?
Same thing. Mr. Huizar, you know I respect you tremendously, and it was you and I who worked together to form this Joint Commission on LAUSD Governance. Policy is not my issue here today. Policy is not my question. My question is simply allowing us to recognize and being clear, honest, and transparent with the public. Either the budget that we're about to vote on includes some monies in the mayor's budget, in the UB, anywhere, for a possibility of the mayor taking over the school district, or it does not. That's a simple question I asked our staff. They've given me an answer that it does not. And that's what I'm asking us to recognize today. The policy discussion, beginning with whether or not this city council should insist that any legislation that is considered in the legislature hold the city's general fund harmless. We can wait to have that discussion if you'd like, and I would eagerly have that discussion sooner rather than later. Again, we've been waiting to take up the policy issues as we've been waiting for the legislation to actually be introduced in the state capitol. But since we're adopting the budget for the next fiscal year today, I think it's prudent for us to be clear as to whether the budget we're adopting plans for the possibility or does not plan for the possibility. And I would still like a vote on my motion.
Ms. Gruhl?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think what you're hearing, Alex, is that everyone wants to have a discussion about that. And this is within the utmost respect. There are a lot of things we did not include in this budget that we're not highlighting, that we didn't include on priorities. And I think the concern we have is the message it sends. Why are we highlighting just this item versus something else that might be in the works by a council member or, you know, the state or whomever that's not included in this budget? And so there's been a lot of discussion going through the budget process, many hours of budget committee meetings where we talked about a variety of items, some that are included, some that are not included. And I think this discussion has highlighted that there's nothing in there, but I think if you take a position of this council, does that mean then we take a position for all those other things we didn't include? And so respectfully, I understand your point, and I think the discussion should occur in the Education and Neighborhoods Committee.
Okay, Mr. Reyes, for a second time.
So our last act for this afternoon, this evening, could be that we send this out to committee to have a thorough debate so there are no compromises as to the severity of this issue, the education of our kids. And that's what I hear my colleagues, is that we're going to send this item to committee.
To the
Point of
second-
clarification, Mr. Point.
The second part will be sent to committee.
The speaker
The
just is under
first
the wrong impression of what we're doing. Can we clarify again what?
The first part would be that we would vote up or down right now as to whether or not the motion put forward to state that this budget has nothing in, no funds in it to change the governance of LAUSD. The second part about holding our general fund non-liable, or that it would not be affected, will be sent to committee for further discussion.
So the first vote really is a factual vote.
It's a factual
There
vote.
is nothing in the budget regarding schools takeover. That's a fact.
Correct.
And we're going to vote on the fact.
I-
Okay, then we're going to send our second part to committee so that we can be a substantive discussion on what's real and what isn't.
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're going to vote on the fact. Okay, let's move.
All right. As we know around here, facts are always not as clear as they may seem, so sometimes they're good to confirm. All right, for the first part, if we can open the roll on whether or not this budget the motion is that this budget does not contain, that we are restating this budget does not contain money, funds to change the governance of LAUSD. Okay, please open the roll on that, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 7 noes.
Okay, that fails. Second piece is to send it to committee. If there's no objection, that will be ordered. If there's no objection, we send it to committee.
Second part.
Second part, we've been doing that consistently with our budget referrals. We've voted a couple times, but I was corrected by the clerk. We just send it. If there's no objection, it's just done. I will refer it as president to committee.
Could you just, because it wasn't written, I would just like to hear precisely what is proposed to be sent to committee. It's a motion that says,
The part that is going to committee is a motion that the council adopt a position that whatever legislation is considered in the legislature in regards to changes to LASD governance hold the city of LA's general fund harmless.
so you're proposing that we send to committee,
No, that's what people wanted. That's already going to committee. I'm not proposing it. It's going to committee.
well, I mean, has something been sent to committee yet, or has it not been sent to committee?
If there's no objection, I will order that it be sent to committee.
And
If you're
I just wanna
objecting to it, we can
understand-
vote on it.
Okay, but before I know whether I would or wouldn't object,
Sure.
I just want to know precisely what the "it" is. So it's basically your basic proposal that no city funds shall be spent on, no money in the budget.
Our general fund,
It emanated from a question to the CLA and the CAO whether there was any money in the proposed budget before us to accommodate the possibility of mayoral takeover of the school district. So the recommendation that came from our CLA was twofold. First, to recognize that the budget that we're acting upon today does not include money for a potential mayoral takeover of the school district. The second component was that the council adopt a policy position that whatever legislation is considered in the state capitol hold the city's general fund harmless. So that second part, we're sending to committee. There's no debate about that. There's no opposition.
And so, just so I understand, if any city staff members, council staff members, whatever, spend time on the president's joint commission, does that count as general fund money that is being spent in furtherance of this effort? Because, I mean, people have obviously been working on that. Does that come under the ambit of this, or that doesn't?
No, that the result of any legislation that brings to bear changes in the governance structure to the school district, that those permanent, ongoing aftermath costs not be borne by the city's general fund.
okay, are we clear on what it is, Mr. Cardenas?
I'd just like to make a point of clarification, apples and oranges. Mr. Weiss was using an example of staff energy being used on the school governance committee that was actually created by a motion of the council. So that would be a different apples and oranges example, because that was actually, the council gave them the authority to have that by a motion of the council. What we're talking about here is the contemplation of something going on that, at least rhetorically, is being supported by the mayor of Los Angeles, that a bill has actually been enacted in Sacramento, and energy is being spent on that. But as of today, no official action has been taken by the council, or the budget has not recognized it formally in the budget either.
Mr. Weiss?
Can you just ask Mr. Fujioka and Mr. Miller then, just so I understand, because I have an appointee to that joint commission. I know others have followed it more closely than I have. That joint commission, is it being funded in some way, shape, or form by city dollars?
Sure, it is, yes.
But see, right now, the next vote is...
No, but just do me a favor and just answer my question anyway.
Well, yes, it is, but now that it's going to committee, we're going to have that full discussion on how we will approach this issue.
Oh, I understand that, but I just want to know, because the issue has been raised about there shall be no general fund dollars involved, I just want to know, are there any, in any way, shape, or form, either with resources, staff, or funds, is there any city support given to funding of the President's Joint Commission?
Okay, Mr. Weiss, to be clear, I was responding to two things. One, the factual question, is there money in the budget? No. Two, if the council wanted, with regard to legislation at the state to protect itself, I said the council could establish a position. I'm not recommending that today. Mr. Padilla is suggesting that it go...
I really just want someone to answer that question for me, and if it's, do you know, in what way, shape, or form are there LA city government resources that are supportive of the President's Joint Commission? I just want to know.
My staff is supporting the commission. The city clerk's staff is supporting that commission. There are city resources that are supporting that commission.
And are those city resources funded by the general fund, or are they funded by other special funds?
My staff is funded by the general fund. I would assume that the clerk's is as well.
Okay, so there are already, just so I understand, there are already today general fund resources that are being utilized as part of the broad discussion of LAUSD governance reform.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. We have this before us. Is there an objection to sending it to committee? If so, we will take a vote. No objection? Okay.
The second part.
It'll be sent, the second part. We already voted on the first, which was a vote on the facts, and the people were split on the fact, 7-7. So we will send the second half to committee without objection. Okay? So ordered. All right, we now have item A and B, which are in the home stretch. Sorry, item 49, I wanted to clarify that the report back to council would go to Energy and Environment Committee. Okay? So if you're good with that, we'll make sure that it goes to Energy and Environment. So ordered? Okay. Great, thank you. And yes, Mr. Parks?
Our last item of the day, if we could get 45 reconsidered, the motion goes just direct opposite of what the committee approved. And my understanding, unless the CAO has all those issues resolved, there were a number of things at committee that we put it in the UB because of issues dealing with an understanding of the positions and everything. So
that report back, I'm sorry, on item 40.
The motion moves it out of the UB and funds it, but during the committee, there were a number of questions about how the position was going to be used, what it was going to do.
Okay.
And from my understanding, the CEO has not gotten that information.
Is there an objection to reconsideration, colleagues? Let's open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
45 is back before us. Does anybody else wish to be heard on this? So the recommendation is to send that to committee, Mr. Parks?
I think it should go to EQ and Budget and Finance, but Bill, can you tell us how long you think it will take to get the information you need?
We're waiting for the Environmental Affairs to get back to us. Assuming they get back to us quickly, we can do it within no later than a 30-day period.
Yeah, because we'll get it moved as quickly as they come back, but it's an issue that we need to resolve it beforehand.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any objection to that? If not, we will refer that both to Budget and Finance and E and E. Okay. Before we take up A and B, let us look at the final three, 120 7, 128, and 129. Colleagues, these should be non-controversial. These are the enacting closing recommendations. With that, if we can open the roll on those three, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Those are approved. We now have items A and B. Let's take up A first. Anybody wishing to be heard on item A? Seeing none, please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Next, let's take up, that is approved, item B. Anybody wishing to be heard on this? This is your last moment to say anything about the budget. Mr. Parks, thank you. With that, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
And we want to thank all of the staff from the department, CLA, CAO, for their amazing work on this, and the mayor's office for their good work, too.
Mr. President, I just want to say one thing, Mr. President. I want to thank Mr. Fujioka. I remember we had the long, hard debate about our Rangers, and you said you would get them in there, and you got them in there. I want to give Bill Fujioka a big hand and all his staff, CAO.
Colleagues, if I can ask you just to pay close attention for 1 second. We still do have one item in the earlier meeting that we have to return to. I believe it's been resolved, but we do have to take care of business with that. We will adjourn the special meeting, go back to the regular meeting. Also, for all colleagues' information, if we can still have folks just to hold off a little bit on their conversations. For members of the City Council, we will be outside on the First Street steps, be having a press conference that all council members are invited to announce the budget and the actions that we took today to the members of the media. So please join us right after. We have item number 11, Mr. Padilla.
Colleagues, item 11A has been circulated, so I want to move that. It basically reflects...
I was pointed out by the clerk that we have to reconsider it first. I'm sorry, Mr. Padilla. If we can open the roll on reconsideration on 11, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Sorry, Mr. Padilla, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And just quickly, this is on a project in my district, matter that was in front of a committee this morning, forwarded to the council with a recommendation to approve contingent upon a TEFRA hearing, which most of us are familiar with. That hearing was held earlier today. It's concluded. All the I's are dotted, T's are crossed. So 11A helps us move that project forward under time limitations. Thank you.
Great. Seeing nobody else wishing to be heard, let's open the roll on 11 as amended by 11A. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved. Let's send that forthwith. We did the housekeeping before. Colleagues, now it's time for announcements. Are there any announcements? If not, do we have any adjourning motions? Oh, announcement, Mr. Cardenas, announcement? Go ahead, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, Council President Garcetti. I'd just like to thank my wife for her patience. 14 years of being married today, and quite a few of those days were just like this. Trying to get home, have dinner, or spend time with the family, and here we are in public service. I just say that proudly about my family because they never complain about it, and here I am, and they got kind of hungry, so I think they're eating without me, so maybe we'll have dessert together. So thank you, Norma, for 14 years.
Congratulations, Mr. Cardenas and Norma. Any other announcements, colleagues? Mrs. Hahn.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you all know that I was able to represent our city this weekend in Washington, D.C. for the annual Law Enforcement Officers Memorial event, which was a 3-day event. And I will tell you that I was very proud to be there with our LAX Airport Police, who lost Officer Tommy Scott last year. And I will tell you, I was very proud to be also with probably about 60 members of our LAPD who were also there in support. Many of those officers rode their bicycles from Venice Beach all the way to Washington, D.C. In solidarity and unity for police officers which have fallen all over the nation last year. And we talk about public safety being a priority. We talk about how we want to continue to fund public safety, and it really hits home, at least it did for me, to sit there with thousands of family members who were touched by a loss of one of their loved ones, a police officer who was killed in the line of duty just last year. So I want you to know it was a very important event, and really, we owe a lot to our law enforcement officers, and I know we support them in every way we can, but it really never hit home more for me than it did this week, and I was very proud to represent us to be there.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn, for representing all of us. Appreciate that. Mr. Huizar?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Cardenas, now that you mentioned your anniversary, my wife is watching me. She would never forgive me if I didn't mention that our anniversary was last week, 7 years of wonderful marriage. So thank you very much, and I love you, baby.
Good recovery, Mr. Huizar. Congratulations to you, too.
If I could,
Mr. Labange, how many years have you been married?
For Mr. Cardenas and for Mr. Huizar, we don't have cable TV at home, so we don't see Channel 35, but we had 18 years on May 14th, Bridget and I. So it's a good time we all got married. We're smart on this side of the room.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Any other announcements, colleagues?
Yeah, I just want to say that 60,000 people went to Mr. Parks' district on Saturday morning for the Great Revlon Walk and fight against breast cancer. And it was a very exciting walk to participate in and bring awareness to the disease that affects 1 in 7 women in breast cancer. So I stand to salute all those who participated in the Revlon Walk to make a difference.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Other announcements? We have adjourning motions today. Does anybody have a... Okay, can I ask everybody in council chambers to please rise for adjourning motions? Okay. Beginning with Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'd like us to adjourn today in the memory of Lena McCarberry, who passed away on Saturday. And Lena was 66 when she passed away. She was born in Hawaii, and she came to San Pedro, graduated from San Pedro High School, and went to Bryman Medical School. She also attended LA Harbor College, Coastline Community College, and California State University, Dominguez Hills. And she's survived by her husband of 37 years, Dennis McCarberry. And she has a very long bio, which is basically speaks to the fact that Lena was involved in almost every organization, whether it be political or advocating for kids. She was soft-spoken, but I will tell you that she was a big advocate for kids in the harbor area, and she worked with the Gang Alternative Program to keep our kids from joining gangs. And it was when Lena was president of GAP that we were allowed to expand this program into Watts and offering this program to every kid throughout my council district. She was a very dedicated Democrat, was a member of a lot of the Democratic clubs, and she was a big advocate for getting women elected to office. She was one of the founding members of the South Bay Women's Political Committee. And she was active in the Wilmington Rotary, Neighborhood Council, Friends of Banning's Landing, and her life has touched so many lives in the harbor area, and we will really miss her. And I know Dennis has been just such a supportive spouse. I know that he's going to miss her greatly. Services are pending, but they've asked that people make donations to the Gang Alternative Program in Lena's name.
Thank you. Are there adjourning motions? Mr. Labange?
Members, I ask we adjourn in memory of Cal Burke, who lived to be 79 years old. He was an absolutely beautiful man who grew up in Los Angeles, went to Fremont High School, later LA City College, and then graduated from Cal State LA. He is one of the great athletes at Cal State LA, and was once named Athlete of the Year. He got his advanced degrees at UCLA and Brigham Young. He was a lifelong educator for Los Angeles Unified School District, and he was the educator who started the Continuation High School program many, many years ago. He was very involved in adult education. Also, he was a wonderful man who was an official with the sports programs for LA Unified, and I remember on a cold November day, mid-November in 1969, when Marshall played Eagle Rock, Cal Burke was the head referee, and I remember how he announced the game at the end because Eagle Rock went for a first down, and we were able to stop him, and Cal Burke yelled out, "First down, Marshall." And I later equated that, as I met him later on in life,
as he was an official. Remember him because he was a very distinguished guy. He was loved by many people. I gave him a resolution 2 years ago at a little luncheon, late afternoon luncheon for him on Hollywood Boulevard in your district at a little Thai restaurant he would frequent out there by Hobart Boulevard. He was touched with that. It was in his little den at home. He's survived by his son, John, and his wife, Carol. Cal Burke was a great Angelino who served this city well and was the pusher for continuation education and helping people, loved by many. I ask we adjourn in his memory.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. All members on that? Okay. Yes, yes, of course, Ms. Hahn.
Yeah, I just got an update for Lena's memorial ceremony, and it will be held on Sunday, May 28th, 1:30 p.m. at Banning's Landing in Wilmington. So that will be a celebration of the life of Lena McCarberry.
Yes.
His celebration of life is this Saturday in your district at the Catholic Church on right near Loma on near Belmont High School.
Okay, gotcha.
At the Filipino Catholic Church.
Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we adjourn in memory of Vicki Stanford, passed away of cancer this past Thursday, May 11th. Longtime resident of the 8th District. She was raised in the city of LA and graduated from George Washington High School. Attended Southwest and West LA and East LA community colleges, also UCLA. She was an active community leader. She was a founder and business manager of the 8900 block of Hobart Block Club, as well as an area coordinator for the 8th District Empowerment Congress. She's also a volunteer at the Windsor Hills Magnet School. She was a city employee for 35 years, retired 2 years ago. During her tenure with the city, she served a variety of positions, the first 7 years in the mayor's office and a total of 26 years in CDD. During her 7 years in the mayor's office, she was involved in the Mayor's Comprehensive Employment Training Act program as a specialist and as a Neighborhood Youth Corps motivational specialist. During 26 years in CDD, she worked in many capacities, including the Target Neighborhood Initiative, Department Coordinator, the Neighborhood Development Division Contract Compliance Officer, the Homeless Services Coordinator, Unit Mobile Home Transition Housing Program Project. She was truly a person that touched many lives in the city of LA. She was also labeled because of her elegance and grace. They began to label whatever she did as Vicki style. Her service will be held 11 a.m. Saturday, May 20th at Bethel AME, located at 79th and Western. Her viewing is Thursday afternoon at Simpson's Family Mortuary, 3443 West Manchester in Inglewood. She's survived by many family members.
Ms. Gruhl, we'll add Ms. Berry to that. Ms. Gruhl?
I just wanted to add, I had the pleasure of working with Vicki over the years, and you're right, the description of Vicki's style, also that smile. I mean, I remember that she was always inspired and inspiring to so many people with her efforts at CDD, and we worked with each other on we set up the first cool wet weather homeless shelter program, and she was really a dynamo of an individual and really will be missed by all. So I want to add on with Ms. Perry to adjourning in her memory with you, all members.
We'll do all members. Yep. Are there adjourning motions, colleagues? Just want to thank everybody again. Oh yeah, Ms. Perry, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. President. Mr. Labange and I wanted to make sure we did this today in memory of Sue Kunitomi Embry, who was born January the 6th, 1923. At the age of 19, she and her family were interned at Manzanar. At the camp, she became a reporter and then editor of the Manzanar Free Press, the camp newspaper, which introduced her to progressive thought. After the war was over and camps were dismantled, many internees were so traumatized they did not discuss the experience. But through this experience, Ms. Embry became an activist and joined with younger Japanese Americans, and in 1969 made a historic pilgrimage to Manzanar to publicly recount what had happened there and the lessons it taught our nation. She launched a successful effort to have the Manzanar internment camp declared a National Historic Site, and thanks to her efforts, Manzanar was declared a National Historic Site in 1992. And the pilgrimage to Manzanar, which I know Mr. Labange and I have both been on, is an annual ritual for hundreds of people and others who gather to remember the experience of Embry and her generation. And I think Tom wanted to add a few words.
I would just say that this
was absolutely a wonderful person. I believe Mr. Garcetti, she lived in your district, you know her, and I think all members should adjourn for her. She took a tragic part of our history and turned it around, where, and that property where Manzanar was located was city property, interesting enough, but now it's a National Historic Site. They've restored some of the buildings, and I'm so glad that she was able to see that, the restoration of the buildings and the displays and the education there, so we learn of a horror of the past and never let it happen again. She truly was a wonderful, spirited person to take such a negative and turn it around to a positive, to educate people, because I think if she had not done that, if she had not stepped off, it would look like just an abandoned part of American history. So thank God for her efforts, and she was a dear friend of our very own Rose Ochi, who she complimented her in her obituary, what a wonderful person Sue was.
Absolutely, and I knew Sue as well, and we worked closely. My family worked closely with her on a number of Manzanar projects, and I just heard the news before. I want to thank you, Ms. Perry, for adjourning in her memory. We'll do all members on that. Again, colleagues, thank you for today. We moved $6.7 billion that the people have entrusted us with. I know I speak for all of us when we say that it is an incredible privilege to be able to do that, and I know the budget that we passed today will go a long way to improving our great city. So thank you all. Have a wonderful day, and we'll see you at 10 a.m. tomorrow. And for members, we will be outside on the First Street steps if you'd like to join us to speak to the media.